Sherlock Holmes and the Case of the Serial Killer and the Headless Corpses. Chapter 1, The Phantom of Whitechapel Street. There are nights when the city of London seems to hold its breath, as though the entire city is waiting for something it cannot yet name. It was a gloomy morning in early November, and a thick fog cloaked the crooked rooftops of the East End. Before the feeble rays of dawn could pierce through the grey clouds, a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence, echoing from a narrow alley tucked behind Whitechapel Street. It came from a woman selling fruit, who had just drawn back her curtain to see blood splattered across the cobblestone ground. The headless corpse lay face down, in a strange position as if crawling toward the crumbling fence wall. No sound, no footprints, only a decapitated body and a winding trail of blood, like a letter left unfinished. Scotland Yard arrived shortly afterward. Inspector Lestrade led the team, his face pale and his eyes betraying confusion. No identification, no signs of struggle, no witnesses. The killer had left nothing behind, except the cold void where the victim's head should have been. As news spread, the press competed for the most sensational headlines. Some dubbed the killer the Headless Phantom, others called it the return of Jack the Ripper. The public was shaken. The police had only one option: summon Sherlock Holmes. I, Dr. John Watson, was sitting pensively by the fireplace at Baker Street when the mailman knocked. A thin envelope, sealed by the police department, bore a hastily scrawled message: urgent, Whitechapel case, Mr. Holmes' assistance required. Holmes was standing by the window, holding a small pair of binoculars, watching the pigeons perched on the chimney opposite. He didn't turn around as I handed him the letter, but his voice rang out, cold and clear. Watson, have you ever noticed how pigeons tend to fly off when rain approaches from the northeast? I frowned, not yet answering when Holmes opened the envelope, skimmed through the contents, and nodded. This time it's Whitechapel. A headless body. No footprints, no witnesses, no leads. A killer with a method, almost as if delivering a message. We must leave immediately. The scene was not for the faint of heart. A narrow, dark alley, its moldy walls covered in moss. The body had been covered with a coarse burlap sheet, but the stench of blood still hung thick in the air. Holmes gently lifted the cloth, closely examining the severed neck. A clean, precise cut. A sharp tool, but not a scalpel. Perhaps a finely honed axe or a specialized dagger. He didn't flinch as he spoke, as though discussing an unfinished painting. Inspector Lestrade approached, looking exhausted. He said, "We haven't found the head. No one has reported a missing person either. This area's full of transients, immigrants, nameless folk." Holmes didn't respond immediately. He knelt to the ground and used a magnifying glass to inspect each trace of mud. Suddenly, he pointed to a corner of the wall. A drag mark. It seems the victim was pulled from that direction to here. A chipped red brick, fresh mud clinging to it. The killer staged the scene. He stood up, eyes alight. "Watson, we need to visit the morgue. And after that, the old library on Aldgate Street. We're not facing a mere murderer, but someone telling a story through death." The morgue was as cold as the Thames in winter. Holmes examined the remains, paying special attention to the hands. There were calluses on the tips of the right thumb and index finger, signs of someone who regularly held a pen or delicate instrument. A thin tear ran across the left palm, not from a knife, but likely from wire. Holmes spoke softly, almost murmuring. "A scholar, or a meticulous craftsman. But there's something even stranger." He bent down and gently lifted the victim's collar. Beneath the fabric was a small symbol carved into the flesh. A circle intersected by 3 diagonal lines, it resembled an ancient emblem. The killer left a mark. Not to deceive the police, but to send a message. That afternoon, we visited an old library that archived records of symbols and pre-Christian religions. The elderly librarian trembled as Holmes showed him a drawing of the symbol. He whispered. "This is the mark of the Silent Harmony sect, an ancient cult band in the 14th century. They believed the soul resided where the voice begins, in the throat. Decapitation was, for them, the means to liberate the soul and return it to a state of absolute stillness." Holmes fell silent, deep in thought. I felt a chill run down my spine. If the killer truly believed this, then each murder was not just a crime, but a ritual. Which meant there would be more. That night, Holmes did not sleep. He paced back and forth in the room, lighting pipe after pipe. Each time the ashes fell, he muttered disconnected phrases: cult, ritual, skull. I sat in my chair, watching him with growing concern. Eventually, he stopped. "Watson, there are 3 elements in this case the police have missed. The victims are not randomly chosen, the crime scenes are symbolically staged, and the carved symbols are meticulously hidden. That tells me the killer doesn't kill for pleasure, but for purpose. And that purpose demands to be witnessed." I immediately understood what Holmes meant: someone was watching. Perhaps from the very start, the killer had wanted Holmes involved. The next morning, a small parcel arrived at 221B Baker Street. No sender. No return address. Just a jet black box. Holmes opened it. Inside was a lock of black hair, braided with great care, laid atop a piece of animal skin parchment. Written in red ink were the words: "The first has been freed. Find me among the mute." Holmes folded the parchment, his eyes no longer curious, but challenged. "Watson, the game has begun. And this time, he doesn't merely want to kill. He wants a stage. And we're standing in the center of his tragedy." When we returned to Whitechapel to question nearby residents, an old match seller recalled seeing a man in a long black cloak standing beneath a gas lamp shortly before the body was discovered. His face was hidden, but he was tall, thin, and walked with a slight limp. He stood there for a long time, as if waiting for something. Holmes immediately suggested checking nearby medical facilities for anyone with a leg injury or deformity. We also had the symbol from the victim's neck redrawn and circulated through official records. Soon, a startling discovery emerged. 3 years ago, a man had been expelled from a linguistic research institute for making extreme claims that language was the shackle of the soul. He had studied ancient beliefs extensively, particularly forbidden rites. His name was Alaric Meyer. The police had kept tabs on him for a while, but he had vanished from London. Until now. Holmes looked out the window, his gaze distant. A zealot. Intelligent. Steeped in ancient knowledge. Driven by vengeance, or a dark calling. He's not merely killing, he's crafting a story. And he wants us to read it. Chapter by chapter. I realized then, this case wasn't just about a single headless corpse. It was the prologue to a deadly drama, one in which Holmes had been cast as a central character, unable to step away. And at the end of that road, what awaits may not be the truth, but a second severed head. Chapter 2, The Mark Etched on Bone. To uncover the culprit, sometimes it is not what he tries to hide that gives him away, but what he unknowingly reveals, believing no one capable of understanding it. The sun had barely risen over the soot-covered rooftops of London when we stood inside the central morgue. The headless body from Whitechapel lay motionless on a cold metal table. A pungent, metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air despite the open window. I glanced at Holmes's face, no longer bearing the contemplative look from the night before. In its place was a chilling intensity. He wore gloves, carefully peeled back the bandages from the corpse, and gently turned the neck, where a portion of the exposed vertebra was visible. The cut had been made with an extremely sharp tool. Possibly a surgical scalpel, or something even more precise. But what kept Holmes silent for so long wasn't the method of decapitation. It was what was carved into the exposed vertebra. A symbol. Not a tattoo. Not a shallow scratch. but a deeply etched emblem on the third cervical vertebra. A swirling spiral formed by 3 angular branches, each ending in a small dot like an eye, arranged in a triangular pattern. I leaned in closer. It looked like some kind of ancient symbol. Perhaps religious? Holmes didn't respond immediately. He examined each line with a magnifying glass, then pulled a piece of parchment from his coat and reproduced the symbol with meticulous precision, matching every curve, every measured distance between the lines. It resembled no religious system we'd ever studied. Not Egyptian, not Babylonian, not Celtic, not Viking. And certainly not belonging to any major sect in modern Europe. He retrieved a small, well-worn notebook, flipped to the section on forbidden symbols, and scanned each page like a master musician deciphering a complex score. At last, he shut the book. "This is more dangerous than we thought." That afternoon, we left the morgue and went straight to a small house tucked behind Smithfield Market, where Holmes said an old acquaintance lived, a former scholar from Heidelberg University, an expert in European prehistoric archaeology and symbology. The house was dim, reeking of aged paper and animal hides. The man's name was Amsel, a silver-bearded figure holding a pair of reading glasses, who greeted us with cautious eyes. But when Holmes placed the drawing on the table, something in him faltered. "How did you acquire this?" he asked. Holmes merely smiled. Amsel lifted his glasses and examined it closely. "This is the symbol of the silent voice. A pre-medieval heretical sect, known only through a few scattered documents. They believed speech was the root of chaos, the tether that bound the soul to the flesh. They worshipped absolute silence. And they believed that when one's voice was taken in the most absolute way, through beheading, the soul was purified." I felt my blood run cold. Amsel continued, his voice deepening. "The sect was hunted by the Roman Church, not just for heresy, but because their rituals included human sacrifice. A headless corpse was seen as a sign of release. Each severed head, a step closer to divine transcendence." Holmes asked, "Is there any record of the sect's leader?" Amsel nodded slowly. "One name recurs, Hadrach. An orator who vanished from Rome in the 4th century. Rumor has it he still lives, having abandoned speech for silence. No one has ever seen his face. Only his disciples bear this symbol, etched into bone." Holmes nodded, tucking the drawing into his coat. "We must learn more. If the victim was a follower, he may have been willing. But if not, then the killer is playing God. And that is far more terrifying." On the way back, Holmes suddenly turned down a narrow alley in South London. At its end stood a nameless old bookshop, known only to those in the underground information trade. Its proprietor was a tall black man with eyes sharp as blades. His name was Madhu, a former mercenary in Sudan, now dealing in forbidden books and covert information. Holmes placed a gold coin on the counter. "We need a list of those who have purchased material on Hadrach in the past 10 years, especially handwritten or copied texts from the Vatican Library." Madhu chuckled softly and pocketed the coin. "One man, Harold Vance. Once a theology assistant at King's College. Dismissed for heretical views and theft of manuscripts. 3 years ago, he vanished after acquiring the Liber Muti, the Book of Silence." Holmes clenched his fist. "Watson, we have our first name." 3 days later, a second body was found in Spitalfields, also headless, but this time suspended by a rope tied around the ankles, blood dripping into a circle on the ground below. When the police arrived, Holmes was the first they called. I was no longer surprised. But this time, Holmes didn't go straight to the body. He studied the ground. The ropes. The trail of blood. Then he ordered the corpse to be lowered and the outer garments removed. Another symbol. Still a 3-pronged spiral, but now, a broken line extended into the center. Holmes went still. Not the same killer. Or, the same one, but following a sequence. The symbols are evolving. Each murder is a subsequent ritual. I asked quietly. Then that means, there will be more? Holmes didn't answer. But I knew what he was thinking. It wasn't about the number of victims. It was about the when and where. The murders were not random. Each one was a chapter. A scripture. And we were reading it in blood. That night, Holmes sat by the window for 3 hours, silent. Only when the clock struck 3 did he speak. Watson, if one believes that killing is a sacred right, then each death must bear meaning. The location must matter. The act must follow a cycle. He stepped to the desk and spread a map of London. Whitechapel. Spitalfields. Where else holds ancient significance? I thought for a moment, then said. Clerkenwell. Once the center of the Knights Templars monastic order. Holmes nodded. Then that is where we go next. At dawn the next day, we arrived at the ruins of an abandoned monastery in Clerkenwell. Crumbling stones, decayed corridors, and the stench of damp rot lingered in every crevice. Holmes carried nothing but his pipe, a magnifying glass, and a small cane, inside which was hidden a short blade. We waited. At precisely 3 o'clock, footsteps echoed. A man in a black cloak, limping. He dragged a heavy cloth bag across the stone, the sound screeching like coal scraping iron. Holmes whispered. Don't move. Just observe. The man knelt in the main hall, drew a circle in white powder, and placed the bag in the center. Then, he pulled out a head. The eyes still open. The mouth sewn shut with black thread. And on the forehead, the same symbol, now complete. Holmes grasped my arm and whispered. The final symbol. He's completed the cycle. And now, he will choose a successor. We didn't catch him that night. But Holmes saw his face. It was not Harold Vance, but someone else. A disciple? A successor? Worse still, the man had seen Holmes. Before leaving, he looked directly at the pillar where we were hiding. His eyes held no fear, only something eerily close to invitation. Holmes spoke slowly. He doesn't want to hide. He wants us to follow. And that symbol, it's not just a ritual. It's a sign for us. A summons to the final game. I clenched my fist. A game played in blood, in skulls, and in belief that death might free the soul. Madness, disguised as scholarship and ceremony. And we had stepped right into its heart. Chapter 3, Clues in the Mist-Shrouded Tavern. To see through darkness, one doesn't always need sharp eyes, but a mind that never forgets. After the failed ambush at the abandoned monastery in Clerkenwell, Holmes became more silent than usual. Not because the man had escaped, but because of something else, the final symbol. A 3-part circle, complete, connecting all branches to a single center point. Holmes had redrawn it on paper dozens of times through the night, as if trying to strip from it a secret no one had ever uncovered. Then suddenly he said, "We need to go to the Mist Barrel." I frowned. It was an old tavern on the edge of the East London docks, forever shrouded in cigarette smoke and morning fog. A place frequented by sailors, and where men often forgot who they were after a few glasses of cloudy whiskey. Holmes moved quickly through the moss-covered alleyway, saying nothing more. But I understood, this wasn't his first time there. And clearly, this place was connected to either the victim or the killer. The Mist Barrel lay wedged between 2 decaying warehouses. The exterior was rusted and overgrown, like something forgotten amid a city trying to reinvent itself. But the interior was different. Every corner was meticulously cleaned and arranged with an oddly precise order. There was no music. Only the sound of chairs scraping and the wind slipping through rotted wooden cracks. Holmes walked straight to the bar and nodded to the silver-bearded innkeeper. The man didn't ask anything, merely gestured to the farthest corner, where a man sat alone, back turned to the door, head slightly bowed. Holmes whispered. "They call him Silas." Silas was a blind man. His eyes were half closed, as if sleeping. His face was lined with scars, and his shirt collar buttoned all the way up as though hiding something. In front of him sat an untouched glass of liquor and a pocket watch, its hands missing. Holmes sat down gently, careful not to startle him. "I need your memory, Silas." The man opened his eyes, two cloudy sockets, yet strangely full of life. His voice rose, dry as burning paper. "Nothing in this world is free, not even memories." Holmes didn't hesitate. He placed a gold coin on the table. But Silas shook his head. "Not gold. I want a true voice." Holmes nodded. "Very well. I'll speak, and you listen. If it sounds right, give me a nod." Holmes began recounting: the headless corpse in Whitechapel, the carved symbol on the vertebra, the cult that worshipped silence, the name Hadrach, and the bloody rituals. Silas remained perfectly still through it all. Only when Holmes mentioned this tavern did the old man tilt his head slightly. Holmes continued. "Someone said the victim had been here before. Harold Vance. Have you heard that name?" Silas didn't reply right away. Then he lifted his glass and tapped it gently on the table 3 times. Holmes understood. That was his way of saying yes. And then, Silas began to speak. A voice steady and calm, like wind weaving through the years. 3 months ago, a man came here every Wednesday night. Never drank. Never spoke. Always sat right where you're sitting now. He'd place his hands on the table as if reading an invisible scripture. He had a small box. Whenever he opened it, there was a faint sound, metal brushing metal. One time, he dropped it. A small piece of metal skittered across the floor and struck my foot. I picked it up. It was a small knife, its hilt engraved with a triple spiral. Holmes tilted his head slightly. "And what else do you remember?" Silas nodded. "He always came after the rain. Always with wet feet. Carried the scent of ash. Once, as he was leaving, I heard him whisper a strange phrase." Holmes leaned in. "You remember the phrase?" Silas nodded again. Then, in a low, sorrowful voice, he recited. "He will come, bearing the final blade, to open the door hidden within the spine." Holmes closed his eyes. Not scripture. The prologue to a ritual. Silas continued. "One night, he wasn't alone. He brought a younger man, voice trembling, as if forced to be there. The conversation was brief, but I remember every word. The young man said, 'I can't. I don't want to.' He replied, 'If you do not offer your soul, you will remain a body that speaks. And speech is a chain.' After that, both left. Never returned." Holmes stood. "Watson, we have 2 men. The officiant, and the disciple. One is dead. The other, is continuing the rite. Silas called out after us. There's one more thing. Before he left for the last time, he left behind that metal box. I kept it. Not out of curiosity. Out of fear. But now, you should have it." He reached beneath the table and pulled out an old tin box, its lid fastened with copper wire. Holmes opened it. Inside were 3 small knives. Each blade engraved with a portion of the symbol. And the last one bore the complete triple spiral joined at the center. Holmes whispered. 3 blades for 3 rites. Each life taken opens the door a little further. We're standing before the final knife. On the way back, Holmes was silent, as though every nerve in his body was reconnecting. Then he stopped suddenly on the deserted pier, staring out at the murky river. "Watson, what happens if the ritual isn't stopped?" I hesitated. "Well, more people die." "No. Death doesn't end the ritual. It ends with awakening. The officiant doesn't want to kill, he wants to become a living symbol. A new Hadrak. One who lives without speech, without reason." I shuddered. "Then, who is he?" Holmes exhaled slowly. "We're about to find out. But we must return to the beginning. Not the first crime scene, the place where Harold Vance disappeared. The old dormitory at King's College. The hunt was nearing its climax. The clues from the mist-shrouded tavern didn't just tell us who the killer was. They told us what he believed, and what he was about to do. Now, every second mattered. And the killer was no longer hiding. He was leading us, through each corpse, each symbol, each spoken phrase, like herding prey into a maze. A maze with no exit. Chapter 4, The Letter Without a Sender. To walk into darkness without being consumed, one must learn to let the light shine from within. The morning drizzle cast a gloomy veil over the already somber Baker Street. I sat by the window, sipping a cup of cold tea, my eyes unable to leave the metal box containing the 3 knives Holmes had brought back from the Mist Barrel pub. The blades weren't just sharp, they carried something beyond their physical form, a ritual of blood, a crime yet to reach its peak, and a deadly message. Holmes was different. He sat motionless like a statue amidst the clutter of books, his gaze fixed on a map of London spread across the table. 3 red marks indicated 3 locations: Whitechapel, the Clerkenwell Monastery, and the pub by the docks. Each point, a corpse. Each corpse, a symbol. Then, there was a knock at the door. The knock wasn't decisive like a postman's, nor hasty like a stranger's. It came in 3 even taps, then silence. I went to open the door, only to find an envelope neatly placed on the step. No one in sight. No hurried footsteps. Only the scent of damp rain and a vague chill from nowhere in particular. Holmes took the envelope without a word. It was ash-gray, unsealed, with no return address. On the front, just one line scrawled in black ink. "Stay away from the fallen heads." He didn't open it right away. Instead, he used silver tweezers to carefully unfold the contents, like a delicate surgical procedure. Inside, there was no letter. Just a small, thick slip of paper, the kind used in morgues, bearing a single slanted line of text. "He who turns the mirror will find himself the final victim." I read it aloud, a chill running down my spine. Holmes examined the slip under his magnifying glass. The ink was no ordinary type. It had soaked into the fibers, spreading lightly like dried blood. The paper had been torn from an old notebook, the kind once issued to guards by the police in the previous century. I spoke up. "What does it mean? Turning the mirror? Becoming the final victim?" Holmes didn't answer. But I noticed a change in his expression. Subtle, faint, but unmistakably anxious. That night, Holmes didn't eat dinner. Nor did he smoke. He stood by the window for 2 full hours, eyes gazing through the misty condensation clinging to the glass. Suddenly, he turned, his voice low. "We're being watched, Watson." I froze. "You're sure?" Holmes nodded. 3 days ago it began. At first, just a shadow reflected in the pharmacy window across the street. Then footsteps echoing every time I left the house. And yesterday, the handkerchief in my coat pocket was replaced with an identical one, but it smelled of ash. I sank into my chair. "The game's changed," I murmured. "He's hunting the hunter now." Holmes returned to the table, laying out the letter and beginning to analyze each character. He traced pen strokes, pressure angles, even the tilt of the writer's wrist. Then, with a soft hiss, "He's left-handed. Wrote this with hatred." Strong pressure on the downstrokes, indicating the writer was emotionally agitated. Yet still controlled, and that's more frightening. This letter comes from someone who not only kills, but understands why he's killing. I asked, any clue in the handwriting? Holmes nodded. The R curves like the old calligraphy taught at Finch Street Art School. And the hook on the G, that's the stroke of someone trained in sculpture. Those students, according to records, were taught to carve letters into stone and bone, like what we saw etched into the spine. I was stunned. So he's an artist? No. He was someone who trained to be one. But he was pushed into darkness. Perhaps by an accident, or expulsion. He hasn't forgotten his skill. He's just repurposed it. Holmes sprang to his feet. We need to go back to King's College. Not to find the killer, but to find someone who once wanted to be an artist. King's College at night looked like a slumbering fortress in the heart of London. Holmes had a contact in the old administration, Jonathan Marr, who once taught ancient geometry and religious symbolism in sculpture. A man of extreme perfectionism, but with a fearsome memory. When Holmes mentioned the triskelion-like symbol, Marr paused. Then whispered. That's not a religious symbol. It's an architectural model. Used to trick the eye in ancient crypts. I asked, did anyone ever study that here? Marr nodded, stepped to his bookshelf, and pulled out the file of a student expelled 4 years prior. Lucien Rowe. Sculpture major. Specialized in human bones and ancient anatomical models. Expelled for abnormal behavior, he once snuck into the morgue and stole a cadaver to carve a sample. Holmes clenched his fists. Rowe is the one behind the severed heads. He doesn't kill to kill. He carves them into maps. Each vertebra, each symbol, is a piece leading to something greater. Perhaps what he calls the door. Returning to Baker Street, Holmes found something waiting on the table. A porcelain doll's head, placed inside a black wooden box. No message. No address. Just a slit at the neck, and the triskelion symbol etched inside. This time, Holmes didn't need to say a word. I understood. He had entered the house. The game had shifted from pursuit to psychological warfare. And Holmes, though once the master of the board, was now a piece upon it. Chapter 5, The Scalpel in the Morgue. When the truth is buried beneath corpses, the only one who can see the light is the one brave enough to dissect each layer of darkness with a razor-sharp mind. Rain fell once more over London. Beneath a long cloak and wide-brimmed felt hat, Holmes stepped through the gates of the city morgue with a calm so cold it chilled the air. I followed closely behind, silent. Ever since the anonymous letter and the porcelain doll's head in the black box, our flat on Baker Street had ceased to be a safe haven. Holmes had not slept in 3 nights. He was contemplative, like a monk in confession. As for me, I had begun to see the murderer's shadow in every reflection on the glass. We had come to the morgue at the urgent request of Inspector Lestrade. The second body, discovered nearly a week after the Mist Barrel pub incident, was awaiting further examination. The head was still missing. But this time, Holmes paid no attention to the wound on the neck. Instead, his gaze settled for a long time on the corpse's left hand, stiff and cold. Holmes, gloved, leaned down. Using a thin metal instrument, he gently pried open the clenched fingers. It took nearly 5 minutes, and at last, a sharp breath escaped from his throat. In the victim's palm lay a metallic object, small, sharp, and unlike any previous evidence. A blade. Not a murder weapon. It was as small as a surgical scalpel, with a black handle hand engraved with a number. Dried blood showed that it had cut into the very hand that held it. Holmes looked at me, his eyes alight with a brutal truth. He wasn't killed from behind, Watson. He may have taken his own life. I shook my head in disbelief. Suicide, and then decapitation? How is that possible? Holmes sat at the cold metal table, placing the blade on a black cloth like a sorcerer laying out cards. Then he murmured. Not suicide. Coerced. A ritual. Forced suicide. That sentence opened another door to the crime. We left the morgue and returned to Holmes's private laboratory. There, he began examining the blade under the microscope, analyzing every scratch and checking the blood sample on the handle. 4 hours passed in total silence. I felt as though time had frozen between the four walls. Finally, Holmes rose. On his notepad, a conclusion had formed. The blood on the blade belonged to the victim. But there was a second trace, older, thinner. Not the victim's. Someone else's. I asked. He forced them to hold the blade and kill themselves? For what purpose? Holmes replied. To create a sign. But not for us. He's leaving clues for someone else. The symbols, the methods of death, the blades, they're a code only those who once stood beside him would understand. I froze. You mean, this is a ritual? Holmes nodded. His eyes seemed to drift into a space somewhere between science and horror. Not a religious ritual. A kind of performance. The killer is restaging something. A theater of guilt, where the victims play the lead roles. And he is the invisible director. It didn't take long to identify the blade as number 3. The problem was, where were blades 1 and 2? Holmes returned to the morgue that very night, inspecting the first body and stored evidence. In the left palm of the first corpse, nothing. But Holmes examined the torn skin at the wrist, a deep cut, unnaturally clean. The blade might once have been there. He exclaimed. He took the blade back after the act. Perhaps each blade carries a specific message, not just for the victim, but for himself. As if to confirm this, the next morning a small package was delivered to Holmes's lab. No sender. No address. Inside, was blade number 4. The handle was hand-engraved, number 4. But instead of blood, it bore a strange black powder. Holmes placed the sample into an analysis dish, and the conclusion left me stunned. The powder was human ash. And likely, it was all that remained of the next victim, one the police had yet to find. That night, Holmes barely slept. He spread all the data out on the table, 3 victims, 3 locations, 3 blades, and now a 4th blade, yet no identified victim. He connected them with red threads. When complete, Holmes pointed to the intersection of the coordinates. An abandoned church, behind the monastery of St. Dunstan. He whispered. We need to go there. Tonight. I nodded, but Holmes raised his hand to stop me. No, Watson. Not this time. If he sent blade number 4, it means he knows that we know. You must stay. If I'm not back before morning, report to Lestrade. I protested, but Holmes was resolute. As his figure vanished into the curtain of rain, I was left alone in a room filled with maps and strange symbols. I stared at the photograph of the second victim, remembering the look in Holmes's eyes when he found the blade in that cold hand. It wasn't just the gaze of a man chasing the truth. It was the gaze of someone about to confront a fear without a name. I managed a few hours of restless sleep. Then, waking near dawn, I sensed something was wrong. Holmes had not returned. I rushed to the door, heart pounding. Ahead, the fog was thick. And a faint scent of ash drifted through the air, a scent of death past, and death yet to come. Chapter 6, The Woman in the Fox-Fur Coat. Sometimes, the most dangerous thing isn't the knife in a killer's hand, but the fleeting shadow between 2 blinks. No one can say if it was real or imagined. I stayed awake the entire night. Not because of the rain pounding on the rooftop, nor the thick darkness that blanketed the Baker Street flat, but because Holmes had not returned. And my medical instincts whispered, something had happened. I prepared my coat, my revolver, and left before dawn had fully broken. The St. Dunstan monastery lay silent beneath a thin mist, the chill biting through to the bone. The gate of the abandoned church was still locked. No signs. No footprints. But as I followed the path to the rear crypt, I found a torn strip of cloth, ash gray, the kind Holmes often used to tie his notebooks. He had been here. But he was no longer. I do not know how long I stood there. Only when I heard slow footsteps behind me did I spin around. A stranger stood there, holding a black hat, his voice trembling. "Are you Dr. Watson? I have urgent news, about the recent deaths." I nodded. The man led me into a nearby pub, thick with smoke, dim yellow lighting, and walls plastered with aging posters. Once drinks were poured, he whispered. "I used to work at the Lyceum Theatre. There's a woman who would always appear a few days before a victim died. She's very beautiful, very refined, and always wears a white fox fur coat. As if from another era." I leaned in. "Her name?" He shook his head. "No one knows. She never says much. But strangely, every time I tried to follow her, she vanished like mist." I asked, "When did you last see her?" He replied slowly. 3 nights ago. And the next morning, the police found a headless body nearby. I returned to Baker Street with a heavy heart. But to my surprise, Holmes had arrived before me. He sat by the fireplace, holding a steaming cup of tea. His eyes were sunken from lack of sleep, but his expression was sharper than ever. I asked urgently, "Where did you go? Were you hurt? Did you find anything?" Holmes answered curtly, "I'm fine. And I found a ghost." I froze. Holmes pulled from his coat pocket a scrap of white velvet, soft, with a strangely fragrant scent, and clinging to it were a few fine hairs. "Fox fur," he said. "I saw her. At the monastery gate. But as I stepped forward, she vanished, dissolving into the mist." I pressed. "Are you sure she was real, not some hallucination?" Holmes gave a faint smile. "I'm not one prone to delusion, Watson. But she left no footprints, no sign of motion, not even a sound. As if she had never existed at all." I examined the velvet scrap. Even in the dim light, I saw a finely stitched, sunken circle on the fabric, a strange symbol resembling 3 serpents coiled around a wide-open eye. Holmes explained. "I've seen this symbol before, in an old manuscript. It belonged to a disbanded 17th-century cult called Ophiuchus. They worshipped an unnamed entity and believed that souls must be purified through fire and blood." I asked, "You mean, these deaths are part of an actual ritual?" Holmes nodded. "And the woman in the fox fur coat is the embodiment of that ritual. Not the killer, but the one who chooses the victims. The one who leads them to their end. We decided to retrace the victims' last known movements. A common point emerged, the Lyceum Theatre. All 3 victims had been there within 10 days prior to their deaths. And on the night in question, there had been a performance of an ancient Greek tragedy. Holmes and I blended into the audience. As the lights dimmed and the stage remained dark, Holmes whispered, "If she's here, Watson, she won't sit close. Darkness is her ally." I scanned the back rows. Far right corner, there sat a white figure, perfectly still. Fox fur. I made to stand, but Holmes grabbed my arm. "No. She's watching. Let her believe we don't know." We waited. The first act ended, dim lighting swept across the audience. The white figure was gone. I rushed toward the back, down narrow aisles, opening doors. Holmes followed. But all that remained was a faint trace of perfume, and a torn piece of sheet music on the floor. Holmes picked it up and examined the handwritten script. "Snakes and blood." Moon and wind. The next one sits in row 8. I froze. Row 8 was where I had been sitting. Holmes snatched the note, his brow furrowed. He's provoking us. She didn't vanish, she's protected. There's a network shielding her. And perhaps the Ophiuchus cult has returned, in a new form. I asked. Then what do we do now? Holmes spoke each word deliberately. We don't chase her anymore. We let her come to us. The following night, Holmes laid out a strange plan. He would withdraw from the case, informing Lestrade that he was giving up. Simultaneously, we would spread the news that I had left the city. We hoped that, if the enemy believed no one was watching, they would emerge to complete the unfinished ritual. And indeed, just 3 days later, a woman in a fox fur coat walked into Morgan & Sons Tailors, the workplace of the third victim. Holmes, disguised as an elderly tailor, watched from behind a curtain. She selected a white scarf and left behind a letter sewn into the pocket of a newly ordered coat. Once she was gone, Holmes opened the letter. Inside was a series of dates, times, locations, and a name, Basil Cartwright. Once the head of the acting troupe at the Lyceum, who had mysteriously vanished 2 years prior. Holmes looked at me, his voice low. We are about to step into the heart of the storm. And she, the woman in the fox fur coat, is not the destination, but the key that will open the door to an ancient nightmare now awakening. Chapter 7, The Bloodstain in the Sealed Library. A locked room is never without an entrance. The problem lies in the fact that someone decided the person inside would not live long enough to open the door again. This death was an entirely different kind of music. It was unlike the crudely decapitated corpses of the first 3 cases. Nor did it resemble the coerced ritualistic suicide Holmes had once uncovered, with a blade hidden in the victim's hand. And it bore no resemblance to the ghostly presence surrounding the woman in the fox fur coat we had been pursuing. This time, the victim was an elderly man. Professor Edmund Gray, formerly the chief librarian of the London Society for Antiquarian Studies. His body was found inside the deepest chamber of the Lauriston Library, a grand old structure of polished mahogany, home to thousands of banned books, heretical manuscripts, and documents so ancient the Crown refused to acknowledge their existence. What made the case all the more peculiar was this. The library had been locked from the inside. No exit. No one had entered. The windows were barred and sealed shut with thick wooden beams. The police called it a perfect locked-room death. But Holmes said nothing. He did not examine the body, nor inspect the lock. He walked directly to a bookshelf to the right of the corpse and began tracing his fingers along the spines as if searching for something lost. I asked. You're not going to examine the body? Holmes merely shook his head. The dead don't speak. But what they tried to hold on to before dying might. Professor Gray lay face down at the desk, blood congealed around his right temple. There were no other apparent injuries. No sharp objects in the room. The police assumed he had fallen from a stroke. But Holmes did not believe in such convenient explanations. I noticed that the professor's hand still clutched a corner of his cloak, as though he had tried to hold on to something in his final moment. Holmes paced around the room. The polished wooden floor bore no bloody footprints, no drag marks, no scuffs. But when he reached the third shelf to the left, he stopped for a long time. I stepped closer. Nothing seemed unusual. But Holmes knelt down, took a white cloth from his pocket, and gently wiped an area about 4 spans from the floor. A faint brown streak appeared on the fabric, dried blood, poorly cleaned. He whispered. Someone was here before us. Not to kill, but to erase. I asked. Erase what? Holmes stood, drew a large book from the shelf. The leather binding was rotted, the title read Ophiuchus, the wordless codex. He flipped rapidly through the pages and stopped at the middle. A page had been torn out. Not by hand, but sliced with a thin blade. I asked. Could Professor Gray have removed it himself? Holmes shook his head. He treasured every ancient book like his own flesh. He would never destroy them. But if someone knew that page could expose him, that would be another matter. We brought the book back to Baker Street. The missing page had been part of a description of an ancient ritual, apparently related to the selection of sacrificial victims. What remained was enough for Holmes to decipher a chilling message. The severed heads are not for killing, but for preventing something from returning. When fate calls the names, the keeper of knowledge must be the first to fall. I asked. Professor Gray was the keeper of knowledge? Holmes nodded. And he has been eliminated. I pondered aloud. But why the Lauriston Library? And who could bypass such a sealed system? Holmes answered without hesitation. No one bypassed it. The killer was already inside. I was stunned. What do you mean? Holmes pointed to the inner side of the door. The Lauriston Library has a hidden wall compartment. I read a description of it in the journal of a former librarian. It's possible the killer had been hiding there for hours, even days, waiting for the right moment to strike. I fell silent. A locked room loses its mystery when the killer never needed to enter, because he never left. That night, Holmes returned to the scene. Together with me and Inspector Lestrade, we examined the stone wall behind the shelf where the faint bloodstain had appeared. After tapping various spots, Holmes found a depression. Using a slender steel rod, he gave it a slight push. A wooden panel swung open. Behind it was a dark cavity, just large enough for a grown man to crawl into. Inside were a small wooden stool, several shredded books, and a candle burned nearly to its end. Someone had hidden here. Holmes bent down and picked up a scrap of paper. A torn piece of the missing page. And in the margin, handwriting. I took it. The handwriting was familiar. Small, slanted, firm. Basil Cartwright. The man who had vanished. The one we had just learned was the key to this case. Holmes, as if reignited, spread out a map of London, marking every related location, the victims' residences, the sites where bodies had been found, the places where the woman in the fox fur coat had appeared, and now, the Lauriston Library. A strange diagonal path emerged. Each point connected to form a distorted pentagon. At its center lay St. Augustine's Square, once the ceremonial heart of an ancient cult, burned to the ground by royal decree 2 centuries ago. Holmes concluded. He's reconstructing an ancient ritual. Each victim isn't just a sacrifice, they're pillars. When the 5 pillars are complete, the sealing rite will be fulfilled. I whispered. And if that's true, there's still one victim left. Holmes turned to me, eyes sharp. No. 2. I exclaimed. 2? He nodded. The 6th will be blood. The 7th will be knowledge. Just as the Codex foretold. The end won't come with fire, but with the destruction of understanding. My voice trembled. Who is knowledge? Holmes did not answer. But his eyes lingered for a long time on the notebook resting on the table, the one where he recorded every detail of the case. I asked nothing further. Because I already understood. And in that moment, for the first time, I saw that Sherlock Holmes' eyes no longer held the cold glint of steel, but something else, resignation. Chapter 8, Following the Trail of the Missing Codex. History never truly dies, it merely hides within the pages no one dares to read. Holmes sat before the Ophiuchus, the silent codex like a monk in deep meditation. His fingers traced the ancient script without pause, the Egyptian symbols becoming a matrix in his eyes filled with a patience so intense, it bordered on the terrifying. The air in the room was thick with the scent of burning candles and ancient paper. I had never seen Holmes so quiet. Not due to a lack of things to say, but because he was listening to something, a voice from the far side of history. I sat beside him, examining the fragments of parchment recovered from the hidden alcove in the Lauriston library. One small piece bore a faint illustration, a human head severed from the body, surrounded by symbols resembling ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. At the center was the image of an eye within the open mouth of a serpent. I said, "This ritual isn't just about killing. They believe severing the head releases the soul. It could be a form of sacrifice." Holmes gave a slight nod. "This is the doctrine of the Sothamenti sect, a heretical offshoot from Egypt's New Kingdom era. It was banned by Pharaoh Amenhotep for its barbaric rituals, beheading the living to offer their souls to the dark goddess Amenti. The sect was erased from official historical records. But it seems, not erased from the memory of those who seek to live forever in the dark." I was astonished. "How do you know it's Sothamenti?" Holmes pointed to a marginal note in the book. "Here, a serpent coiled around a bleeding head. This symbol appears only in one known text, the original Book of Fractured Souls. Only a single copy exists in the world. It once belonged to the private collection of the Earl of Darnley. But 8 years ago, the entire collection was stolen." I was stunned. "That book has vanished?" Holmes spoke slowly. "Or changed hands. And its new owner is using it to resurrect long-condemned rituals. We went to the London Museum, where a scholar named Percy Mallory had once written a monograph on the Book of Fractured Souls before its disappearance. He was the only known person to have read the original and recorded any of its contents. Mallory was a frail old man with bulging eyes, always muttering about visions no one else could see. In his cramped office, cluttered with books and sarcophagus models, he greeted us with a wary gaze. When Holmes mentioned Sothamenti, the man's hands began to tremble. Mallory pulled a yellowed sheet of paper from a drawer and handed it to us. It was a copy of a passage from the Book of Fractured Souls. "When the soul is bound within the head, sever the head to open the gate to Amenti. 7 souls must be offered, 3 sinners, 2 keepers of knowledge, 1 who sacrifices himself, and 1 who knows the truth but will not turn back." I looked at Holmes. The calculation was clear in his eyes. He was counting. There had been 3 victims who were beheaded. 1 professor, a keeper of knowledge. Basil Cartwright, a possible self-sacrificer, likely the 5th victim. And now, 1 final target remained, the one who knew the truth, but would not turn away. I asked, "Do you know who that is?" Holmes didn't answer. But I saw his gaze fixate on the reflection of himself in a bronze mirror. When we returned to Baker Street, a letter was already waiting. No envelope. No seal. Just a sheet of thin paper, scrawled in red ink. "The page you seek was paid for in blood. Turn another, and you'll become the final one." At the bottom was the serpent-coiled head symbol, the mark of Sothamenti. Holmes showed no fear. On the contrary, his eyes sharpened. "They want to scare us into stopping. Which means we're on the right path. And if the original Book of Fractured Souls still exists, there's only one place in London it could be hidden without detection." I asked, "Where?" Holmes answered, "The Derwent Club. A secret society of aristocrats excommunicated for heresy. They maintain an underground library never catalogued. We infiltrated the Derwent Club by night. The building sat behind an old manor in the western outskirts of London. Triple-locked doors. But nothing could stop Holmes with his toolkit. Inside was a deep cellar, lined with hundreds of old bookshelves. At its center stood a glass case reinforced with steel. Holmes peered through the dust and whispered, "That's it. The Book of Fractured Souls. Preserved like a forgotten treasure." Holmes didn't break the glass. He drew a slender metal rod from his coat, inserted it into the lock, and turned it precisely 8 times. The case clicked open. We opened the book. The missing page matched the torn one from the Lauriston library. But there was an additional annotation, written in archaic English, like a message left for a successor. When 7 souls pass the gate, blood will flow against time. The one bound to reason, shall be the one to open the door. Holmes frowned. They don't just want the ritual to succeed. They want someone intelligent enough to read it, to seal it with his own mind. A sacrifice, who understands the right. Not me. But. He turned to me, his voice low. You, Watson. I was stunned. Holmes gazed at me for a long while, then said. Of everyone involved, only you have touched every facet of the case and survived. You are the one who recorded every detail. You carry within you every piece of the ritual. The mastermind needs a witness, a mind that knows it all, to serve as the final lock. I stepped back. That's impossible. But I knew he was right. I was the unnoticed fragment. Yet I was the only one who had seen it all. Holmes tucked the book inside his coat, and we slipped out of Derwent just as footsteps echoed in the corridor. Back at Baker Street, Holmes penned a letter, sealed it, and handed it to me. If I disappear before you, do not open this, unless you hear the bells of St. Augustine strike at midnight. I took it, my hands trembling. Holmes looked at me intently. The game is not over. But the players are no longer us. Chapter 9, The Midnight Gathering. To uncover the deepest truth, one must sometimes descend into the darkest depths, where evil needs no disguise, for it is worshipped as a god. Highgate at night was a vivid painting of death and stillness, as if every soul was listening, waiting. The graves stood silent, tall grass entwined the moss-covered stone statues. The gray moon, dusted with what seemed like blood, cast a cold light on the stone path that led deep into the cemetery's heart. Holmes moved through the darkness, hunched over, cane in hand, long silver hair cascading down. An old beggar. No one paid attention to such a figure. It was the perfect disguise. He stood pressed against the shadow of a large tomb, waiting. When the clock struck 12, a bell rang out from afar. From different directions, silent figures emerged. They wore black cloaks with hoods pulled low, moving without sound, as if gliding on mist rather than walking the earth. Holmes followed them along a hidden path between 2 statues of wingless angels. A crypt door opened. The cloaked figures quietly entered. Not a word. No light. Only cold air and the acrid scent of incense burned from the ashes of corpses. Holmes slipped in last. He breathed slowly, voice low, pressing himself to the damp stone wall. Inside the crypt was a circular chamber with a low ceiling, dimly lit by small flame basins placed evenly around the perimeter. In the center stood a stone altar carved into the shape of a giant human skull. Upon it lay 4 heads, 3 human, 1 that of a goat. The thick scent of iron blood clung to the air. One cloaked figure stepped forward, his voice raspy like wine through an open grave. Faithful ones, tonight is the 5th night. 4 heads have fallen, 3 keepers of knowledge, 1 who gave himself. Now, we enter the night of preparation. In 3 days, the harvester will come. His blade severs all boundaries. His blood, when spilled, shall open the gate to the silent rift, where souls no longer suffer, where death is offered up, where time stands still. A chorus rang out from the gathered circle. Balhadad, the harvester, he who brings the head to the source. Holmes froze. That name, Balhadad, was not Egyptian. It came from ancient Mesopotamia, a god of war and destruction, often depicted carrying skulls, walking over heaps of corpses. These rituals were no longer purely Egyptian. This was a grotesque fusion of ancient beliefs, a religion forged from the distortion of every terror mankind had ever known. The leader continued. The book has returned. And the final reader has appeared. He cannot turn back. He is the seal that will open the gate. When his blood touches the final page, the 7 souls will dissolve into darkness, and Balhadad shall step forth from the silent rift. Another asked. And the intruder? The one named Holmes? The leader raised a skeletal hand. He draws near. But he is not the chosen. He is the unwarranted shadow. When the final night arrives, we shall offer him up as a redundant blade, not to kill, but for Lord Ball to gnaw upon his defiance. Holmes swallowed dryly. They didn't just know he was investigating. They saw him as part of the ritual, an element to be crushed, a symbol of their triumph. And the one they called the chosen, none other than Watson. The ceremony ended with a strange dance. The cloaked ones circled the altar, their hands raised in rhythm with a drumbeat that came from a bronze urn. No one played the drum, its sound throbbed like a heartbeat from within the earth. Holmes retreated silently from the crypt. Outside, he went straight to the small forest behind Highgate, where I was waiting. I stepped from the shadows, eyes filled with worry. Holmes removed his wig and spoke softly. They're calling something older than Egypt. Something that existed before man knew how to write, how to fear, how to beg. Its name is Balhadad, he who devours souls through the cut of the throat. And you, Watson, they chose you long ago. I shuddered. Why me? Holmes was silent for a moment, then said. Because you're the only one who carries all the memories, the fear, the witness, and the belief. Those are the catalysts. In ancient rites, someone like you is the neutral gate, neither good nor evil, simply a recorder. They need someone like that to open the passage between worlds. I clenched my fists. Can we stop them? Holmes looked toward the graveyard, now sinking once more into darkness. We have 3 days. If not, my head, then yours, will rest upon that altar. For the next 2 days, Holmes pursued every trace of those who attended the gathering. Clues led to noble bloodlines long extinct, missing scholars, mysterious businessmen who owned ancient printing presses, even excommunicated priests. Each of them had studied forbidden texts. The Breath Codex of Babylon, the Jade Scrolls of Fushi, the Black Book beneath the lake. They were not believers. They were seekers of eternal death, those who sought to merge forgotten rituals like a tailor stitching together the devil's robe. Holmes murmured. They're not looking for life. They're chasing facelessness, a state where the soul exists without form, without pain, without memory. I asked. And Balhadad? Holmes looked me in the eye. Not a god. A living symbol, one man, or perhaps a group, using that name to deify a series of mass murders. I said firmly. Then we must stop the ritual. We must reclaim control of the final page. Holmes nodded. And I knew, the final night was drawing near. Chapter 10, Watson is kidnapped. Danger does not only come from deadly traces, it also lurks in the shadows, striking when we feel safest. Holmes was deep into his investigation, steadily piecing together the threads of the Balhadad cult, when disaster struck. On a gloomy afternoon, the door of 221B Baker Street rattled. Someone had delivered a letter. Holmes opened it and could barely believe his eyes, a coarse envelope with no postmark, containing a black and white photograph developed from a negative film. The image was lifeless, yet deeply disturbing. A weathered wooden box had been opened, revealing what appeared to be the severed head of a man. The hair was disheveled, the face twisted in anguish. Holmes's hands trembled as he held it. He immediately recognized the hair, the familiar wound. It was Watson. His chest tightened, his heart pounded. But upon closer inspection, Holmes realized the incisions on the head weren't real. It was a fake, an exquisitely crafted replica. Someone was playing a cruel game of cat and mouse, taunting him with the most horrifying image imaginable. Holmes rushed to my room, where I had been immersed in analyzing ancient texts, and spoke in a voice halfway between a shout and a plea. Watson, they've already kidnapped you. This is a warning." I was silent, my head spinning. While Holmes was investigating, they had chosen me, the easier target, to force Holmes to retreat. It wasn't the first time I had been in danger, but this time was different. Holmes took out a small flashlight, inspecting every detail in the photo. The wooden box appeared to be made from high-grade ebony, rare and hard to find in London. The cuts on the fake head must have been made by a master sculptor, intended to shock and intimidate. He thought to himself, "This is more than a threat, it's a message. They want me to know I'm off track, or perhaps, being lured in." Without hesitation, Holmes grabbed his hooded coat, heavy overcoat, and long wooden cane, rushing out the door. He told me to stay put and await more information, and to contact Inspector Lestrade immediately. But deep down, Holmes's worry wasn't just for himself, it was for me, his closest companion. Where had Watson been taken? Who had kidnapped him? Was it a member of the Balhadad cult or someone else hidden in the shadows? The investigation shifted into high gear. Holmes pursued every lead, suspects who had appeared at the Highgate gathering, antique dealers, and mysterious collectors. Yet the deeper he dug, the thicker the veil of mystery became. Holmes began to suspect that the kidnapper might not be merely a cult member. There could be another force at work, using the cult as a mask for its own sinister agenda. He remembered the wooden box. It was not just a container or a hiding place for a corpse. It could be a symbol, a magical object meant to protect or seal away something. He reasoned. They think they can scare me off with this imitation, but I will never let you fall into the enemy's hands. The day darkened, and Holmes vanished into the shadowy depths of London. I, Watson, though imprisoned, could not forget the moments we had shared, memories that became my strength to endure and believe. Inside the cold chamber where I was held, I tried to focus my thoughts. I realized the kidnapper didn't only want to control Holmes, but also me, the one who could disrupt the ritual through memory, through my recordings. Time passed, but I refused to break. I recalled every detail of our cases, every encounter, every street Holmes had walked, every clue ever revealed. Then one night, in the darkness, I heard a sound. Was it someone coming to rescue me? Or a trap? Outside, Holmes had located the kidnapper's hideout, an abandoned warehouse deep in the East End docks. He crept inside, where the air was thick with tension, shallow breathing, heavy footsteps echoing faintly. Holmes knew that if he didn't act swiftly, I might become the next victim in the horrific ritual the Balhadad cult was preparing. Inside the warehouse, he found dry bloodstains on the floor. The smell of gunpowder and charred wood lingered, a sign of a recent struggle. Then, he saw me. Bound tightly but still conscious, eyes burning with unwavering resolve. The rescue was swift but tense. Holmes used his cunning and experience to outwit the guards and called in the police. I was released, exhausted, but alive. Holmes exhaled in relief. They tried to frighten me with a false image, but we didn't fall for it. I nodded, gripping his hand. We'll walk this path to the end, together. But it wasn't over. The photo had only been the opening move in a far darker game. The stakes were rising, and the price of truth might be steeper than life itself. Holmes gazed out the window, eyes as sharp as blades. Tonight, Balhadad will not only demand my head or yours. He will demand our souls. Chapter 11, The Hunt for the Twisted Anatomist. Even the sharpest intellect can be consumed by darkness if driven by a sick obsession. After the terrifying kidnapping, Holmes refused to fall into confusion or uncertainty. The clues led him to a former anatomist whose name had once shaken the London medical community years ago. This man had his medical license revoked for conducting unethical experiments on corpses and was labeled a pervert who delighted in toying with life and death. Holmes stood before the gate of an old mansion deep in the suburbs, once the secret laboratory of this doctor. The atmosphere was gloomy, with walls covered in moss and windows made of multiple layers of frosted glass, making the place feel like a prison in the heart of a bustling city. From the moment he gathered information about this doctor, Holmes knew he was facing an intellect rivaling his own, perhaps even more twisted and ruthless. This was no longer just an investigation about dismembered heads, but a battle between two genius minds, and the lives of many innocents hung in the balance. Holmes closed his eyes, inhaled the damp, musty air, then gently pushed open the old wooden door and stepped inside. The room was filled with rusty medical tools. The sharp scent of antiseptics mingled with pungent chemicals made anyone hold their breath. He approached an abandoned dissection table, on which a few handwritten notes and grotesque anatomical sketches remained. Carefully flipping through the pages, Holmes discovered a series of symbols similar to those carved on the neck bones of the victims. It was clear the doctor was directly involved in the murders, turning corpses into test subjects for horrific rituals. The scrawled notes and diagrams detailed every step of separating the head from the body, intended to free the soul, sending a chill down Holmes's spine. This was not scientific curiosity but the cunning of a man obsessed with religion, or rather, the madness of a warped mind. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. Holmes turned sharply and saw a middle-aged man with a hostile glare. The twisted anatomist stood there, cold-faced with a crooked smile that dared him to challenge everything. The confrontation began. Holmes and the old doctor exchanged words like two cunning chess players. Each question and answer was a tense psychological duel, suffocating in its intensity. The doctor claimed faith in the power of ancient rituals, that only when the soul is released can one achieve eternity. He regarded the murders as mere stepping stones for his personal ambition, proof of his greatness. Holmes countered, using logic and reason to dismantle the doctor's deranged arguments. But his opponent was stubborn, employing subtle tricks to mislead Holmes and sow confusion and fear. Meanwhile, Watson, Lestrade, and the police surrounded the mansion, ready to act on Holmes's signal. Yet Holmes knew this battle of minds had to end before any move could succeed. Holmes quietly observed the objects on the table. His eyes paused on a small box containing strands of hair and a sharp surgical knife stained with dried blood, clear signs that this was the latest crime scene. Time passed as Holmes applied his full deductive power to decode the hidden meanings behind the traces. He realized the series of murders was not just about ancient rites, but a psychological game designed to challenge the investigators. The killer did not just want to kill, he wanted to prove his intellect was superior to all others. Holmes understood this was an inevitable confrontation, a mind duel that would decide the fate of many, including Watson and himself. Finally, Holmes discovered a secret room in the mansion's basement, where the doctor carried out his most horrific experiments. In the dim light, Holmes found a dissection table stained with dried blood, leftover instruments, and numerous guilty notes. The twisted anatomist emerged from the shadows, his eyes wild yet confident. He showed no fear, only a smile, ready for the final intellectual battle. Holmes used sharp reasoning and logic to repel every argument, pushing his opponent to the brink of collapse. The confessions and evidence collected were strong enough to bring the police to act. The confrontation ended with the doctor's arrest and the dismantling of the horrific rituals. Once again, Holmes and Watson bore witness to the triumph of intellect and justice over perverse darkness. But in Holmes's mind echoed the madman's final words. Only those who understand darkness can conquer the light. Chapter 12, The House Without Echoes. Silence is sometimes not merely the absence of sound, but a place that hides deadly secrets. Holmes and I had just escaped danger when he saved me from the kidnapper's grasp, yet the mystery showed no sign of ending. New clues led us to a rarely visited suburb, where an abandoned mansion stood imposing, its strange architecture resembling a silent fortress. Locals whispered that the house once belonged to an eccentric nobleman who mysteriously disappeared years ago. What caught Holmes's attention most was the design of the interior walls, coated with a special material capable of absorbing sound, turning the entire mansion into a space without echoes, an utterly silent place regardless of how noisy it might be outside. Holmes entered the mansion with me, sensing the overwhelming aura of mystery that filled the space. Every step seemed swallowed by an eerie stillness. He used a flashlight to examine every corner carefully, his eyes following any traces that might help unlock the secret. Suddenly, the beam of light revealed a large room inside the mansion, displaying a collection that made both Holmes and me shudder. A series of skulls were arranged on wooden shelves, each labeled and organized like a grotesque art exhibit. These skulls were not only evidence linked to the cases Holmes was investigating but also proof of a twisted intellect behind them, a person who had turned victims into horrific trophies. Holmes scrutinized each skull, searching for marks on the bones, strange carvings, remnants of rituals, or symbols related to the Balhadad cult. Everything seemed connected to the chain of murders and ancient rites we were trying to unravel. He looked at me with cold eyes. The perpetrator was preparing for one final performance inside this silent house. A chill ran down my spine as I realized this was not just an inanimate location, but a sophisticated complex designed to conceal the most terrible crimes. Holmes began inspecting the wall structures, discovering several panels hiding secret compartments. Inside, we found old surgical instruments and handwritten notes full of unethical experiments. Those pages revealed the truth about a disgraced anatomist who had not only stopped at research but had committed perverse acts on victims' bodies. Each page of notes was a gruesome piece of the story, revealing the portrait of a man with great intellect yet a sick mind, willing to sacrifice others' souls to satisfy his thirst for research and power. While Holmes pondered every line, I glanced around and noticed a wall covered in ancient symbols, meticulously carved, identical to those Holmes had previously found on the victim's cervical bones. This confirmed our suspicion that the culprit was madly trying to reenact an ancient ritual, turning the silent house into a place of worship and murder. Time did not allow us to linger, as the risk of the perpetrator's return was high. Holmes decided to carefully plan a thorough search of the entire mansion, leaving no corner unchecked. Night fell, making the house even darker and heavier. Every small sound was swallowed by the special walls. The feeling of isolation engulfed us. Holmes cautiously entered a secret laboratory in the basement, where incomplete corpses and instruments were stored. The ghastly sights forced me to steel myself. However, Holmes focused only on the most important, notes and diagrams detailing the cutting of bodies combined with occult rituals, indicating the culprit was not only an anatomist but also a twisted priest of a dark cult. We knew there was still much to uncover, but every step had to be taken with utmost caution. The perpetrator may have prepared deadly traps inside this house without echoes. Holmes took out a flashlight and a small toolkit from his pocket, beginning to document and mark suspicious spots to report to the police and plan a thorough investigation. I sensed the determination and iron will in his eyes. It was the only power that could lead us out of darkness and reclaim justice. The exploration of the house without echoes opened a new chapter in the pursuit of the serial killer and the horrifying secrets behind the headless victims' deaths. Holmes was not only fighting the external foe but also confronting the ghosts of the past, a sick intellect, and the remnants of an ancient cult slowly resurrecting in the shadows. Chapter 13, The Final Game. In life, some battles of wits are not just tests of intelligence, but deadly performances between light and darkness. That night, the sky over London was grey and heavy rain fell like the city's sorrowful tears. The damp air made every sound clearer, from the wind howling through the winding alleys to the hurried footsteps of passers-by. Holmes stood in the shadows, gripping his binoculars tightly, his eyes fixed on the window of an old mansion perched on a hill, reported to be the final destination of the serial killer. Weeks of investigation had finally led here, to the place where Holmes believed the haunting chain of headless bodies would end. The mysterious pieces were coming together, and now Holmes was preparing to trap the culprit using the very clues he had left behind. Throughout the night, Holmes and I set up a sophisticated trap, coordinating with the local police to monitor every nook and cranny of the area. We knew the killer was not only intelligent but also ruthless, capable of striking at any moment. Holmes whispered to me in his characteristic hoarse voice, every detail was now under control. All we had to do was patiently wait for the murderer to reveal himself. Recalling all the clues from the beginning, I understood that the killer had deliberately left traces for Holmes from the start. The symbols carved on the bones, the anonymous letter, the secret meeting at Highgate Cemetery, and even the horrifying skull collection in the house without echoes, all were fragments of the sinister picture he wanted to construct. Then a figure emerged from the darkness, cautiously stepping into the garden before the mansion. Holmes held his breath, watching every movement. The figure wore a black coat and a wide-brimmed hat that concealed his face. At that moment, flashlights flickered from our side, and several officers burst out to surround the mansion. The figure turned in panic, but it was too late. The circle tightened, leaving no chance to escape. Holmes stepped forward, his gaze sharp and cold, recognizing the person before him, a figure no one had suspected, a once trusted companion among the elite, the mastermind behind all these horrific crimes. The betrayal sent chills down my spine. The killer was not an unknown stranger but a man of keen intellect and hidden power, skilled in manipulating everything from behind the scenes. As he was led away to the police car, Holmes explained to me and the officers the trap he had set. The symbols on the bones, the notes, and even the warning letter were all intricately designed signs to lure the murderer into the open. We also discovered that the killer had intentionally orchestrated the crimes to conceal his true motive, a dreadful plot to revive the ancient Balhadad cult, with the beheading rituals meant to free the soul. The evidence Holmes gathered shattered the long-standing web hiding the truth and unveiled dark secrets buried deep within the city's power structures. I looked at Holmes, silently admiring his perseverance and sharp insight. On that cold, rainy night, the light of justice had shone through the darkest shadows. The serial killer was caught, but the story left many reflections on the complexity of crime and the depths of human intellect. The final game had ended, yet the lessons of vigilance, caution, and faith in justice echoed on forever. Chapter 14, Case Closed, The Silence of the Skulls. In life, sometimes the greatest truths are hidden in the deepest silence. The case of the serial killer with the headless bodies had come to a close, yet unanswered questions still smoldered in both Holmes's and my mind, like wounds not yet fully healed. Although the culprit had been apprehended, the vague shadows surrounding his motives, the truths behind the rituals, and the underground network continued to haunt our thoughts. Holmes sat in his study at 221B Baker Street, the faint glow of an oil lamp casting a thoughtful light over his face. I knew that for him, every case was not merely a story with an ending but a series of profound lessons about humanity and society. In his hands was a small wooden box containing specimens collected from the crime scenes, ancient skulls once regarded as evidence of beheading rituals intended to free the soul, practiced by the old cult we had suspected. But Holmes remained uncertain whether the killer truly believed in these rites or simply exploited ancient superstitions to cloak his brutal deeds. The mixture of superstition and psychopathy painted a complex picture, one difficult to judge by ordinary means. The prolonged interrogation of the suspect revealed to us that he did not act alone. There were others behind the scenes, anonymous figures who played roles in supporting and shielding these cruel acts. Holmes emphasized that the case was just the tip of the iceberg, and the search for accomplices was still ongoing. I recalled the times I followed Holmes to mysterious locations, the midnight meetings at Highgate Cemetery, and the house without echoes with its eerie skull collection. Each place carried a chilling atmosphere, prompting me to wonder about the existence of a dark force rising above law and morality. On some nights, Holmes would sit quietly, sipping tea, his gaze distant as if peering through space and time. He said little, but I understood that his mind always circled around a profound question, whether the silence of those skulls held the true answer to the nature of humanity and evil. Under the dim light, Holmes uttered a phrase that stayed with me: in silence, sometimes we hear the most profound sounds of truth. The case was closed, but the journey of uncovering and confronting the darkness within the human soul never truly ends. Holmes and I, each in our own way, continued our lives bearing the scars of the past, yet ever ready to face new mysteries, with an unextinguished faith in justice and truth. The silence of the skulls is not an end but a reminder that some things can only be unraveled through clear-mindedness and relentless courage. Thank you for accompanying Holmes and Watson on this intense journey. Sherlock Holmes and the Case of the Giant Monster Serial Killer. Chapter 1, Murder in the Mist. Not all the mysteries of London can be explained by reason. But whenever the fog settles so thickly that one cannot see beyond an arm's length, people know that death could be lurking behind every step. Early Tuesday morning, October 17, 1891. A chilling scream pierced the air from the northern outskirts of Highgate, where locals still refer to the area as the Valley of Fog. In the dim morning light and the biting cold clinging to each stone-paved slab, the body of George Merrick, a middle-aged gardener, was found. His corpse was, quite literally, torn apart, blood spattered across the small yard in front of the ramshackle wooden cabin where he lived. His chest had been ripped open as if clawed by a savage beast, ribs shattered, and his eyes wide open in a look of hopeless terror, as though still gazing at something beyond the imagination. News spread like wildfire. People gathered outside the police cordon, whispering about a wild animal, a deranged murderer, or something worse, a monster. The situation was dire enough that Inspector Lestrade personally came to the scene with an investigative team. But when he heard the account of the sole witness, the stern look on his face turned into one of unmistakable doubt. The witness was a young boy named Oliver Grant, the son of a local carriage driver. He claimed to have seen a creature nearly 3 meters tall, hunchbacked, with shoulders as wide as an iron gate, and glowing red eyes like smoldering coals. It stood motionless in the fog for just a few seconds, but long enough to nearly send the boy collapsing in fear. Then, it vanished into the darkness as if it had never existed. Lestrade was not one to easily believe in the fantastical. Yet the strangeness of the case, and especially the deep, enormous footprints, 3 times the size of a grown man's, imprinted clearly into the hardened earth beside the body, made it impossible for him to ignore the possibility of something beyond the ordinary. After much deliberation, he decided to visit the flat on Baker Street, home to a man whose acuity surpassed even the laws of physics, Sherlock Holmes. Holmes was sitting pensively by the fireplace, his bow resting gently against the violin as he plucked a few quiet notes. The room glowed with warm light and the faint scent of Earl Grey tea hung in the air. I, John Watson, had just finished a letter to an old friend when Lestrade arrived, his coat still damp with mist and his face taut with tension. Holmes glanced at him, then rose and clasped his hands behind his back. "It doesn't seem like you've come to chat about the weather, Inspector." Lestrade placed a leather case on the table, opened it, and pulled out a few photographs and a newspaper clipping. "We've got a murder. A gardener was killed in a manner difficult to describe. The body was mangled, nearly unidentifiable if not for the identification card in his pocket. But what troubles me most are these footprints." Holmes bent down to examine the black and white photograph of the prints. His eyes narrowed. Not human. Not canine. Not equine. Far too large, and the weight pressing down exceeds normal biological limits. The ground is indented nearly 8 centimeters. Whatever made this, is either an unknown giant beast, or something entirely different. Lestrade shot a quick glance at me, then back at Holmes. "I know it sounds mad, but the witness said the creature stood nearly 3 meters tall. With red eyes. And it vanished into the mist." Holmes smiled, a smile that was neither pleased nor mocking. "I've never heard testimony so detailed and so absurd at the same time. But it is precisely that contradiction that makes this case interesting. Watson, get your coat. We have work to do." Highgate grew colder as the evening fell. The fog wrapped itself around the winding paths and hilly roads, isolating the area from the rest of London. We arrived at the scene just as darkness began to consume the sky. The victim's home was cordoned off with police tape. A few curious locals still lingered nearby. Holmes requested access to the body, by then moved to a temporary storage room in a small morgue near the church. I will spare the description of the corpse here. But suffice it to say, what we saw was enough to chill even a battle-hardened soldier like myself. Not just the deep claw marks or the torn body parts, but the eyes, still wide open, staring up at the sky, as if frozen in the moment of witnessing an unimaginable nightmare. Holmes approached the site where the body had been found, knelt, and silently examined the ground. He took out his magnifying glass and studied each trace intently. Then, he followed the series of footprints embedded into the earth, leading from the nearby woods and then seemingly back again. Strangely, there were no returning prints. As if the creature had vanished into thin air. Holmes furrowed his brow. This creature is not only tall and heavy. It moves with precision. Not like a wild animal. The steps are evenly spaced, more than a meter apart. And the rear prints are deeper than the front. That suggests a leap, or a lunge forward. We ventured into the forest, the presumed escape route of the creature. The air was thick and unnaturally quiet, so much so that the wind through the leaves sounded like a moan from the earth itself. The deeper we went, the more the cold seeped into our bones. Then Holmes stopped. "Look, Watson." On the trunk of a large oak tree were claw marks, gouged deep into the heartwood. 5 grooves, nearly 40 centimeters long. Clearly not made by a knife, and certainly not by a bear. None of which exist in England at this time. The bark was still fresh, indicating the marks were made within the last 12 hours. Holmes stood silently for a moment. His eyes no longer held their usual gleam of irony but instead were filled with complete focus. He pulled out a notepad, scribbled a few lines, and tucked it into his coat. I asked softly, "What do you think, Holmes?" He answered in a low voice. "I think, we are standing before something that has never been recorded in any book of biology, criminology, or mythology. The question is no longer who killed George Merrick. The question is, what are we facing?" As we left the forest, the fog had thickened so much we couldn't see the face of someone standing just a few steps away. A sudden gust of wind blew past, carrying with it a distant sound from somewhere in the valley. It was impossible to tell whether it was the howl of the wind, or the growl of something watching us from the shadows. I turned back for one last look. The tree shadows stretched like skeletal hands clawing at the ground. I felt as though a pair of eyes were fixed on us from afar. And I wondered, had we just awakened an ancient nightmare? Holmes walked ahead in silence. But I noticed his hand clenched tighter than usual in his coat pocket. He felt it too. And for the first time in many years, I saw doubt in the eyes of a man who believed that everything could be explained by logic. In the fog-bound streets of London, a nightmare had just begun. Chapter 2, Traces in the Night. In the darkness, what is truly terrifying is not what we can see, but the things that leave behind traces, yet have never been seen by anyone. The London night was thick with fog, like a damp curtain draped over every rooftop, every flickering gaslight. After our first trip to the crime scene of George Merrick, Holmes and I returned to Baker Street with more questions than answers. But just a few hours later, a telegram from Inspector Lestrade arrived, compelling us to return to Highgate immediately. This time, it wasn't because of another death. The night watchman at St. Mary's Church had reported seeing something strange near the forest where Holmes had paused the previous day. In the darkness, he spotted a faint streak of light passing through the woodland path, not unlike the glow of a firefly, but moving in a long, continuous trail. Holmes said just one thing upon reading the message: we must see it before sunrise. We arrived at the site at precisely 3:15 in the morning. The night was unnervingly quiet. No one was around the church except for the watchman, an elderly man with a gaunt face and a silver beard, who looked as though he hadn't slept in a week. He led us down a narrow path behind the church, through a moss-covered cemetery, to the edge of the woods where the strange light had been seen. There, under the glow of the oil lamp Holmes carried, we saw something that made even me take a step back. A long trail of blood, but not the deep crimson one would expect. It was pale blue, faintly luminescent, glowing like a soft phosphorescence in the dark. Holmes knelt down, drew a small knife, and collected a sample into a glass vial, observing it under his magnifying lens. He said nothing for several minutes. I knew that silence well. It meant he was facing something he had never encountered before. The trail snaked through the fallen leaves, winding as if something had been injured, yet still strong enough to retreat. But oddly, there were no clear footprints, neither human nor animal, on the ground. As if the wounded thing had glided over the earth instead of walking. The thought sent a chill down my spine. We continued following the blood trail in absolute silence. Eventually, we reached the side of an abandoned cottage at the forest's edge, where Holmes stopped abruptly. On the west-facing wooden wall of the house were deep claw marks, long and evenly spaced, as if a blade had slashed across it. 4 parallel gashes, each about 3 centimeters deep and nearly a meter long. The torn wood curled and warped, as though it had been ripped apart by a force of immense pressure. At the top of each mark was a dark-stained patch, where the glowing blood had dried, leaving behind blotches like the remnants of a nightmare imprinted upon reality. Holmes exhaled, his eyes no longer narrowed in curiosity, but in silent vigilance. He used his gloved hand to pick up a splintered piece of wood and held it near the lamp. The break wasn't caused by a knife. Nor an axe. This was the result of direct physical force. A single blow from something harder than iron, sharper than stone. I asked quietly, my throat suddenly dry. If not a tool, then what? Holmes replied without taking his eyes off the wood. A claw. That single word seemed to thicken the darkness around us. Even the forest appeared to hold its breath, and the wind, usually whispering through the high branches, had disappeared entirely. We returned to the church just before dawn. The night watchman, upon seeing us again, only shook his head and sighed. But what unsettled me most wasn't the glowing blood or the claw marks, it was the whispers we heard on our way back from a few nearby homes, where the townsfolk had begun speaking of a creature from hell. The first tale I heard came from an elderly woman sitting by a window, her eyes reflecting the flicker of a candle. She spoke of an ancient legend passed down in Highgate for hundreds of years, about a being known only by a name no one dared speak aloud, the Nameless One. According to her, it had once been sealed away by a group of medieval monks, buried beneath this forest, where there had once stood a monastery before it was consumed by fire. The legend said that once every century, in a year where a solar eclipse coincided with a long, unbroken fog, the seal would weaken. And if human blood were to touch the sacred earth, the creature would awaken to reclaim what was stolen, its body, and its soul. Holmes did not interrupt her, nor did he scoff. He simply listened, then jotted down several ancient place names the woman mentioned, most notably, the underground crypt where the monastery had once stood. By the time we returned to Baker Street, the sun had fully risen, but even its light could not dispel the chill that had settled in my chest. Holmes sat quietly by the window, watching the people below. He spoke slowly, without turning to me. There are 3 things that disturb me, Watson. First, the blood, it does not react to any reagent I've ever used. Second, the absence of footprints, it suggests this creature moves in a way not consistent with any skeletal or joint-based anatomy known to us. And third, and most troubling of all, the marks on the wall indicate it was testing its strength. Not attacking. Testing. I sat across from him, staring intently. You think it's learning how to kill more effectively? Holmes was silent for a moment. Then he nodded, very slightly. The following night, we received news from Lestrade. A farmer living near the forest's edge reported that his livestock pen had been torn apart. Not a single animal survived. But they hadn't been eaten. They had been cut open, examined, as if by someone with a penchant for anatomical analysis. Holmes finished reading the report, then turned to me, his voice sharp as a blade. We are no longer dealing with a mere monster, Watson. This is an entity capable of thought and purpose. Fear began to spread through the community around Highgate. Some families packed up and fled the town, taking their belongings with them. Others gathered nightly around the church, lighting candles and praying. The legend of the Nameless One suddenly became the talk of every tavern and marketplace. Holmes did not intervene. He only observed. And on the third night, he quietly visited the city archive, searching for maps from the 13th century. There, he found records of the ancient monastery, the crypt beneath it, and a vast underground tunnel network stretching beneath Highgate, once used to store forbidden books and imprison heretics over 500 years ago. Pointing to the map, Holmes spoke to me in a tone I had rarely heard from him, a mix of fascination and something close to fear. If something was sealed away, Watson, then this is where it sleeps. And if it is now waking, then it will return to where it began. I looked at the map, at the winding tunnels like veins beneath the earth. A cold sensation crept up my spine. And I understood, the most dangerous part of this nightmare was still ahead. Chapter 3: The Eyes in the Dark Forest. In every mysterious case, there is always a moment when instinct defeats reason, and sometimes, survival hinges on whether we dare to trust that feeling. When the police carriage pulled up to Baker Street at dawn on the fourth day, I was making tea, and Holmes was examining a blood sample under his microscope. Inspector Lestrade entered, not even having removed his hat, his face pale and lips slightly trembling from the cold. But his voice cut through the morning fog like a knife. "Another person is dead. Hung upside down on an old oak in the ancient forest near Harlow, 20 miles from here. The condition of the body, identical to George Merrick." Holmes looked up. No one said anything more. No one needed to. Minutes later, we were on the road out of London. The forest near Harlow was unlike any other ancient woodland. The towering trees stood close together, their bark blackened as if scorched, and the canopy so dense that even midday sunlight could only pierce through in weak rays. When we arrived, the crime scene had been cordoned off. The police stood silently like statues around a massive oak at the center of the forest. From it hung the victim's body, a middle-aged man in a hunter's coat, suspended by tendons stripped from his own wrists. I had seen my share of death in war, but I had to turn away. The body hadn't simply been killed. It had been manipulated, mocked like a grotesque plaything. His neck was broken, eyes wide open as if he had seen something unspeakable in his final moment. Holmes did not touch the corpse. He merely observed the surroundings. And then, he stopped. This time, there were footprints. We followed them. Deep, heavy, unnaturally long, as if the creature that made them was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed more than any ordinary man. But after 30 meters, Holmes came to a halt. He signaled me to stop. Beneath the dry leaves was another set of footprints. Smaller, more even, like the tracks of an average human boot. But oddly, the two sets of prints led in opposite directions. One going in, one coming out. One light, one pressing deep into the earth. And most curiously, both stopped suddenly at the same exact spot. Holmes crouched, gently using the tip of his cane to lift the soil where the two trails met. He whispered just loud enough for me to hear. "They met here." I swallowed hard, the wind whispering through the trees like unintelligible murmurs. Holmes stood, his eyes sharp and cold. This murder was more refined, better staged. The large footprints may be real. But the small ones are bait. I asked why he was so certain. Holmes didn't answer right away. Instead, he scraped a layer of earth onto his glove and held it up for me to see. In the dim light, two distinct textures were visible. One dry, one moist. The smaller prints had been made with the dry soil, laid atop the damp layer, meaning they were added afterward. Someone had reconstructed the scene, deliberately leaving conflicting clues. But why? We ventured deeper into the forest, following a very faint blood trail, nearly erased by the wind. It led us to a narrow path, opening into a less dense area of the forest where a few beams of sunlight filtered through the leaves. And it was there that I saw something that froze me to the core. For a fleeting moment, between the tree shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared. Not large, not bright like lanterns, but vivid enough to be unmistakable. They didn't move. They simply stood still, watching from afar. I froze, gripping the pistol in my coat pocket tightly. Holmes followed my gaze, but when he turned, the eyes were gone. He asked what I had seen. I wasn't sure how to describe it, only that I was absolutely certain, something was watching us. Not human. Not wild beast. It was an intelligent gaze, and fearless. Holmes didn't doubt me. Instead, he sighed, as if acknowledging a suspicion he had tried to deny. He said that wasn't the first time the eyes had appeared. I was stunned. He told me that back in Highgate, after we left the claw-marked wooden house, he had seen a shadow on the hill. When he raised his lamp, it vanished. And he had kept silent, not wanting to alarm me without proof. But now, it seemed the entity had begun to reveal itself. We returned to Harlow to inquire about the victim. The man was Benjamin Cole, a professional hunter who lived alone in a wooden cabin near the forest's edge. According to the villagers, he had bragged about seeing strange lights at night and claimed he was tracking a creature he believed to be an undocumented species. 3 days before his death, he had said something that gave many people chills. I saw it. And it saw me. Holmes didn't hide his contemplation. I knew he was trying to connect the pieces. 2 cases, 2 victims, 20 miles apart. But the killings were identical. Not done for the sake of killing quickly, but as a statement. To kill, then hang the body, as proof of power and intent. Holmes whispered to me as we left the tavern. This creature isn't just hunting. It's selecting. We returned to the forest once more as the sun was setting. Holmes's instincts told him the entity only appeared at night. We set up a temporary camp roughly 500 yards from the crime scene, hidden in a thick bush with a clear view of the path into the deep woods. I couldn't sleep. Neither could Holmes. At midnight, as the mist began to slither through the roots of the trees, a sound emerged. Faint, like wind brushing against cloth. But Holmes whispered, "Not the wind." I looked around. And then, like a chill slicing through my skin, I felt something behind me. When I turned, nothing was there. But Holmes signaled, "Silence." In the forest shadows, about 50 paces from us, the red eyes appeared again. This time, they didn't stay still. They moved, slowly, deliberately, as if fully aware that we were watching. Then they disappeared behind a tree. Holmes pulled out his pocket watch, noting the time. He muttered. Tracking the appearance, about once every 3 nights, but along a route. It has a pattern. I asked, what if it knows we're tracking it? Holmes replied, it's not hiding. It's taunting. When we left the forest the next morning, Holmes made a conclusion that left me shaken. It's not an ordinary killer. Nor merely an ancient creature. It's something that combines both. An intelligence not from our era, but also not of this world. I had never seen Holmes doubt his own reason like that. But what he said next chilled me to the bone. If it's choosing its victims, Watson, then we've already been chosen. Chapter 4, The Castle of the Madman. Sometimes, to trace the footprints of the devil, one must enter the place where reason was burned to ash long ago. When we left the Harlow forest at dawn the following day, Holmes did not return to London. Instead, he led me northward, down a different path. He offered little explanation, merely saying there was a place he had once read about in old records, and that now, it had become a crucial link in this increasingly chilling chain of mysteries. We passed through many desolate regions, moss-covered trails, and forests so silent they seemed to reject all sound. Finally, as the sun rose high in the sky, a grand, decaying structure appeared before us, still majestic in form despite the passage of time. It was a gray stone castle, lying quietly in the valley, untouched for decades. Trees had grown through shattered windows, and the weather-worn walls bore the stains of age. Yet what sent a chill down my spine was the oppressive feeling that hung over the place. As if something had once been imprisoned here, and then escaped. Holmes called this place Blackmere Castle. According to him, the last owner of Blackmere was an eccentric scientist named Dr. Aldous Finn, who had been expelled from the Royal Scientific Council at the end of the previous century for unethical experiments. No one knew whether he had died or simply vanished. It was only known that the castle had been abandoned after a strange fire, which no one ever investigated. Holmes had once come across a mention of Finn in the journal of a psychiatrist. That man is not insane, he simply lived too far ahead of his time for anyone to comprehend. We stepped inside the castle. The air was icy cold. Long corridors were thick with dust and cobwebs. The stone staircase leading to the basement was nearly collapsed. But Holmes seemed drawn downward, as if by some invisible force. After over an hour of searching, we managed to open a rusted steel door that led to the old laboratory. Inside was another world. Time seemed to have stopped. Beneath a thick layer of dust were hundreds of sketches, models, bizarre handcrafted devices, and glass jars containing tissue samples that had not completely decayed. I picked up a torn sheet of drawing paper. On it was the image of a towering creature, with a complex muscular structure, a spine exposed like jagged spikes, and eyes, glowing red. My heart froze. Holmes read aloud the scrawled note beneath it: gene modification, version number 14. Combination of human tissue, animal, X factor. I asked what the X factor was. Holmes remained silent. Then he opened several more documents, flipping through them as though searching for a missing puzzle piece. In a leather-bound notebook, he stopped. Jagged lines of handwriting appeared, like whispers from the depths of hell. Not evolution. Not hybridization. This is a leap beyond the bounds of creation. Not the making of a creature, but the redefinition of life itself. I didn't want to believe it. But the pieces, the evidence, were stacking up. These murders weren't the acts of a beast driven by instinct. This was a biological machine, programmed to hunt, to choose its targets, and to leave a message. Holmes led me to a locked steel cabinet. It took nearly half an hour to open. Inside was a model of a neural structure, completely different from human physiology. But what truly horrified me was that inside the cabinet was also a tracking logbook. Names of test subjects. Each name crossed out, except for the last one. M13, stable maintenance. Response exceeded threshold. Uncontrollable. Has escaped. Holmes closed his eyes briefly. His voice lowered. We are not facing a monster. We are pursuing a madness replicated through science. I asked him, if that were true, why had it only appeared after more than 30 years? Holmes replied that perhaps it had lain dormant, imprisoned, or wandered aimlessly in unconscious slumber. Until something awakened its old instincts, the scent of blood, a signal from familiar soil, or simply the return of a biological memory. We left the castle as the evening shadows stretched across the ground. Before departing, Holmes took a piece of the creature's anatomical sketch and the notebook. What haunted me most was not the diagrams. It was the final line, written in red ink. If it returns to the place of origin, humanity will no longer stand atop the evolutionary chain. On the journey back, Holmes said nothing. But in his eyes, I saw not his usual cold detachment, but the inner struggle of a rational man forced to accept that some things lie beyond explanation. He looked at me and spoke slowly. Watson, I am no longer certain this is a case that can be solved with logic. But I do know one thing, that creature is not a product of nature. I asked, then what must we do next? Holmes answered, "We must go to the last place Finn was known to have lived before he disappeared. A forgotten monastery in the Northmoor Mountains. Perhaps that is where it has returned." Chapter 5, The Giant Hiding in the Mist. It's not what we see in the fog that's truly frightening, but what knows we're watching and still chooses to remain hidden. Upon returning to the town of Rookmere, before we could even set foot inside the inn, a gaunt man with disheveled hair and beard rushed over and grabbed Holmes by the arm. He was trembling, from the cold, and from something far more terrifying than the chill of the Highlands. I recognized him as old Abel, the solitary shepherd who lived alone on Blakemore Hill to the west. The locals called him a madman, but none had ever seen him this frightened. Abel panted, pointing toward the mountains. It was huge. I heard a roar like splitting stone, then that massive shadow swept across the hill. Not a man. Not a beast. That thing, it's looking for something. Holmes said nothing, simply watching the old man intently. But the moment Abel finished his account, Holmes's eyes narrowed. He immediately left the inn and told me to bring the map of the Blakemore Hill region. We ascended the hill at twilight. The air was thick with fog, so dense that we had to stoop to see the ground beneath our feet. But the clues Holmes sought were not on the path. Beside Abel's hut, the grass was trampled in a strange, irregular pattern. Deep claw marks scarred the trees. And then Holmes pointed out something that made my skin crawl, the drag marks of a sheep being pulled away, but without any blood. Not a single drop. I asked. If it were a wild beast, why wouldn't it eat right there? Holmes nodded, as though I had just confirmed his own suspicion. He showed me a hastily stacked pile of stones at the edge of the forest. Beneath it were tufts of wool and a scrap of white fabric. It didn't kill to eat. It took it. A chill ran through me. Abel's seemingly mad tale now matched the physical evidence. Down to every detail. Holmes asked me. Why would a towering, powerful creature capable of tearing a man apart in an instant, take a sheep alive? I had no answer. But Holmes already had a theory. That night, at the old local watch station, we reopened the records of abandoned mines around Rookmere. One name appeared repeatedly, North Hollow Mine, sealed off 30 years ago after a mysterious collapse that left all miners missing. No bodies, no messages, only echoes from deep underground. Holmes said. Suppose M13, that modified creature, escaped long ago. It couldn't survive in the wild without being discovered. Unless, it took shelter in a place no one dares to go. The mine was the perfect refuge. Cold, deep, dark, and most importantly, isolated. I asked. Then why take the sheep? Holmes looked at me, unblinking. Not for food. But to keep. It might be, learning how to care for something. Or, waiting for a command. We approached the North Hollow site at first light. The entire area was fenced off, with cave-in warning signs posted on wooden stakes. But one section of the fence had been broken, clear signs that someone, or something, had passed through. We entered quietly. The air was thick and stale. Our lanterns cut through rotting timber supports and tunnel walls eroded by time. Holmes stopped at a narrow chamber, where a faint metallic scent lingered and a long drag mark scored the stone floor. In the center was an iron collar, bent as if by a giant's hand. From deep within, a faint rustling sound echoed. Holmes signaled to turn off the light. We held our breath. A low growl rose from the earth, not loud, but deep enough to make my heart pound wildly. We retreated and left the mine before sunrise. But Holmes took two things with him, a tuft of hair caught in a rock crevice, and an old map buried beneath the soil, marking a path to mine shaft 4, a section never listed in public records. That evening, in our room at the inn, Holmes sat in deep contemplation for a long time. I asked, "What do you make of it?" Holmes replied, I don't think it's lost. Every sign, every movement, has purpose. I pressed further. Then who is controlling it? Holmes didn't answer immediately. But when he pulled out the old anatomical sketch from Blackmere Castle and laid it beside the mine map, his eyes glinted with a sharp, cold light. It's not mad. It remembers. And if that memory is returning, then perhaps, it's finding its way back to where it was created. I was stunned into silence. Holmes added. But perhaps, it's not coming back alone. Chapter 6, The Secret Beneath the Earth. The most dangerous thing isn't the monster out there, but the doors that were never meant to be opened. We returned to North Hollow on a moonless night. This time, Holmes brought a specialized oil lantern, a wooden case containing test tubes, and a revolver carefully tucked into his coat pocket. Not a word was spoken during the entire walk from the town to the mine's edge. It wasn't out of fear, but a shared, unshakable instinct that we were about to enter a place from which no one had ever returned. Inside the mine, a chilling silence reigned. The lantern's light illuminated cold stone walls, where the scars of the last days of excavation were still etched. But deeper still, beneath the rusted beams, something entirely different awaited. Holmes discovered a steel door hidden behind a collapsed wall. The handle was smeared with fresh grease, someone had used it recently. With a set of lockpicks, he worked in complete silence, and after a few tense minutes, the door creaked open with a blood-curdling screech. Behind it was a long corridor, lined with jet-black tiles, descending into the depths with no visible end. The air here was noticeably different, colder, thicker, tinged with the scent of metal and faint chemicals. We ventured in. Every footstep echoed as if someone else were following us from behind. At the far end, the tunnel opened into a large chamber, an abandoned underground laboratory. But it was not dusty, not forgotten. Machines still hummed, slowly, wearily, like a dying mechanical organism clinging to life. On a central table stood large glass containers filled with murky golden liquid, some still bubbling faintly, proof that biological activity had not ceased. Holmes cautiously examined the test tubes, jotting down notes in his notebook. While he was observing, I noticed strange formulae on the walls. Inscribed on boards in a script unlike any scientific language I had ever seen. I was about to call out to Holmes when a rasping breath echoed in the dark. We both froze. It wasn't human, nor fully animal. The sound had rhythm, weight, and most importantly, it was getting closer. From the end of the corridor, heavy footsteps resounded. The walls trembled with each step. Holmes swiftly grabbed a vial of dark blue liquid, sealed it, and slipped it into his inner coat pocket. We extinguished the lantern and retreated into a corner of the room, holding our breath. Through the gap in the doorway, I glimpsed a massive shape, nearly twice the height of a man, shuffling forward slowly. Along its back protruded metallic spinal segments, jutting through flesh like steel vertebrae. Its eyes gave off no light, but somehow, it could see in the dark. We didn't wait for it to approach. Holmes snapped a small glass tube and hurled it against the wall on the far side of the corridor. The shattering sound echoed sharply, drawing the creature's attention. In that brief moment, we bolted from the room, racing back through the tunnel toward the surface. A guttural roar followed, harsh and primal, but we didn't stop. We sprinted through the steel door, into the main shaft, and only when natural light touched our eyes did we finally breathe deeply again. We collapsed onto the grass outside, our bodies trembling. Holmes opened his coat pocket and showed me the vial. In the pale sunlight, the liquid inside shimmered with a strange violet-gray hue. I asked, "What do you think it is?" Holmes replied, "The answer. Or at least, a piece that will lead us to the one who created that monster." I said, "It wasn't born naturally, was it?" Holmes nodded. He took out a small dropper and placed a few drops onto a testing strip. The strip turned red, then rapidly darkened to pitch black. Holmes documented the reaction, his expression more grave than ever. He said, "This substance contains a DNA sequence that matches no known organism. That means, either it belongs to a completely new species, or it's the result of deliberate genetic fusion." I looked at him. "Then who created it?" Holmes replied, "Someone who once lived in Blackmere Castle, or someone who continued his research." I asked, "And if the laboratory is still operational, then?" Holmes looked straight at me, his voice lowered. "Then the creature may not be the only one." We returned to the town late in the afternoon. Holmes sent the vial to a colleague at the Central Laboratory in London using the fastest available courier system. While waiting for a response, he spent most of his time reviewing old records, cases of the mine collapse, long-buried criminal investigations, and files on scientists expelled from the Royal Society in centuries past. One name kept recurring: Ulrich Malden. A genetic biologist once expelled from the Institute for conducting experiments on living subjects. Rumor had it he perished in a laboratory fire. But Holmes discovered, no body was ever found. He said, "Perhaps Ulrich didn't die. He simply vanished, and continued his work underground, where no one could supervise him." A chill ran through me. What we were facing was no longer a simple case. It was the consequence of corrupted knowledge, of crossing ethical boundaries without reckoning with the cost. Holmes muttered, as if reminding himself, "To hunt the monster, we must first find its father." Chapter 7: The Phantom in the Research Institute. There are things that do not belong to nature, nor to mankind. They are the result of ambition exceeding the bounds of morality, and once created, they never submit to control. After 3 days of continuous travel, Holmes and I arrived at the London Institute of Biological Research. Home to some of the brightest minds in genetic structure analysis and molecular biology. The building was nestled within a quiet campus, surrounded by rows of ancient trees and guarded by multiple layers of locked doors. Holmes handed the vial containing the creature's DNA to Dr. Frederick Lang, a leading expert and someone who had once assisted him in the case of the mutated bees back in 1885. Lang was a man of logic and composure, but after placing the sample under the electron microscope and conducting a few basic chemical reactions, his expression changed completely. Lang spoke, his voice lowered as though he had just confronted something that defied every known scientific principle. "This DNA sequence doesn't resemble any species I've ever encountered. It's a composite. A complex fusion of at least 5 different organisms, mammals, reptiles, insects, and even some genetic segments that don't appear in any known database of life." Holmes remained silent for a moment. He wasn't surprised. He was merely confirming a hypothesis he had long suspected: the creature we encountered was no legend. It was a hybrid, an engineered biological machine with a purpose. Lang requested to keep the specimen for deeper analysis. He showed us a photo of a broken genetic structure, segments of DNA unnaturally recombined, as though forced together by a technology yet to be revealed to the world. I couldn't take my eyes off the image. It gave me the impression of a creature torn apart and stitched back together by human hands, each seam carrying a haunting weight. That evening, Holmes and I were invited to stay overnight in the Institute's residential quarters. A light rain fell, and mist clung to the glass panes. Holmes remained immersed in the preliminary analysis Lang had sent him, each line an affirmation that what we were dealing with was no accident. Around midnight, while we were documenting our deductions in a journal, a knock came at the door. A pale-faced intern stood there, announcing that Dr. Lang had been found dead in the main laboratory. There were no signs of forced entry, no cries for help, and no security alarms had been triggered. We rushed to the scene. Lang lay slumped beside the gene analysis machine, eyes wide open in a frozen stare, foam still clinging to his lips, his hand tightly clutching the genetic map. There were no signs of a struggle, nothing was missing, no visible wounds. But what truly unnerved me was his expression, not merely fearful, but utterly horrified, as though he had seen something beyond the limits of human comprehension. Holmes ordered the entire lab floor to be sealed and requested an immediate review of all security footage from the previous 12 hours. But something strange emerged. All data from exactly 11:46 p.m. to 12:01 a.m. was missing, the very time Lang had been killed. It wasn't a technical fault. The data had been erased manually, either by someone inside the institute, or by something intelligent enough to do so. Holmes found the faintest clue, a droplet of clear liquid beneath the desk, stuck to the leg of the chair. He carefully collected the sample with a special pipette and sealed it in a vial. His eyes, in that moment, sharpened. He had realized something vital. I asked, "Do you think someone killed Lang?" Holmes replied, "Not someone. And not entirely an animal either." A chill crept down my spine. If it wasn't a person, there could be only one explanation: the creature had followed the trail of its own DNA. Perhaps it sensed that its existence had been discovered, and reacted, instinctively. Holmes nodded, his gaze distant. "We've touched on something it doesn't want revealed." At dawn, an independent forensics team arrived to examine Lang's body. Their initial findings sent the institute into shock: no signs of poisoning, no damage to the brain, heart, or lungs. But the level of adrenaline in Lang's blood was 12 times that of a normal person, a figure nearly beyond belief. Lang had died of cardiac arrest brought on by extreme terror. As though he had faced something that shattered his reason in a matter of seconds. Holmes stared at the report, then whispered, "It doesn't need to kill. It only needs to appear." We left the institute shortly thereafter. Holmes was silent for most of the journey. He spoke only once, as a warning. "From now on, we are no longer the hunters. It is watching us." That evening, in a shabby lodging house on the outskirts of London, Holmes laid out a map of all the incident locations, from the forest with the red eyes and hanging corpses, to the underground lab in the mine, to today's institute. Each was a point on a circle. At its center, was the Blackmere ruins, where it had all begun. Holmes said, "This creature doesn't roam aimlessly. It has a purpose. It protects the secret of its creator. And now, it knows we're breaking the circle." I asked, "What do we do now?" Holmes looked at me, eyes burning. "We go to the center. Before it finds the next victim." Chapter 8, The One Behind the Shadows. There is no monster more dangerous than a human with a superior intellect and no moral boundaries. Holmes sat motionless the entire morning, his eyes fixed on the map laced with red threads connecting the sites of death. He was no longer confronting a creature's form, but something far more terrifying, the mind behind it. I stepped in with a cup of tea, gently placing it on the table, but Holmes didn't move. He remained transfixed on the letter Dr. Lang had written before his death, the final scribbled lines found in his coat pocket. We had once assumed it was random notation, but Holmes had just deciphered it, a name. Aldrich. A name erased from all official records on biological science and genetic technology 10 years prior. An explosion at a laboratory in North Yorkshire was believed to have killed him and his entire research team. But Holmes shook his head. There was no physical evidence confirming that death. No bodies. No forensic report. And most notably, no justifiable reason to destroy all research data afterward. He pointed to an old photograph, taken at a secret scientific symposium over a decade ago. In the far right corner stood a tall man in a long black coat, gaunt-faced with deep-set eyes. No name beneath the image. But Lang had once spoken of a friend who dreamed of creating a superior being, one not bound by natural evolution. We began to trace Aldrich. The journey took us to a remote countryside in the north, where the ruins of the old laboratory perched on a cliffside now sealed off. Locals still spoke of eerie screeches at night, flickering lights in the fog, and shapeless shadows gliding across the fields. We sought out the lab's last known caretaker. Old Jasper, a former operations engineer. His mind was mostly lost to time, speaking only in fragmented, cryptic sentences. But when Holmes mentioned the name Aldrich, his gaze shifted. In a raspy voice, he muttered, "Not dead, he's not dead. The second chamber, below, still open." Then he cackled and collapsed backward, eyes wide in terror, as though strangled by the very memories that haunted him. Holmes recorded every word Jasper uttered. He began to see more clearly. Aldrich hadn't just survived, he had continued his research. And the creature was no mindless beast. It had a purpose, a discipline, because it was under control. We returned to Blackmere Castle, where Holmes had first discovered the underground lab. Beneath layers of dust and crumbling brick, he found a hidden stone mechanism behind a long-abandoned fireplace. Holmes pressed the bricks in a particular sequence. There was a soft click, and then a wall cracked open, revealing a spiral staircase descending even deeper. Down to the second sublevel Jasper had mentioned. The air below was frigid, saturated with the scent of damp rot and old metal. We swept our flashlights through narrow corridors, where rusted steel doors remained sealed. Some hung ajar, revealing the remnants of testing chambers, sketches of hybrid beings with human heads, animal torsos, and insect eyes. I looked around and felt as though we were stepping into the nightmare of a mad god. Holmes whispered, "This is no longer science. This is biological heresy." The final room at the end of the corridor opened into a cold chamber, where we discovered a secure storage cabinet. Holmes broke the lock. Inside were audio recordings, documents, and a yellowed leather journal. On its cover was a spiral symbol, the same one we had seen embedded in the gene sample. We read every word. It was Aldrich's journal. In scattered handwriting, he described the process of creating a being he called Hyperion, a creature beyond mere survival and instinct. It was composed of a multitude of powerful species, its mind programmed with artificial memories. And most frightening of all, it could learn, remember, and reason. The final page read clearly, Hyperion must never escape. Unless there is a traitor. Holmes looked up. Then someone else is involved. Someone still alive, who has released the creature into the world. Back on the surface, Holmes didn't rest. He wrote tirelessly, flipping through old reports and piecing together minute details. At last, he looked at me, his eyes blazing. "Aldrich doesn't kill. He commands Hyperion to eliminate those who come too close to the truth." I asked, "But why leave traces? Why not conceal everything completely?" Holmes replied, "Because he's not afraid. To him, the entire world is a laboratory. And we are nothing more than variables in a predetermined experiment." That night, Holmes composed a letter to the Supreme Scientific Council. The very institution that had once funded Aldrich before the explosion. He demanded a list of all individuals who had worked with Aldrich and were later reported missing or withdrew without explanation. A list was returned. One name made Holmes furrow his brow, Dr. Gregory Marlin, Aldrich's chief assistant, and formerly a specialist in artificial neural programming. Holmes circled the name and said, "If there was a traitor to Aldrich or someone who unleashed Hyperion, it's him." Rain began to fall as we left the castle. In the battered suitcase we carried were the full records, the genetic map, and Aldrich's journal. Holmes said, "We now know what it is, who made it, and why it was set loose. The only thing left is to figure out how to stop it. Because if we don't, Lang's death will be just the beginning." Chapter 9, The Memory of the Survivor. Nothing is more painful than realizing the monster we are hunting was once a human being. That afternoon, a light rain fell over London. Beneath a thin layer of mist, Holmes moved like a phantom through the narrow alleys of the city's East End, where old brick houses crowded together and every sound seemed muted. We were tracking a man, the last surviving witness who had once worked in Aldrich's laboratory, someone who might hold the most crucial missing piece. Holmes said nothing during the entire walk. His face was tense, eyes fixed on the note in his hand. The man's name was Walter G. Hensley, a technician in charge of biological data storage. According to the records, he had vanished after the explosion, leaving no trace. But Holmes had found a pharmacy receipt paid for under a false name, just a few months prior, near Whitechapel. That was the lead. We found Walter living in a third-floor boarding room. The wooden door was rotting, the air reeked of antiseptic and dampness, invading the lungs. He was not surprised to see Holmes, he merely sighed and sat down, trembling as he poured tea. Holmes didn't speak right away. He sat in silence, allowing it to fill the room. Then Walter spoke, his voice breaking. "You think it's a monster. But you're wrong. We turned a human being into that thing." The story began 10 years ago, when Aldrich led a small team into a line of unauthorized research. The goal wasn't merely to create a gene-spliced hybrid, it was to reconstruct the entire human biological system, to create a being that was immortal, both physically and mentally. The test subject wasn't an animal. Not a simulated genome. But, a boy. Walter didn't remember the child's real name. He was an orphan, lured into the lab with promises of curing a genetic illness. Aldrich had injected him with dozens of synthetic DNA strands, altered his brain structure, and forced his body to develop under strictly controlled conditions. But what no one expected was this: the experiment worked. The boy didn't die. He evolved, faster than any model had ever predicted. Holmes sat motionless, his head tilted slightly, as though threading ideas together. Walter continued. At first, he was still aware. Every day, he asked us who he was, why he was there, why his body kept changing hour by hour. But no one answered. We recorded, monitored, injected. One day, he stopped asking. And then he began to look at us as strangers. As threats. One night, the security systems were disabled. An explosion occurred. The laboratory went up in flames. Aldrich disappeared. And I hid inside a pressurized gas chamber. I survived. Holmes asked just one question. What was the child's code name? Walter answered. Hyperion. We left the room before dusk. Holmes didn't say a word during the walk back. But I noticed his hand clenched tightly, veins bulging beneath his pale skin. Back at the flat, Holmes laid out photographs of the victims on the table. Then, with a red pen, he marked the wounds that were similar, all avoided instant fatal points. There were no killing blows. Each death had resulted from prolonged pain. Holmes muttered. Not killing to eat. Not killing out of madness. This is punishment. That entire night, he buried himself in constructing a psychological profile of Hyperion, a creature forced to evolve, stripped of identity, imprisoned in darkness since childhood, then left to burn in the inferno created by those who made him. Holmes concluded. Hyperion isn't a monster. He is a victim. And now, he punishes those who turned him into what he is. I asked. But what about the innocent? Lang? The genetic analyst? Holmes replied. Lang attended a symposium on artificial gene modeling. He once opposed Aldrich. Perhaps he discovered someone was repeating the same mistakes. As for the analyst, she decoded Hyperion's DNA. Which means Hyperion knew she was uncovering his origin. I shivered. Holmes simply rose, eyes gleaming in the dark. We are no longer hunting a monster. We are tracing a trail of pain. The next day, Holmes asked me to send letters to every neurological hospital that had admitted children with genetic abnormalities more than a decade ago. The list gradually narrowed, down to 5 names. From there, he found file number 112C, a boy of unknown identity, listed as having a previously unseen genetic mutation, later transferred to a private research center, the facility that would become Aldrich's lab. The final page of the file bore one line: no relatives. No claimant. Code, Hyperion. Holmes said. If there is any humanity left in him, then the last thing he would want to know is why he was abandoned. We visited St. Roderick's Monastery, where the boy had once been raised before being taken. An elderly nun remembered, not his name, but his eyes. The eyes of a child who did not cry, did not laugh, only watched in silence. Once, when wrongly punished, the boy didn't react. He simply stood still for a long time and asked, "If I disappeared, would anyone remember me?" Holmes closed his eyes. He whispered. He doesn't kill out of hatred. He kills to be remembered. Chapter 10, The Truth in the Abandoned Asylum. In the darkness, the truth always waits for those who dare to face it. Following the mounting trail of clues, Holmes and I set out for a place no one wanted to remember, a decrepit mental asylum far from the city center. This was once the holding facility for Dr. Aldrich, after his actions were deemed insane and dangerous. But the asylum had been abandoned for years, swallowed by dust and the grim memories of those who once inhabited it. The rusted iron gate creaked dryly as Holmes pushed it open. Dim light filtered through shattered windows, casting pale streaks across the worn cement floor. The space was empty save for the echo of our footsteps and the wind whistling through the cracks. Holmes stopped in the middle of a long corridor, glancing around, his eyes sharp and cold as if piercing every hidden secret. We entered room 17, the place where Aldrich was said to have lived out his final years in seclusion. On a rotting wooden table, beneath a thick layer of dust, Holmes discovered an abandoned journal. Turning its pages, he read slowly, each line penned in fading ink but still heavy with weight. The journal revealed Aldrich's final experiments, a program to create a being known as Alpha 1. This was no ordinary gene splicing project, but an attempt to shatter every natural limit, the creation of the first organism with both superior intellect and extraordinary physical strength. Alpha 1 was not simply the monster we were hunting. It was the culmination of dark ambition, the product of a madman's desire to conquer the very essence of humanity. Holmes looked up, his eyes flashing in the gloom. He spoke, not to me, but as if to himself. This creature understands us. It knows fear, knows pain, knows hatred and desire. It is not blind in its destruction. It chooses its targets, it has a reason. We searched further through the room, finding genetic samples preserved in an old refrigerator. Each vial seemed to contain a fragment of the horrifying story. Holmes carefully packed them away for further analysis. What chilled me were the final lines in the journal. Aldrich wrote of a dark night when Alpha 1 broke free from control and attacked the lab staff. But he didn't call it a monster. He called it his child, a being capable of feeling and vengeance. Holmes calculated aloud. If Alpha 1 is choosing its targets, then the victims are not random. They were people who participated in covering up, or tried to shut down, Aldrich's project. Each murder is a piece in a meticulous plan of retribution. As we left the abandoned asylum, I noticed Holmes deep in thought, bearing a heaviness I had rarely seen in him. He said to me, "We are not merely hunting a creature. We are facing the fury and pain of someone who was betrayed. To stop this catastrophe, we must understand its soul." I knew the road ahead would be difficult. But one thing was certain, darkness does not always conceal the truth. Sometimes, it is in darkness that the truth is laid bare. Chapter 11, The Chase on a Stormy Night. Sometimes, the truth echoes most powerfully during fierce nights of rain and wind. That stormy night did more than drown out the city's sounds, it concealed the desperate screams of a creature beyond imagination. Holmes and I were in the dark room of the military command center, where soldiers intently watched screens showing images from surveillance cameras lining the weapons transport route. Then, the unthinkable happened. A giant monster, likely Alpha 1, attacked the military convoy. The shaky black and white footage clearly captured glowing red eyes, powerful swipes that blew open cargo containers, and a massive figure charging across the fog-covered road. It was the first time the public could see clearly the being who had long been a ghost in mysterious murder cases. Holmes wasted no time. He immediately coordinated with the military commander to plan a pursuit, determined not to let the creature escape. We set out, racing through rain-slicked roads under torrents of rain, headlights cutting through the gloomy night. The chase led us to the seaside cliffs, where crashing waves roared and the wind howled. The monster was surrounded, trapped with no escape. The tension was so thick it felt almost tangible. Suddenly, amid the howling wind and pouring rain, the creature cried out in a clear, resonant voice we never expected. It said it only wanted to live. Those words stirred within me a mix of fear and compassion. Perhaps the monster was not merely a killing machine, but a living being struggling with existence, pain, and the longing for freedom. Holmes looked at me, his eyes deep and contemplative. He was not facing a simple enemy, but a far greater mystery, an untold tragedy. The chase on that stormy night was not just a battle between man and monster. It was a struggle for life, for justice, and for understanding what we call humanity in a creature beyond all limits. Chapter 12: The Corruption of a Genius. When genius crosses the boundary of morality, darkness not only engulfs the world but also invades the human soul. After the chaotic chase on the seaside cliffs, Holmes and I continued to follow a faint trail leading to a secret base hidden deep inside a desolate cave, far away from the noise of the outside world. The path into the cave was dark and slippery with rainwater and moss, as if challenging anyone daring enough to step inside. Holmes moved cautiously, his eyes never leaving even the smallest details on the surrounding rock walls. We passed through narrow corridors and remnants of old laboratories, evidence of the mad scientific projects Dr. Aldrich once carried out. Suddenly, from the shadows, a deep warm voice rang out, stopping both Holmes and me in our tracks. Aldrich was still alive. He appeared before us, his face cold but his eyes shining with determination and not a trace of remorse. He solemnly explained his purpose. Not to create monsters, but to create the perfect human, a being with superior strength and extraordinary intellect, intended to serve humanity's future. According to Aldrich, he was simply ahead of his time, and the world was not yet mature enough to understand his vision. Holmes listened intently, each word from Aldrich weighing heavily on his mind like an ethical challenge. This was no longer a simple hunt, it was a confrontation with larger questions. Could a creature like Alpha 1, despite being altered, still retain its humanity? Could one forgive the corruption of a genius who lost himself in ambition? Holmes stood at a difficult crossroads, to eliminate Alpha 1 to protect human safety, or to try to prove and preserve the remaining humanity within the creature, even if that meant accepting unpredictable risks. The tense atmosphere filled the entire cave. I looked into Holmes's eyes and saw the inner struggle growing stronger. Finally, he spoke to me in a low, resolute voice that the path ahead would not only be a battle against an external enemy but also a journey to seek the deeper meaning of life and compassion. We left the cave with a new burden on our shoulders, knowing that every step in this journey could change the fate of the world. Chapter 13: The Final Choice. In the decisive moment, the truth can become as sharp as a blade, cutting through all beliefs and deceptions. As the darkness of the cave enveloped us, Alpha 1 stepped forward, not fierce, not aggressive as everyone had imagined. Instead, it wrapped itself willingly in sturdy ropes, showing clear signs of voluntary submission and urgency. No longer a mindless predator, it resembled a creature pleading for forgiveness and release from some invisible chains. Its voice rang out clearly, leaving all of us stunned. It insisted it had never wanted to kill anyone. The deaths and destruction were caused by another, Dr. Aldrich, who had used a special sonic signal to control it like a puppet. Holmes did not hesitate. He drew his gun and aimed it directly at Aldrich, who stood there with a mad smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with defiance and recklessness. The space seemed to freeze for a moment. We all felt the suffocating weight of that fateful instant. Suddenly, Aldrich pressed a trigger, emitting a sharp sound that only special beings like Alpha 1, and something even more terrifying, could hear. From the darkness at the far end of the cave, a massive figure appeared, Alpha 2, a stronger, more dangerous, and utterly unpredictable version. The presence of Alpha 2 heightened the tension to its peak. Holmes stood firm, his hand still on the gun, ready to face any situation. In his mind, the greatest question remained, how to end this game without paying the price with innocent lives. I saw the determination in Holmes's eyes, a decision that could change the fate not only of the monster but of the entire world. That night, in the cold cave, a battle awaited, not just of flesh and blood, but a war of will and morality. Chapter 14, The End of the Monster, or of the Human. When the line between monster and human blurs, the battle is not only about survival but also about the essence of one's own self. The final battle erupted deep within the cavern, where the flickering torchlight reflected off the cold stone walls. Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 faced each other, every move a fierce struggle between wild instinct and the remaining will of reason. Each strike, each dodge, revealed the complexity and tragedy of a creature no longer purely beast, yet not entirely human. Holmes stood hidden behind a large rock, intensely focused. He silently observed, searching for the chance to disable the control device Aldrich had attached to Alpha 1. That device was the key keeping the monster restrained, but also the chain that bound the remaining human soul inside. Watson supported Holmes, quietly handing him the necessary tools, eyes tense and fixed on the two gigantic beings entangled in a tempestuous clash. Suddenly, as Alpha 2 launched a decisive blow, Holmes sprang up, skillfully twisted, and severed the control signal's wire. A piercing screech echoed as Alpha 1 trembled violently, breaking free from forced control. The change was immediate and clear on its face. Instead of fury, there was a faint glimmer of consciousness and pain. Alpha 2 continued its assault, but now Alpha 1 was no longer a puppet, it was a warrior fighting for its own life and freedom. Amid the chaos, Aldrich was unexpectedly attacked by Alpha 2 itself. His death was an inevitable punishment, like a stone cast directly at the mad ambition that had sown so much suffering. Aldrich's final groans echoed through the cave, swallowed by the roaring of the two colossal creatures. After a weary struggle, Alpha 1 suddenly withdrew and approached Holmes and Watson. It stopped, eyes deep and troubled as if holding a vast sea of memories, then uttered a single sentence before disappearing into the darkness. If one day I return, remember that I once chose not to kill. Silence returned, broken only by the wind whistling through the rock crevices, carrying the sorrow and hope of a creature who once bore the name human. Holmes watched the fading silhouette, eyes heavy with reflection on the fragile boundary between good and evil, between life and destruction. We left the cave burdened with the knowledge that the story of the monster was not just a case to solve but a lesson about the very nature of humanity itself.
The Mysterious Watch. Dr. John Watson was seated in the apartment at 221B Baker Street, engrossed in a newly published medical book. That morning, London was shrouded in a thick mist, with only faint rays of sunlight struggling to pierce through the window. As usual, Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, draped in a gray overcoat, his pipe resting between his lips. His gaze was distant, staring out at the streets below, lost in deep contemplation. Suddenly, the door burst open. A nobleman with graying hair and a neatly trimmed mustache rushed into the room. His breath labored, his face pale, as if he had just encountered something terrifying. "Mr. Holmes, I need your help immediately," he exclaimed, his voice trembling. Watson quickly rose to his feet, pulling out a chair for the guest. Holmes merely tilted his head slightly, his sharp eyes scanning the man before him. "Please, have a seat, Lord Blackwood," Holmes said calmly. "Now, Tell me everything in detail." Lord Henry Blackwood stammered as he produced a small object wrapped in black velvet. With trembling hands, he unfolded the fabric. Watson stiffened. It was a gold pocket watch, intricately engraved with delicate patterns. But what made it truly disturbing was the fiery red demon eye carved at the very center of the watch's lid. It seemed almost alive, staring back at them, unblinking. Holmes took the watch, his fingers gliding over its cold metal surface. He flicked it open, revealing an engraved inscription inside. "When the clock strikes 12, death will come." Holmes frowned. Watson felt a chill creep down his spine. "I received it this morning. Inside a mysterious package left at my manor's gate," Lord Blackwood explained, his voice laden with anxiety. "I don't know who sent it, but the strangest thing is, this watch does not run normally." Holmes' gaze fell upon the clock hands. Indeed, instead of moving forward, they were ticking backward. "Have you ever received threats like this before, Lord Blackwood?" Holmes asked, his tone steady. "Never, but my ancestors. There have always been ghostly tales surrounding a cursed watch." Holmes leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Would you care to elaborate?" Lord Blackwood sighed deeply, as if recalling a dreadful memory. "In the 17th century, one of my ancestors, Judge Edward Blackwood, sentenced a certain alchemist to death. His name was Aleister Crowley, and he was accused of practicing dark magic. Before his execution, Crowley cursed my bloodline, declaring that one day, his watch would return and bring death to the Blackwood family. And now, this watch has appeared at my doorstep." Watson shuddered. A curse spanning centuries? Could it be real? Holmes, however, remained unfazed. He flipped the watch over, scrutinizing its backplate. A faint scratch mark caught his attention. "Could this be a replica?" Watson suggested. Holmes shook his head. "No, this is a genuine antique, likely from that era. But what intrigues me is, who sent it?" Holmes stood up, walking over to his desk. He retrieved a magnifying glass and a small vial of chemical solution. Carefully, he applied a drop of liquid to the watch's latch and observed. A faint purple stain appeared. "There are traces of explosives," Holmes murmured. Watson's brows furrowed. "Explosives? Some old pocket watches have been modified into timed explosive devices. This could be a trap." Lord Blackwood's face turned ashen. "Does that mean I could die at any moment?" Holmes shook his head. "Not necessarily. If someone truly wanted to kill you, why would they send a warning first? A true murderer does not announce his plans. This, I believe, is a psychological game." Holmes returned his focus to the watch, placing it gently on the table. His gaze locked onto the ever-reversing hands. Tick, tick, tick. "Someone wants you to believe that you will die when the clock strikes 12. But what truly fascinates me is, who has the skill to create such a watch?" Lord Blackwood trembled. "Mr. Holmes, if the curse is real, does that mean I will die at midnight?" Holmes smirked. "We have 12 hours to find out. Lord Blackwood, I suggest we head to your estate immediately." Watson followed Holmes, an uneasy feeling creeping into his mind. This case was not merely a cruel joke. Something dark awaited them at Blackwood Manor. The ancient curse. The carriage rumbled along the uneven road leading to Blackwood Manor, a grand yet ominous estate nestled deep within the dense forests on the outskirts of London. A thick mist blanketed the surroundings, swallowing the dim glow of the gas lamps along the road, making it seem as if the darkness itself were alive. Dr. Watson pulled his coat tighter around himself, glancing at Sherlock Holmes, who was still intently studying the mysterious watch that Lord Blackwood had brought to them. Opposite them, Lord Blackwood anxiously rubbed his hands together, his nervous demeanor betraying his attempt to appear composed. "I have never believed in tales of curses," he muttered, as if trying to convince himself. "But this watch, it truly unsettles me." Holmes remained impassive. "Fear is the greatest weapon, Lord Blackwood. Those who wish to harm you will use it against you." Lord Blackwood exhaled heavily, saying nothing more. As the carriage approached the grand iron gates of the manor, Watson couldn't shake the sense of unease creeping up his spine. The place exuded an eerie chill. The towering stone walls, darkened by time and covered in ivy, loomed over them like silent sentinels. The narrow, towering windows resembled shadowed eyes, watching their every move. A stooped old butler greeted them at the entrance, bowing slightly as they stepped down from the carriage. "My lord, you've returned," he said, his gaze flicking briefly to Holmes and Watson, curiosity flashing in his weary eyes. "This is Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson." Lord Blackwood introduced them, his voice hesitant. "They are here to investigate the watch." The butler's expression darkened for a brief moment, but he said nothing. He simply turned and led them inside. The library and the ancient book. Blackwood Manor was the very essence of Gothic architecture: long hallways, impossibly high ceilings, and portraits of ancestors that lined the corridors, their painted eyes seeming to follow every step the visitors took. Lord Blackwood led them to the library, an expansive room filled with towering bookshelves adorned with intricate carvings. Dusty tomes filled every available space, their spines weathered with age. A fire crackled softly in the grand fireplace, yet its warmth barely made a dent in the icy atmosphere of the room. Holmes scanned the space methodically, his gaze lingering on an imposing bookshelf near the far wall. "Have you ever noticed anything unusual about the books here?" he inquired. Lord Blackwood hesitated. "I'm not much of a reader, but I do recall a particular heirloom, an ancient book that has been here for generations. It sits on the top shelf. I've never touched it." Without hesitation, Holmes climbed the small wooden ladder, retrieving a thick leather-bound volume from its resting place. Its worn cover bore faded Latin inscriptions, barely legible after centuries of neglect. Carefully, he opened it, and on the very first page, an illustration greeted them: a pocket watch, identical to the one Lord Blackwood had received. Watson's eyebrows shot up. "So it's not just an ordinary item." Holmes turned the fragile pages, skimming the faded ink scrawled across the parchment. "This watch was crafted by an alchemist named Aleister Crowley in the 17th century." Holmes read aloud. "He was burned at the stake for heresy, and before his death, he cursed this watch, declaring that anyone who possessed it would die within 48 hours. Lord Blackwood turned ashen. Could it be the same watch? Watson glanced at Holmes, expecting a logical explanation. Holmes tapped his fingers against the book, deep in thought. Curses like this are often a matter of coincidence or exaggerated folklore. But someone is deliberately reviving this legend. The question is, why now? Lord Blackwood had no answer. A sudden shiver ran through him, as if a cold presence had just passed by. The mysterious knocking. That night, Holmes and Watson remained at Blackwood Manor to keep a close watch on the unfolding mystery. Despite his skepticism, Lord Blackwood couldn't hide his unease. He locked himself in his study, staring at the mysterious watch resting upon his desk, its hands still ticking backward. The hours dragged on. By midnight, the manor had fallen into a deep silence. Wind howled through the tall windows, producing a ghostly wail that echoed through the empty corridors. Then came the knock, 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 a sharp sound against the heavy wooden door of Lord Blackwood's study. He stiffened, his breath caught in his throat. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice hoarse. No answer. Knock, knock, louder this time, heart-pounding. Lord Blackwood stood up, slowly, cautiously. He approached the door, his trembling hand reaching for the latch. With a deep breath, he turned it and swung the door open, only to find nothing. The corridor beyond stretched into darkness, eerily still. Holmes and Watson arrived just then, drawn by the sound. "What happened?" Watson demanded. Lord Blackwood's voice shook. "Someone knocked, but there's no one here." Holmes remained silent for a moment, his keen gaze sweeping the floor. Then, he knelt, inspecting something barely visible on the plush red carpet. A faint footprint. Lifting a candle, he tilted it slightly, allowing the flickering light to cast deeper shadows. And at the far end of the corridor, a shadow moved. Watson gasped. "Holmes, did you see that?" Holmes nodded, his voice calm yet charged with intrigue. "We are not dealing with a mere legend. Watson." He turned to Lord Blackwood. "Return to your room and lock the door. Watson and I will handle this." Lord Blackwood, overwhelmed by fear, did not argue. Holmes motioned for Watson to follow. They trailed the faint footprints, which led toward an old spiral staircase, descending into the very depths of the manor. Holmes cast Watson a knowing glance. "Perhaps the curse is nothing more than a smokescreen. Watson, what truly interests me is who is trying to make it real. With that, they carefully descended into the darkness, where secrets lay waiting to be unearthed. The first death. The morning at Blackwood Manor began with a piercing scream. Dr. Watson bolted upright, instantly reaching for his revolver before rushing out of his room. The long, chilling hallway was bathed in the dim light filtering through the stained glass windows, casting eerie colors over the portraits of Blackwood's ancestors. At the doorway of the library, Holmes was already standing, completely alert, his sharp eyes colder than ever. Inside, a horrifying scene awaited them. A house servant lay motionless on the red velvet carpet, his eyes wide open in terror, staring blankly at the ceiling. His neck bore deep bruises, the distinct marks of a thin cord pulled tight. The flesh darkened from suffocation. But what was most unsettling? In the servant's rigid hand, a crumpled note was clenched tightly. Holmes took it and read the single, ominous sentence written upon it. "Time has begun. The investigation begins." Watson knelt beside the lifeless body, pressing his fingers against the man's cold wrist before shaking his head. "He has been dead for at least 5 to 6 hours. Did no one hear anything?" The elderly butler, the same man who had greeted them last night, stood trembling at the doorway, his face pale as death. "No, sir, everything was quiet last night. I locked the library doors at 10 o'clock, and this morning when I opened them." His voice failed him, and he clapped a hand over his mouth as if about to retch. Holmes crouched beside the body, examining every detail. "There are no signs of struggle," he observed. "The victim did not resist. He may have been knocked unconscious before being strangled." Reaching into his coat pocket, Holmes retrieved a magnifying glass and inspected the cord around the man's bruised neck. The rope is exceptionally thin, possibly a violin string or a watch chain. Then Holmes froze. His gaze flickered toward the cursed watch, resting ominously on the nearby library table. Watson followed his line of sight and frowned. "You think it's connected?" Holmes remained silent for a moment before murmuring, "We assumed the watch was merely a psychological weapon, a tool for intimidation. But now, someone is dead, and this case is beginning to feel like something far more sinister than an old curse." The killer's trace. Holmes stood, his gaze sweeping the library once more. His sharp eyes landed on a bookshelf near the fireplace, where an unusual gap stood between the dusty books. "Has anyone removed a book from here recently?" The butler shook his head. Holmes reached for a nearby book, flipping through its brittle pages. A thin slip of aged paper fluttered to the ground. Holmes picked it up and unfolded it, revealing a hurriedly scrawled message. "The watch does not merely measure time. It marks fate." Watson furrowed his brows. "What does that mean?" Holmes didn't respond immediately. Instead, he held the paper up to the light, examining the ink. This was written by an old hand, likely by one of Blackwood's ancestors. But why hide such a note? Lord Blackwood, who had just entered the library, shuddered. Could it be a warning? Holmes turned to face him, his expression grave. "I do not believe in curses, Lord Blackwood, but I do believe in murder. If someone is using this legend to kill, we need to find them before there's another victim." The first suspects. Stepping out into the grand hallway, Holmes knelt on the thick carpet, studying the faint imprints of footprints, barely visible under the morning light. The marks trailed from the library to the staircase leading to the basement. Holmes straightened. "Does anyone in the household have access to the library at night?" The butler shook his head. "Only myself, Lord Blackwood, and the late servant, but he is dead." Watson grimaced. "Then who killed him?" Holmes did not answer. He followed the footprints down the staircase, where the musty scent of damp wood and dust grew stronger. The basement was dark, the air stale and heavy. Holmes struck a match, lighting a small oil lamp. The dim glow flickered over antique furniture, forgotten trunks, and shelves filled with old relics. But then, Watson noticed a curtain draped carelessly over something large. With a quick glance at Holmes, he reached forward and pulled it aside. Beneath it was an ornate chest. Holmes knelt down and slowly lifted the lid. Inside were leather-bound books, fragile documents, and something that made Watson's breath catch in his throat. A golden pocket watch, identical to the cursed watch in the library. Lord Blackwood's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible. There was only ever one watch. How can there be another?" Holmes picked up the second watch. Clicking it open, inside the lid, an engraved message sent chills down Watson's spine. "Your time is up. The murderer's plan." Holmes studied the watch, turning it carefully in his hands. "Lord Blackwood, are you certain that your ancestor only owned one watch?" Blackwood hesitated, his face pale. I don't know. I was never told of another." Holmes traced his finger over the metal casing, stopping at a small, raised bump near the hinge. With a precise press, a hidden compartment clicked open. Inside was a folded note. Holmes unfolded it, his expression darkening. A list of names, and next to each name, a date. Holmes turned to Watson. "Do you see what I see?" Watson scanned the list, his stomach tightening. "These dates," he murmured. "They match the deaths of several Blackwood family members." Holmes nodded grimly. "I believe we have just uncovered the key to this case." He turned to Lord Blackwood, his voice steady yet grave. "Your ancestors did not possess just one watch. They had two. One may have been a mere symbol, but the other was a ledger of death." Lord Blackwood staggered backward, his breath shaky. "You mean, someone is killing based on a predetermined list?" Holmes glanced at the list once more, and his gaze landed on the last name. The final date was yet to arrive, and the name beside it was Lord Blackwood himself. Watson instinctively tightened his grip on his revolver. "Holmes, what do we do?" Holmes closed the watch, his eyes gleaming with sharp determination. "We set a trap, Watson, and we catch our killer. The phantom in the night." Blackwood Manor was swallowed by darkness, with only the dim flicker of oil lamps casting weak pools of light along the long, chilling hallways. Holmes and Watson had decided to stay awake through the night, determined to monitor every movement within the manor. After the mysterious death of the servant, the tension in the house had thickened, weighing heavily upon every occupant. Lord Blackwood, despite his attempts to appear calm, could not hide the fear in his eyes. "If you feel unsafe, stay inside your study and lock the door," Holmes instructed. "We will ensure that no one gets to you." Lord Blackwood nodded silently before retreating into his study. Holmes and Watson then took up their positions. Holmes stood in the shadows near the library, while Watson positioned himself at the far end of the hallway. Pistol in hand, every nerve on edge, the clock struck midnight. A faint click echoed through the silence. Watson held his breath, his eyes locked onto the corridor ahead. A shadow flitted past, its movement unnervingly smooth, as if gliding rather than walking. Holmes lunged forward instantly, but as he reached the spot where the figure had passed, only an icy draft brushed against his face. At the far end of the hallway, a window stood wide open, its thick curtains billowing wildly in the wind. Watson rushed up beside Holmes, his gun raised. "Holmes, did you see that?" Holmes did not respond immediately. His sharp gaze swept over the hallway, scanning for any trace of the intruder. There were no footsteps, no rustling fabric, no sounds of hurried retreat. Only an eerie stillness. Then Watson's eyes flickered to the library, and he went still. "Holmes, look!" The cursed watch had moved. Just minutes ago, Holmes had placed it on the bookshelf. Now, it sat in the center of the library table, as if someone had deliberately set it there. Holmes approached the table slowly. His eyes traced every surface, every shadow. There were no signs of disturbance, no footprints leading to the table, nothing to explain how the watch had moved. Watson exhaled, his breath unsteady. "Holmes, could the curse be real?" Holmes remained silent. His sharp gaze was locked onto the watch, dissecting every minute detail. Everything looked the same. The gold casing, the intricate engravings, the sinister crimson eye carved into the lid. The second hand still ticked backward, defying time itself. But something was different. Holmes slowly opened the watch's lid. A small folded note lay inside. Holmes picked it up and unfolded it. The message was simple. "Do not look for me. You cannot catch death." Watson felt a chill creep down his spine. "Holmes, someone is toying with us." Holmes gave a small, mirthless smile. "Not toying, Watson. This is psychological warfare. Someone wants us to believe a supernatural force is at play." Watson scowled. "Then who moved the watch?" Holmes ran his fingers lightly along the edge of the table, then lowered himself to the floor, carefully inspecting the wooden surface. After a moment, he straightened, his expression turning to one of amusement and intrigue. We are dealing with a remarkably clever individual. Watson. Watson blinked. What did you find? Holmes gestured toward the library table. There is a fine layer of dust on this table. Yet, the very spot where the watch now sits is completely clean. Watson's eyes widened. Which means the watch was moved very recently. And I would wager it was done through some hidden mechanism rather than by hand. Holmes lifted his gaze to the ceiling, then walked along the edges of the room, his fingers grazing the wooden panels. He stopped by the bookshelf. He knocked gently on the wood. A hollow sound echoed back. Watson's jaw tightened. There's a hidden space behind the shelf? Holmes nodded. I suspect there is a mechanism within these walls, one designed to manipulate objects from a distance. We are not merely facing a murderer, Watson. We are dealing with someone who possesses an intricate knowledge of mechanics. Reaching into his coat, Holmes withdrew a small pocket knife, carefully prying open a sliver of the wooden panel. After a few minutes of delicate maneuvering, a concealed compartment was revealed. Inside, thin wires stretched back into the darkness behind the wall, vanishing into unseen passageways. Watson stared at the intricate web of pulleys and strings. So they moved the watch using this system? Holmes gave a rare smile. Precisely. This is not some ghostly occurrence. This is stagecraft. A well-planned illusion. The puppet master. Holmes straightened, his expression sharpening. Now that we have disproved the supernatural theory, one question remains. Who is behind all this? Watson clenched his jaw. It must be someone within the manor, someone with access to these rooms and knowledge of the estate's structure. Holmes nodded. Exactly. And I have a strong suspicion that the answer has been right under our noses the entire time. Without another word, he strode toward the hallway. Come, Watson, we have a phantom to unmask. Watson followed swiftly, a sense of unease still lingering in his mind. They had proven that this was no curse. But who lurked in the shadows, pulling the strings, orchestrating this deadly game? And more importantly, would they strike again? A dark history. After the strange events of the previous night, Holmes made the decision to delve deeper into the history of the Blackwood family. He was certain that the answer to this case did not lie in supernatural forces or curses, but rather in the dark past of this lineage. The following morning, London was cloaked in a dense fog, shrouding Blackwood Manor in an eerie, gray stillness. Holmes and Watson sat in the library, surrounded by a pile of old books, journals, and historical documents retrieved from the family archives. Holmes opened a heavy, leather-bound book, its worn edges and yellowed pages bearing the marks of centuries past. This is the diary of Judge Edward Blackwood, Holmes murmured, flipping through the pages carefully. Watson leaned in, his eyes scanning the neatly penned words. Some passages were violently crossed out, while others were written in a shaky, distressed script, as if the author had been deeply agitated. Then Holmes halted at a particular name. Aleister Crowley. His lips curled slightly. We have a connection, Watson. Watson peered at the diary. His curiosity piqued. The crimes of Judge Blackwood. The faded ink revealed a trial from the late 17th century. Judge Edward Blackwood, a man notorious for his ruthlessness and harsh judgments, was the one who had sentenced Aleister Crowley to death, branding him a heretic and a practitioner of dark magic. Holmes read aloud. He was found in a chamber covered in strange symbols, carved deep into the walls. The villagers claimed he had summoned the devil himself and created a cursed object, a watch that defied time, ticking backward. When I demanded its purpose, he merely laughed and said, "You will know when the time comes." Before he was led to the stake, he turned to face me. His eyes filled not with fear, but with certainty. He whispered, "When the clock turns against time, blood will spill. They say he died in the fire. But I do not believe it. There was something about him that unsettled me." Watson exhaled slowly, an uneasy chill creeping down his spine. "Holmes, this is the origin of the curse." Holmes drummed his fingers against the aged parchment. "Not a curse, Watson, but a vendetta. Ghosts of the past." Closing the diary, Holmes sat back, his eyes distant in thought. "From what we've gathered, Aleister Crowley was no ordinary man. He may have crafted the legend of the cursed watch himself, to instill fear, to plant the seeds of superstition." Watson shook his head. "But Crowley has been dead for 300 years. How can he possibly be connected to what's happening now?" Holmes's smile was faint. Not Crowley himself, but his descendants. Lord Blackwood, who had been silent until now, visibly paled. "Are you saying someone is seeking revenge against my family?" Holmes nodded. "Exactly. Someone is reviving the so-called curse to make you believe that a supernatural force is at play. This person killed your servant, manipulated the watch, and orchestrated eerie phenomena, all to break you down with fear." Watson frowned. "But why now? If this was about revenge, why not act sooner?" Holmes tapped his chin in thought. Perhaps they were waiting for the perfect moment. Or, something happened recently that forced them to act. His gaze turned to Lord Blackwood. "Have you met anyone who might be connected to the Crowley lineage?" Lord Blackwood hesitated. Then his expression shifted. "Wait, there was one man." Holmes's eyes sharpened. "Who?" "A man named Jonathan Crowley. He visited me 3 months ago, claiming to be a descendant of Aleister Crowley. He wanted to purchase some artifacts from my estate, including the watch." Holmes's smile turned into something sharper. "Then we have our suspect." Watson's expression hardened. "And when he failed to obtain the watch, he resorted to other means. The hunt for the Avenger." Holmes immediately set to work. He had Lord Blackwood describe Jonathan Crowley in detail, a man in his mid-30s. Tall and gaunt, with deep-set eyes and a faint scar on his left cheek. A telegram was sent to Scotland Yard, requesting information on Jonathan Crowley. A few hours later, a response arrived. Jonathan Crowley, mechanical engineer and alchemy researcher, previously involved in various historical studies, left London 2 months ago. But there are rumors he has recently returned. Holmes's eyes gleamed. He has knowledge of alchemy, expertise in mechanics, enough to create hidden contraptions within the manor. If he truly is behind this, we will find his trail. Setting the trap, Holmes devised a plan. He instructed Lord Blackwood to spread the word that he would be leaving the manor that evening, leaving the cursed watch in the library. If my instincts are correct, Jonathan Crowley will not be able to resist such an opportunity. Watson studied Holmes's face. "Are you sure you will take the bait?" Holmes smirked. "Not only will he take it, he will expose himself in the process." The night of reckoning. That night, Blackwood Manor lay in eerie silence. Holmes, Watson, and a team of undercover officers hid strategically around the library. The windows were left slightly open, the dim oil lamp casting shadows, creating the illusion that the manor was deserted. 1 a.m. A figure slipped into the library. He moved like a phantom, his footsteps barely making a sound. He approached the watch. His fingers reached for it. Crash! The lamps flared to life. Holmes and Watson sprang forward, followed by 2 officers. The intruder jerked back, spinning to flee, but Holmes was faster. He cut off his escape, slamming him against the wall. Jonathan Crowley snarled, "You cannot stop fate." Holmes's grip tightened. "I am not stopping fate. I am stopping a murderer." The confession. Under Holmes's relentless interrogation, Jonathan Crowley finally broke. He confessed his plan for vengeance. He had wanted Lord Blackwood to believe in the curse, to drive him into paranoia, to watch him crumble under fear. He had used hidden mechanisms within the manor to stage ghostly occurrences, reinforcing the illusion of supernatural forces at play. But he had underestimated Sherlock Holmes. Holmes turned to Watson, his smirk triumphant. "Watson, I believe our case is closed." Watson let out a breath of relief. Yet, a question still lingered in his mind. Had they truly ended the curse, or had they merely delayed the inevitable? The second victim. Blackwood Manor had barely begun to settle after the capture of Jonathan Crowley when another tragedy struck. Just 1 day after Crowley's arrest, at the break of dawn, a piercing scream echoed through the grand hallways of the manor. Holmes and Watson rushed out of their rooms. Following the sound, at the office of Lord Blackwood, the heavy wooden door stood wide open, and right in the center of the room, a man lay lifeless on the floor, his neck tightly bound by a thin cord. A new murder. Watson dropped to his knees, pressing his fingers against the man's cold wrist. His expression darkened. "He's dead." Lord Blackwood trembled, gripping the edge of his desk for support. His face had turned an ashen white as he stared at the man sprawled across the floor. That's Charles Winston, my personal lawyer." Holmes knelt beside the motionless body. his sharp gaze meticulously scanning every detail. The marks around Winston's throat were eerily similar to the previous murder. But one thing caught his attention: the victim's clenched fist. Holmes carefully pried open the stiff fingers, revealing a crumpled slip of paper. The message sent a chill through the room. "You cannot escape." Lord Blackwood staggered back, his voice shaking. "Dear God, it's not over?" But Jonathan Crowley was already caught. Watson stood frozen. "Holmes, does this mean?" Holmes remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "We've overlooked something. Either Jonathan Crowley wasn't working alone, or we've arrested the wrong man." Strange clues. Holmes conducted a thorough examination of the body. He lifted the victim's collar, spotting a small scratch on the skin, as if someone had attempted to stab him with a sharp object before resorting to strangulation. He turned his attention to the thin cord around Winston's neck, inspecting it closely. "Watson, examine the cord carefully. See if there's anything unusual." Watson used a pair of tweezers to lift the cord, his brow furrowing as he noticed something peculiar. "Holmes, there's a fine layer of gray dust on it." Holmes's eyes sharpened. "Sawdust." Watson glanced around, but there's no sawdust anywhere in this room. Holmes's expression darkened, which means the cord was taken from somewhere else, likely a workshop or a storage area filled with wooden objects. Lord Blackwood, still visibly shaken, spoke with hesitation. "There is an old storage room in the basement. It has been locked for years." Holmes immediately rose. "Then we need to see it. Now." The secret basement. Lord Blackwood led them down the stone stairway into the manor's lowest levels. They stopped in front of a large wooden door, secured with a rusted lock that hadn't been touched in ages. Holmes requested one of the servants to fetch tools to break the lock. As the door creaked open, a wave of cold, musty air spilled out from the darkness beyond. Inside lay a vast chamber, filled with wooden crates, old furniture, and dust-covered paintings. Holmes took an oil lamp, stepping carefully through the room. His eyes scanned every corner, every shadow, until the dim glow of the lantern settled on something disturbed. A wooden chest, recently tampered with, sat against the far wall. Holmes crouched beside it. When he lifted the lid, Watson and Lord Blackwood gasped. Inside, they found a black outfit, designed for stealth. A leather mask, the kind an assassin might wear to conceal their identity. Watson's stomach twisted. "Holmes, the killer has been hiding inside this very manor all along." Holmes's jaw tightened. "And I believe he's still here. WHO is pulling the strings?" Holmes decided to re-examine every suspect, this time with a new perspective. Jonathan Crowley had been arrested, yet another murder occurred. This meant either he had an accomplice, or he was innocent all along. The manor's servants, none had a criminal record. Except for one, the elderly butler, who had been in service for over 30 years. Lord Blackwood, the primary target of the supposed curse. But why were those closest to him being murdered first? Holmes turned to Lord Blackwood, his voice serious. "Have you ever heard of any other living descendants of Aleister Crowley?" Lord Blackwood shook his head. "No, aside from Jonathan Crowley. I've never heard of any others." Holmes tapped his fingers against the desk. "Then something doesn't add up. If Jonathan Crowley was behind this, how could he have orchestrated a second murder while locked away in a cell?" Then, Holmes froze. A realization dawned upon him. He turned to Watson, his voice low but sharp. "Watson, if this so-called curse is a revenge plot, then it must have been set in motion long before these murders began." Watson frowned. "What are you suggesting?" Holmes narrowed his eyes. "If someone wished to destroy the Blackwood family, they wouldn't simply show up and start killing. They would need time. Time to earn trust. Time to remain close, long enough that no one would suspect them." He turned back to Lord Blackwood. "How long has your butler worked here?" Lord Blackwood stiffened. "Over 30 years." Holmes's eyes burned with realization. "And was he here the entire time the murders took place?" Lord Blackwood's face drained of color. "Mr. Holmes, are you saying?" Holmes turned to Watson, his voice firm. "We need to find him. Now." The truth unveiled. They rushed to the butler's quarters, but they were too late. The room was empty. The bed was unmade. The window flung open, curtains billowing in the cold wind. On the wooden desk, a single note was left behind. "The curse is not over." Holmes gritted his teeth. "He's gone." Watson shook his head. "But who is he? How did he live here for decades without suspicion?" Holmes exhaled slowly. "He is the most patient killer I have ever encountered. He waited 30 years to execute his revenge." Lord Blackwood shuddered, gripping the doorframe for support. "He's still out there, isn't he?" Holmes's eyes drifted toward the cursed watch, still ticking backward on the desk. Then, he turned to Watson, his voice quiet but resolute. "No, Watson. The game has only just begun. The clue in the numbers." The cursed watch still sat ominously on the library table inside Blackwood Manor. Its second hand continued to tick backward, each movement echoing eerily in the oppressive silence. Holmes stood before it, arms crossed, his sharp eyes locked onto the watch's surface. Watson and Lord Blackwood sat nearby, watching in silence, unwilling to disturb the tense atmosphere. Finally, Holmes spoke. "Watson, have you noticed that this watch doesn't stop at random times? It pauses at specific moments." Watson frowned. "What do you mean?" Holmes pulled out his notebook and pen, his gaze still fixed on the watch. "Pay attention. Every time we've seen this watch mysteriously move, it hasn't been random. It has always stopped at certain numbers." He jotted down the recorded times when the watch had halted throughout the case. 23:06, 12:17, 5:02, 18:09. Holmes tapped the pen against the table, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Do these numbers mean anything to you?" Lord Blackwood leaned in, staring at the list. "Aren't they just random hours when the watch stopped?" Holmes shook his head. "No, they are not random at all." With a single motion, he drew a slash between the numbers, transforming them into dates. 23:06, 12:17, 05:02, 18:09. Watson's eyes widened. "Holmes, these aren't just numbers. They're birth dates." Holmes smiled. "Exactly. These are the birth dates of people connected to the case." "Lord Blackwood, what was the birth date of Charles Winston, your lawyer who was just murdered?" Lord Blackwood's face drained of color. "June 23rd, Watson quickly scanned the list. "And the first victim, the servant, his birth date was February 5th. Holmes's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. "This watch is not just some cursed artifact. It is a tool, part of a meticulously crafted plan. The killer has a predetermined list of victims, and the watch serves as a warning, stopping at their birth dates before they are murdered." Lord Blackwood shuddered. "Then, does that mean if we can predict the next number, we can identify the next victim?" Holmes nodded. "Precisely. Deciphering the death list." Holmes sat down, his expression focused. "So far, 3 victims, but we have one remaining date, 1809. Watson turned to Lord Blackwood. "Do you know anyone born on September 18th? Lord Blackwood shook his head, flipping through an old genealogical record. As he scanned the pages, his hands began to tremble. "Dear God." Watson leaned forward. "Who is it?" Lord Blackwood's voice wavered. "It's me." Silence gripped the room. Holmes's lips curled slightly. "So now we finally see the full picture." Watson turned to Holmes, his voice urgent. "Holmes, if this pattern is correct, then Lord Blackwood is the next victim." Holmes sighed. "Yes, and if the killer succeeds, everyone will believe this was an inevitable curse." Lord Blackwood sprang to his feet, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. "Holmes, you must save me. I cannot die like this." Holmes raised a hand, signaling him to remain calm. "I will not let you die, Lord Blackwood, but I need your cooperation." Lord Blackwood swallowed hard. "What do you need me to do?" Holmes's eyes gleamed. "We are going to set a trap. But first, I need one final clue. Hunting the killer." Holmes closely examined the watch, using a magnifying glass to scrutinize its mechanical components. "I suspect this watch has been tampered with." He turned to Watson. "Do you remember when we found it in the basement? It wasn't working." Watson nodded. "Yes, but then it suddenly started ticking backward." Holmes smirked. "Exactly. The killer activated it at the precise moment. But they made one small mistake." Watson frowned. "What mistake?" Holmes lifted the watch, tapping lightly on its casing. A click sounded. The backplate popped open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a tiny folded note. Holmes unfolded it, his eyes flicking over the words. Then, he chuckled softly. "Watson, we have our answer." Watson and Lord Blackwood both stared at him. "Who is the murderer? Holmes?" Holmes held up the note. His voice firm. "The only person who could have known all these birth dates. The one with the time and access to manipulate the watch, to create the illusion of a supernatural curse. The one who has been here all along. Yet no one suspected." Lord Blackwood shuddered. "Who?" Holmes locked eyes with him before speaking deliberately. "A member of your household. Someone who has disguised themselves as a loyal servant, but has actually spent years waiting for revenge." Watson stiffened. "No, it can't be. Him?" Holmes nodded. "The old butler. He was never just a butler. He is the true descendant of Aleister Crowley, the man who swore vengeance against your family. He has orchestrated this entire affair from the shadows." Lord Blackwood's mouth fell open. "But, he escaped." Holmes nodded. "Which is why we must find him before he kills again." Turning the game around, Watson clenched his fists. "What's our next move, Holmes?" Holmes gazed at the cursed watch, then turned to Lord Blackwood. "We turn this game on its head. If he thinks time is on his side, we will make him believe that he is the one running out of time." Lord Blackwood's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. "And you're certain we'll succeed?" Holmes's eyes glinted with certainty. "I have never lost a game of strategy, Lord Blackwood, and I do not intend to start now." The hunt for Crowley. The early morning fog draped over London like a ghostly shroud. A cold, oppressive air settled over Blackwood Manor, as if foretelling an imminent reckoning. Holmes, Watson, and a team of Scotland Yard officers were ready. Their objective: find Jonathan Crowley, the prime suspect in the series of murders. From the clues Holmes had uncovered, the watch, the list of victims, and the traces left in Blackwood Manor, they had identified a possible hideout. An abandoned house on the outskirts of London, once owned by the Crowley family. The haunted house. The carriage halted before a crumbling, two-story building, nearly swallowed by the thick, suffocating mist. Its charred brick walls were blackened with soot, its shattered windows gaping like empty sockets. Thick vines clawed at the walls, resembling the twisted fingers of some unseen force. Holmes stepped down, his keen gaze scanning the building's structure. "Jonathan Crowley lived here for a time, but I suspect this place holds more than just his past." Watson tightened his grip on his revolver. "Do you think he's still inside?" Holmes smirked. "We're about to find out." He gestured for the officers to surround the premises, blocking any escape routes. Then, with Watson beside him, he climbed the stone steps and pushed open the door. The rotting wood groaned in protest, revealing a long, dimly lit hallway thick with the stench of damp decay. The walls peeled, the wooden floor creaked beneath their steps. Holmes strode into the parlor, his sharp gaze sweeping over the disarrayed books and scattered papers. Among them, a pile of ancient alchemical texts and handwritten notes covered in cryptic symbols. Holmes picked up a page, his lips curling in satisfaction. He has been studying the history of the watch and the Blackwood family extensively. Watson lifted a separate crumpled note, his face paling. "Holmes, these are the birth dates of the murdered Blackwood family members." Holmes nodded. He planned this for years. "But there's still one place I want to check, the basement. The secret chamber below." They found a heavy wooden door leading to the cellar. Holmes pushed it open, and a chill rose from the darkness below. An old, rickety staircase led down into absolute blackness. Holmes lifted a lantern, illuminating the hidden depths. The sight before them made Watson's blood run cold. At the center of the underground chamber stood a twisted shrine. A large portrait dominated the room, not of Jonathan Crowley, but of his ancestor, Aleister Crowley, the alchemist who had been burned alive centuries ago by the Blackwood family. Surrounding it were rows of faded portraits, each depicting generations of Blackwoods. Some of them had been defaced with crimson X's. Watson swallowed hard. "Holmes, this isn't just murder. This is a vendetta spanning generations." Holmes examined the room with methodical precision. Jonathan Crowley grew up with this legend. He turned it into his life's purpose. But there's something he didn't anticipate. Watson frowned. "What?" Holmes approached the shrine, picking up an old leather-bound journal. As he flipped it open, the first page revealed a chilling entry, written in the shaky handwriting of a child. "One day, I will bring justice to my family. The Blackwoods will pay." Watson stared in shock. He was indoctrinated from childhood. Holmes nodded. Someone filled his head with this belief. Someone taught him that his existence was meant for revenge. He flipped through more pages, stopping abruptly. And I think we're about to find out who. The true mastermind. Holmes's eyes glinted with revelation. Watson, look at this. Watson leaned in, reading the handwritten text Holmes pointed to. Never forget, the blood of Crowley still flows through me. One day, I will bring him back. Holmes smirked. Jonathan Crowley was not acting alone. Watson's breath hitched. There's another accomplice? Holmes nodded. The one who raised him. The one who taught him hate. The one who helped orchestrate this revenge for years. Watson clenched his fists. Who? Holmes exhaled through his nose, his smirk sharpening. The old butler of Blackwood Manor. Watson froze. That's impossible. He served the Blackwood family for over 30 years. Holmes's gaze was unwavering. That doesn't mean he was loyal. If he was a true descendant of Crowley, he had decades to wait, to prepare, to infiltrate the family. Watson shuddered. He used his position to manipulate everything from within, to execute his revenge at the perfect moment. Holmes nodded. And now, we must find him before he has a chance to strike again. Trapping the final enemy. Holmes and Watson rushed back to Blackwood Manor. When they arrived, the butler was gone. His quarters were empty, the bed unmade, the window flung open, the night breeze stirring the curtains. Holmes scanned the room and picked up a discarded note. The message made his expression darken. When the clock turns against time, blood will spill, but not mine. Watson inhaled sharply. He's not done yet. Holmes straightened. No, Watson. He still has one final target. Watson stiffened. Lord Blackwood. Holmes nodded grimly. And he will strike tonight. The final confrontation. With police officers stationed around Blackwood Manor, Holmes and Watson braced for the inevitable attack. At midnight, a shadow moved through the hallways. Silent, calculated, merciless. It slipped into Lord Blackwood's chamber, a dagger glinting in the dim candlelight. But as the figure crept closer to the bed, a calm voice shattered the silence. I've been waiting for you. The room flooded with light. Holmes stood in the center of the room, his pistol aimed directly at the intruder. The old butler, the last living Crowley, snarled in fury. But before he could react, Scotland Yard officers stormed in, their weapons trained on him. Holmes smiled coldly. The game is over, Crowley. The deadly game. After discovering that the old butler was the true mastermind, Holmes had no intention of chasing shadows. Instead, he decided to set a trap, one that would force the killer to reveal himself. Holmes sat deep in thought inside the library of Blackwood Manor, his mind racing through every possible scenario. Watson stood nearby, his expression troubled. Holmes, he's escaped. He's patient and cunning. How can we be sure he'll walk into our trap? Holmes smirked. Watson, this man is not just a murderer. He's a fanatic. He believes in his own prophecy. And that belief will be his downfall. He pulled out a sheet of paper and began writing. To Jonathan Crowley, if you wish to end this, meet me at St. Bartholomew's Cemetery at midnight. Lord Henry Blackwood. Holmes handed the letter to Watson. We'll spread rumors among the servants that Lord Blackwood has fallen into despair and is ready to negotiate. Crowley won't be able to resist. Watson hesitated. But St. Bartholomew's Cemetery, that's where his ancestor was burned alive. Holmes nodded. And that's where he believes destiny will be fulfilled. A night in the graveyard. Midnight. A thick fog blanketed St. Bartholomew's Cemetery, wrapping around the tombstones like ghostly fingers. Tall, skeletal trees loomed in the darkness, their twisted branches casting eerie shadows over the moss-covered graves. Holmes, Watson, and Inspector Lestrade had arrived hours earlier, positioning Scotland Yard officers at key points around the cemetery. A dim oil lantern flickered atop a weathered tombstone, the exact spot mentioned in the forged letter. Then, footsteps. Soft, steady, measured. A figure emerged from the swirling mist. He moved like a phantom, as if this place belonged to him. Holmes watched from the shadows. Jonathan Crowley, the killer in the dark, had arrived. Draped in a long black coat, his hat pulled low, he carried a quiet, unsettling presence, but his eyes gleamed, burning with an unnatural fervor. He stopped in front of the lantern, scanning his surroundings, waiting, Holmes counted the seconds. Then, light flooded the graveyard. Crowley froze. The trap had been sprung. But instead of panic, he smiled. "I knew you'd come, Holmes." His voice was a whisper, a curse, a prophecy. "You cannot stop fate." Holmes remained silent, studying every move, every flicker of expression. Crowley's lips curled. "The watch has already shown the path. The Blackwoods cannot escape." Holmes responded, his voice calm but firm. "Not fate, Crowley. You orchestrated everything." At that moment, boots pounded against the ground. From every direction, Lestrade and his officers stormed the cemetery. Crowley stiffened, realizing, too late, he had walked straight into the trap. He stepped back, eyes darting left and right, searching for an escape. But there was none. Two officers lunged forward, grabbing his arms before he could reach for a weapon. He thrashed violently, his voice twisting into a feral snarl. "No, you cannot stop this. The blood of Crowley will not be extinguished." Holmes stepped closer, locking eyes with him. "You spent years designing the perfect crime, turning murders into a legend, manipulating your victims into believing they were doomed. But you forgot one thing." Crowley's teeth clenched. "What?" Holmes's voice was like steel. "Fate is not written. It is crafted by men like you, and destroyed by men like me." Lestrade signaled to his men. Chains clinked. Crowley howled in fury as the iron cuffs snapped around his wrists. His screams echoed through the fog, his body jerking violently against the officers. "You cannot stop this. It is not over. You will see." Then, silence. The night swallowed his words, leaving behind only the sound of the wind through the graves. The end of the curse? Holmes and Watson stood in the empty graveyard. Watson sighed. "So, it's over?" Holmes gazed at the sky. "Perhaps, but a man like Crowley will never accept defeat. He spent his entire life believing he was chosen to deliver vengeance." Watson followed his gaze, watching as the officers dragged Crowley away. "You think he's still hiding something?" Holmes smirked. "I don't believe in curses, Watson, but I do believe in murderers." And what Crowley said, "You will see," was not just a desperate threat. Watson shivered. "You think he had another plan?" Holmes slowly nodded. "Perhaps, but if he does, he made one mistake." Watson raised a brow. "What mistake?" Holmes's eyes glinted. "He let me see the real him." Watson let out a slow breath. But deep inside, a lingering unease remained. Holmes looked down at the cursed watch in his hand. The second hand had stopped moving. No longer counting backward, Holmes slowly closed the lid. At last, the game is over. But somewhere, deep in the recesses of his mind, he knew that another darkness could still be waiting. Decoding the watch. With Jonathan Crowley behind bars, the oppressive weight of the curse hanging over Blackwood Manor had begun to dissipate. But for Sherlock Holmes, the case was not yet over. Seated alone in the library, he stared at the cursed pocket watch, the centerpiece of all the horrors that had unfolded. Watson entered, carrying a cup of hot tea, but his eyes remained fixed on Holmes. "Holmes, are you certain there's more to uncover? Crowley has been arrested. He confessed to everything." Holmes didn't look up. Instead, he slowly flipped open the watch, the dim candlelight reflecting off the sinister red eye carved into the lid. "Watson, have you ever seen a watch that runs perfectly, in reverse?" Watson frowned. "I assumed it was part of the curse, or at the very least, a psychological trick by Crowley." Holmes nodded, his gaze never leaving the intricate design. "And that is precisely what I intend to verify." He retrieved a small screwdriver and carefully removed the back casing of the watch. Beneath the golden exterior, a complex network of gears and mechanisms was revealed. Watson leaned in, his brows knitting together. Among the gears, he noticed something unusual, a tiny secondary mechanism, separate from the usual clockwork. "Holmes, what is this?" A flicker of excitement crossed Holmes's face. "A hidden timer. Watson, this is not a cursed artifact. This is a device built to inspire fear. The secret timer mechanism." Holmes examined the watch through a magnifying glass. Behind the main gear, a delicate metal component could be adjusted by turning a concealed dial. "Watson, think back to all the times this watch mysteriously stopped or moved." Watson flipped through their case notes. It always stopped at times that matched the birth dates of the victims, and then started running in reverse after they died. Holmes smiled. "Now, What happens if I adjust this? He used the screwdriver's tip to shift the hidden dial. The second hand abruptly froze. Then, it began spinning backward at an accelerated pace. Watson's eyes widened. My God, you've activated it? Holmes smirked. No, Watson. I've simply exposed the truth. This watch was modified. Someone, Crowley, or an accomplice, altered its mechanism, allowing it to stop and reverse at pre-programmed intervals. Watson sat back, realization dawning. So the fear we witnessed wasn't supernatural at all? It was a carefully orchestrated trick? Holmes nodded. Exactly. Now imagine this. Every time the watch stops, someone dies. If you were next on the list, would you not start believing the curse was real? Watson shuddered. It's psychological warfare. Holmes leaned forward, his eyes gleaming, and Crowley played it masterfully. How Crowley manipulated his victims. Holmes continued examining the watch and noticed something even more peculiar, a tiny, near-invisible sound mechanism built into the case. He turned to Watson, his voice tinged with curiosity. Do you recall the strange ticking noises that the victims heard before their deaths? Watson nodded. Yes, Lord Blackwood mentioned hearing an eerie ticking at night, as if the watch was counting down his final moments. Holmes let out a soft chuckle. That was no coincidence. This watch contains a low-frequency sound emitter. It was programmed to create an unsettling, rhythmic ticking in complete silence. It wasn't random, it was designed to heighten fear. Watson felt a cold chill creep up his spine. The victims, they didn't just die. They were driven to madness first, terrified by the thought that they couldn't escape their fate. Holmes snapped the watch shut. And that, Watson, is the deadliest weapon of all, fear itself. WHO built the watch? A thought struck Watson. Holmes, if this watch isn't some ancient cursed relic, but rather a sophisticated machine, who built it? Holmes considered the question, flipping through historical records related to the Blackwood family. I believe the original watch once belonged to Aleister Crowley, the alchemist executed by the Blackwoods. But Jonathan Crowley found a way to modify it, turning it into a murder weapon. Watson nodded. So he exploited the fear of the curse, and used the watch to enact his revenge. Holmes tapped his finger against a different page. Not just that, before we arrested him, I looked into Jonathan Crowley's past. Did you know, he once apprenticed under a master watchmaker in Paris? A man renowned for crafting hidden compartments and secret mechanisms. Watson's mouth fell open. So this wasn't just a relic of the past, it was a custom-made killing machine. Holmes's expression hardened, and Crowley wielded it like an artist, crafting an illusion so powerful that even the victims believed their deaths were inevitable. Closing the game, Holmes set the watch down on the table, his piercing gaze fixed on it. The game is over. There was never a curse, only a murderer, a modified watch, and victims who succumbed to their own terror. Watson exhaled deeply. What do you think Lord Blackwood will say when he learns this was all a deception? Holmes chuckled softly. Perhaps he'll be relieved, or perhaps he'll realize that there is no greater horror than the power of human fear. He looked down at the watch one last time. The second hand had stopped moving entirely. Holmes gently closed the lid, tapping a finger against the golden case. Then, in a quiet voice, he murmured, "Fate is not dictated by time, it is shaped by the hands that turn it." The confession. Inside the dimly lit interrogation room of Scotland Yard, Jonathan Crowley sat on a cold wooden chair, his hands tightly bound in iron cuffs. Despite facing the certainty of execution, his expression remained eerily calm, not a flicker of fear in his eyes. Holmes sat across from him, his piercing gaze unyielding. Watson stood nearby, his fists clenched, struggling to come to terms with everything that had transpired. Inspector Lestrade stood near the door, arms crossed, his face tense with silent anticipation. Holmes finally broke the silence. "So, your game is over." Crowley tilted his head slightly, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "Is it, Holmes? I don't think so." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "You've been caught. Your plan has been unraveled. What else is there to say?" Crowley inhaled slowly, then shrugged. "You want to know why I did it, don't you?" Holmes remained silent, waiting. Crowley's smirk faded, replaced by a deep, simmering hatred. "They murdered my ancestor." Watson frowned. "You mean, Aleister Crowley?" Crowley nodded. "Yes, but he wasn't a monster. He wasn't the devil they claimed him to be. He was a scholar, a man of science, a seeker of truth. His smile twisted, his voice laced with venom. And they condemned him for it. They burned him alive like an animal in the public square while the crowd cheered. His dark eyes glistened with fury. Do you know the worst part, Holmes? Holmes remained still. Crowley whispered, his voice sharp as a blade. He didn't die immediately. He screamed. He begged for mercy. But no one listened. Watson swallowed hard, turning his gaze away. Crowley let out a bitter chuckle. And before the flames consumed him, he made a vow that the Blackwood bloodline would pay. I was simply the one to fulfill that promise. The master of deception. Holmes's expression remained impassive. So you never believed in the curse. You only used it as a tool. Crowley chuckled softly. Curses are for fools, Holmes. I don't believe in spirits or fate. But I believe in human fear. Holmes nodded. And you used the watch to spread that fear. Crowley smirked. A little psychology, a little engineering, and they destroyed themselves. I didn't even have to lift a hand most of the time. Holmes leaned forward slightly. What about the butler, the old servant in Blackwood Manor? Who was he to you? For the first time, a flicker of something crossed Crowley's face. Then, he grinned. Ah, you really are sharp. Holmes, he was no ordinary butler. He lowered his voice, as if revealing a sacred secret. He was my uncle. Watson stiffened. What? Crowley nodded, amused by their reaction. He infiltrated the Blackwood family over 30 years ago, waiting for me to be ready. He helped me with everything. His smirk faded slightly, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. It's just a shame you found out so soon. Holmes's voice remained steady. And the watch? Was it truly Aleister Crowley's? Crowley's gaze darkened. The watch is real. It was the only thing left of him after the execution. His lips curled into a sinister grin. But I was the one who turned it into a weapon. Watson shivered. You manipulated innocent people. Crowley, you killed them with their own fear. Crowley raised an eyebrow. Innocent? There was no innocence in the Blackwood family. Watson, they thrived on the suffering of my bloodline. His voice was cold as steel. I was merely the hand of justice. Holmes delivers his verdict. Holmes crossed his arms. You are no justice. Crowley, you are just another murderer. Crowley's smile returned, but this time, it did not reach his eyes. Holmes stood, his gaze piercing through him. You thought you controlled the fate of the Blackwood family. But in the end, fate caught up to you instead. Lestrade signaled for the officers to take Crowley away. As they pulled him to his feet, he turned back, his eyes gleaming with defiance. Do you truly believe this is over, Holmes? Holmes said nothing. Crowley smirked. The blood of Crowley does not end with me. One day, someone else will finish what I started. Holmes met his gaze unflinchingly. If that day comes, I will be waiting. Crowley let out a low chuckle. Then until we meet again, Sherlock Holmes. His laughter echoed through the halls as the officers dragged him away. A final warning. Watson exhaled deeply, turning to Holmes. Do you think he was telling the truth? Holmes slowly sat back down, his expression thoughtful. Men like Crowley are never alone. If there is another who wishes to take his place. A slow smile crept onto his lips. Then I will be there to stop them. The final word. A cold London morning, shrouded in thick fog, cast a gray veil over the cobbled streets. Newspapers were filled with sensational headlines about the trial of Jonathan Crowley. The killer in the shadows sentenced to death. Crowley's game ends, a legend or a curse? Sherlock Holmes sat quietly in his apartment at 221B Baker Street. Newspapers spread before him, though his gaze seemed far away. Watson entered, removing his coat and hat, then turned toward Holmes. You won. Holmes did not look up. He simply smirked. A single battle. Watson, but has the war truly ended? Watson frowned. Crowley has been sentenced. The curse has been debunked. What else is troubling you? Holmes was silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Fear, Watson. The haunting of Lord Blackwood. Though Lord Henry Blackwood had survived, he was no longer the man he once was. Blackwood Manor, once a symbol of wealth and power, had become a hollow shell. Servants left one by one, some out of fear, others simply unable to endure the oppressive silence that now loomed over the estate. Once a strong, commanding presence, Lord Blackwood had withered into a ghost of himself. Watson received a letter from him, containing only one chilling sentence. "I cannot sleep. I hear the ticking every night." Holmes read it, then sighed and shook his head. "You see, Watson, death does not need Crowley. It has already taken root in Blackwood's mind." Watson shuddered. "Do you think he'll ever be free of it?" Holmes remained wordless, but his eyes betrayed doubt. A man can survive the most terrible things, Watson, but sometimes, what's inside his own mind is what truly kills him. The final return of the watch. One evening, a small parcel arrived at 221B Baker Street. Watson opened the package, and a chill ran down his spine. Inside lay the cursed watch. It no longer ticked in reverse, yet its mere presence carried an unsettling weight. Accompanying it was a brief note from Lord Blackwood. "I do not wish to keep it any longer. If it is truly cursed, then better it rest in the hands of someone who can control it." Watson turned to Holmes. "What will you do with it?" Holmes picked up the watch, tilting it under the dim candlelight, its golden surface gleaming. "I don't believe it will be a problem anymore." Watson hesitated. "Will you destroy it?" Holmes shook his head. "No, Watson. It does not deserve to be destroyed. It is merely an object. The true horror was never within the watch, but in what people believed about it." He placed the watch into a drawer, locking it shut. "But it's best that no one ever uses it again." The truth about fear. That night, Holmes and Watson sat by the fireplace, each with a glass of brandy in hand. Yet the case still lingered in Watson's thoughts. "Holmes, there's something I still don't understand." Holmes glanced at him. "Go on, Watson." Watson took a deep breath. If the watch was never truly cursed, and Crowley merely manipulated the victims into believing it was, then why did they actually die? Holmes smiled faintly, but there was gravity behind it. "Because, Watson, fear is the greatest weapon of all." Watson furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Holmes set his glass down, his eyes gleaming with sharp intellect. "When a man believes he will die, death comes for him much sooner." Watson contemplated this for a moment. Holmes continued, "Have you ever heard the story of the blindfolded prisoners, Watson? The ones told they would be executed with a single cut to the throat?" Watson nodded. "Yes. And when the executioner merely ran a dull blade across their skin. Many still collapsed, and some even died." Holmes gave a knowing nod. "They died not from injury, but from their own fear. Their bodies surrendered to what their minds believed was inevitable." Watson swallowed. "So you're saying, Crowley's victims didn't just die from his hands. They died from their own belief that they were doomed?" Holmes took a slow sip of his drink. "Exactly. Crowley didn't just kill them with a knife or poison. He killed them with fear. He made them believe they could not escape. Their minds broke. Their bodies followed." Watson felt a chill creep over him. "Then, does that mean that even now, with Crowley gone, those who survived might still be trapped in his influence?" Holmes nodded solemnly. "The curse was never real, Watson, but the obsession with it still lingers." The room fell silent. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows along the walls of 221B Baker Street. Yet even in the warm glow of the hearth, something unspoken remained. Watson took a sip of his brandy, then let out a deep sigh. "And what about you, Holmes? Do you believe in curses?" Holmes let out a soft chuckle. "I believe in logic, Watson, but like every man, I also know one thing." He stood, retrieving the watch from the drawer, turning it over one last time in his hands. Then, he locked it away once more. Just because something isn't real, doesn't mean it can't kill. The end of a legend. The final resting place of the watch. On a drizzly afternoon, Scotland Yard completed the final procedures to store the cursed watch in the evidence archive. Holmes and Watson stood outside, watching as two officers carefully placed the sealed wooden box into a special compartment, reserved for high-profile case evidence. Inspector Lestrade locked the steel vault, then turned to Holmes. "Are you sure we should keep that thing, Holmes? It seems to have caused more than enough trouble already." Holmes crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on the cold iron door. "It is nothing but an object. Lestrade, if we were to fear it, should we not also fear every knife and pistol stored in this building?" Lestrade exhaled, rubbing his chin. "Perhaps you're right, but I'll sleep better knowing that no one can ever lay their hands on it again." Holmes smirked faintly. "That is the only way to end a legend, by ensuring no one has the chance to believe in it anymore." Watson watched as the box was locked away, then let out a long sigh. "So that's it, then." Holmes said nothing more. He simply turned on his heel, his coat billowing slightly as he walked away. Watson followed close behind. Lord Blackwood leaves London. 2 days later, Holmes and Watson arrived at Paddington Station, where Lord Blackwood was preparing to leave London. A row of large trunks stood neatly beside the first-class carriage. Lord Blackwood, visibly thinner and paler than when Holmes first met him, stepped onto the platform. His hollow eyes carried an exhaustion that could not be hidden. Holmes studied him for a moment before speaking. "So, you're truly leaving?" Lord Blackwood sighed deeply. "Yes, I can no longer live in that house. Holmes, Blackwood Manor has become a prison of memories." Watson's voice was gentle. "But it's all over now." Lord Blackwood shook his head slowly. "No, Dr. Watson, what you and Holmes did was uncover the conspiracy, not erase what has already happened. Every time I close my eyes, I still hear the ticking. I still feel the watch watching me." Holmes met his gaze. "That is not the watch, Lord Blackwood. That is your mind." Lord Blackwood let out a hollow chuckle. "Perhaps, but regardless, I cannot stay in London." He turned, looking at the steam engine, its white smoke billowing like a signal of departure and oblivion. "I'm going to Scotland. There's an estate in the Highlands I've considered for some time. A place with no past, no curses, and no damned watches." Holmes gave a small nod. "Perhaps that is for the best." The train whistle echoed across the platform. Lord Blackwood clasped Watson's hand tightly, then turned to Holmes. "Thank you, Holmes, not for saving me, but for freeing me from a legend." Holmes only nodded, saying nothing more. Lord Blackwood stepped onto the train. As the carriage doors closed, he did not look back at London. The final question. As they walked back toward 221B Baker Street, Watson walked a step slower, lost in thought. Holmes noticed but said nothing, waiting. Finally, Watson spoke. "Holmes, I have a question." Holmes turned his head slightly. "Ask away, Watson." Watson took a deep breath. "Do you believe in curses?" Holmes let out a soft chuckle. But his answer was not immediate. He walked a few more paces before responding. "I believe only in what can be explained." Watson. Watson pondered this for a moment. "And what if there was something you couldn't explain?" Holmes glanced up at the gray London sky, then gave a faint smirk. "Then I would find a way to explain it." Watson chuckled. "I expected nothing less." Holmes simply smiled, saying nothing. The two continued walking, their silhouettes blending into the bustling streets. The case of the cursed watch had come to an end. But London was never without mysteries. New cases would arise, new riddles would unfold, and Sherlock Holmes would always stand at the edge of light and shadow, ready to unravel the impossible. Has the mystery truly ended? A mysterious package. A week after Jonathan Crowley's case had come to an end, life at 221B Baker Street seemed to have returned to its usual rhythm. Holmes spent most of his time with his pipe and research, while Watson resumed his medical work, trying to put the cursed watch out of his mind. However, one morning, as Watson sipped his tea and read the newspaper, a knock sounded at the door. Holmes, lounging in his chair, picked up a package wrapped in brown paper and handed it to Watson with a calm expression. "Watson, you have a parcel." Watson frowned, lowering his newspaper as he took the package. No sender's name, no postmark. A sense of unease washed over him. Carefully, he unwrapped the paper. The moment his eyes fell upon the object inside, his breath caught in his throat. The cursed watch. It lay there, unchanged, cold, and eerily familiar. For a moment, Watson felt frozen in place. This can't be." His voice came out hoarse. Holmes immediately leaned forward, his sharp gaze locked onto the watch. Beside it, there was a small folded note. Holmes picked it up and read aloud. "Time is not over." Watson felt his heartbeat quicken. "Holmes, what does this mean? That watch was sealed in Scotland Yard's evidence locker. How could it possibly be here?" Holmes slowly picked up the watch, turning it over in his hands. It looked identical to before, the gold casing, the crimson demon eye engraved on the lid, and the second hand still ticking backward. He set it down on the table, crossing his arms as his keen eyes examined it. "There are two possibilities." Watson swallowed hard. "Go on." Holmes raised one finger. "First, Someone stole the real watch from Scotland Yard and sent it to us." He raised a second finger. "Second, this is not the real watch." Watson frowned. "What do you mean?" Holmes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he retrieved his magnifying glass, carefully inspecting every intricate detail of the watch. After a moment, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. "It seems the second possibility is correct." Watson narrowed his eyes. "What did you find?" Holmes slid the watch across the table toward him. "Look closely. Watson, do you notice anything different?" Watson leaned in, carefully examining the watch. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but then, as he focused, he spotted it, the engraving on the demon's eye. "It's slightly different from the original." Holmes nodded. "Precisely. This is not the cursed watch. It is a replica." Watson let out a breath, relieved yet still uneasy. "But why would someone create a replica and send it to us?" Holmes lifted the note again, reading the words once more. "Time is not over." Tapping his fingers on the table, he fell into deep thought. There are two possibilities. One, someone is trying to frighten us, to make us believe the curse is still at play. Watson clenched his fists. And the second possibility? Holmes's voice turned graver. Someone is trying to remind us that the case is not truly over. A chill ran down Watson's spine. "Do you think there's another player involved?" Holmes was silent for a long moment before exhaling. "I cannot say for certain. But one thing is clear. Crowley could not have sent this parcel from prison." Watson stared at the watch. "Then that means someone else is still out there." Holmes nodded. "And they want us to know it." "A theft at Scotland Yard?" The next day, Holmes and Watson arrived at Scotland Yard. Inspector Lestrade was visibly stunned when Holmes mentioned the watch. "That's impossible. The watch is still in our evidence vault." Holmes folded his arms. "Then let's check." Lestrade, though skeptical, led them down to the evidence storage. The vault was located deep within the basement, a secured room where some of London's most infamous case artifacts were kept. Lestrade retrieved a set of keys, unlocking the sealed compartment where the watch was stored. Inside, the wooden box remained exactly where it had been placed. But when Lestrade opened the lid, it was empty. For a few seconds, no one spoke. A cold dread settled over Watson. Lestrade paled. This can't be happening. Someone stole it?" Holmes crouched beside the box, carefully inspecting the lock, running his fingers along the edge of the wood. He lifted a tiny fragment of wax that had been left behind. Someone picked this lock with great skill and used wax to reseal it, making it seem untouched. Lestrade gritted his teeth. "How in bloody hell did this happen under our noses?" Holmes straightened, his gaze sharp. It had to be someone with unrestricted access to this vault, someone who wouldn't raise suspicion. Watson's expression darkened. "You mean, someone inside Scotland Yard?" Holmes didn't answer immediately, but his eyes burned with a familiar intensity. "It seems, Watson, the game is not truly over yet." A shadow in the dark. That evening, Watson found himself unable to sleep. He sat at his desk, staring at the replica watch resting on the table in their flat. Outside the window, London's gas lamps cast golden glows upon the damp streets. Yet a deep unease loomed over him. Holmes sat nearby, gazing out the window, his pipe releasing thin spirals of smoke. Watson turned to him. "What are you thinking, Holmes?" Holmes did not turn, his voice low and deliberate. "I'm thinking that perhaps we never truly won." Watson's pulse quickened. "What do you mean?" Holmes finally looked at him, his gaze deep and calculating. "If someone has stolen the real watch, it means they still have a plan." Watson clenched his fists. "Then what do we do now?" A faint smirk appeared on Holmes's lips. "We wait, Watson, because whoever they are, they will make their move soon. The case is finally closed. The final piece of the puzzle." London remained shrouded in thick fog as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson descended the stone steps leading into Scotland Yard. For the past 3 days, after discovering that the cursed watch had been stolen from the evidence vault, Holmes had been relentlessly tracking the thief. And now, they had their answer. Inside the interrogation room, a middle-aged man sat motionless on a wooden chair. It was Inspector Graves, a seasoned officer of Scotland Yard who had served for nearly 2 decades. Holmes stood in front of him, his piercing gaze unwavering. "Graves, you stole the watch, didn't you?" Graves remained silent, his face tense. Watson clenched his fists. "You were working with Crowley from the beginning, weren't you?" Finally, Graves exhaled deeply, lifting his head to meet Holmes' eyes. "No, I wasn't working with him. But I did take the watch." Holmes folded his arms. "Why?" Graves let out a dry chuckle. "Because I don't believe this story is truly over." Watson frowned. "You think the curse is real?" Graves shook his head. "No, but I know that some things never die. You can capture Crowley, but someone else will come along to continue this story. I wanted to end it my way." Holmes nodded slightly. "By doing what? By stealing the watch and sending a replica to Watson to create new chaos?" Graves smirked. "I wanted to see how you would react. Holmes, you always place such faith in reason. But I wanted to know, was there anything in this world that could make you doubt your own beliefs?" Watson's anger flared. "You only made things worse." Graves shook his head. "No, Dr. Watson, I made Holmes question everything. And now? Are you certain there isn't another figure out there, preparing to take Crowley's place?" Holmes stared at Graves for several moments. Then, he laughed softly. "I see." Watson turned to Holmes, confused. "See what?" Holmes walked to the table, where the real watch was now resting. He picked it up, examining it carefully. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. "It means we've won." Graves raised an eyebrow. Holmes placed the watch back on the table and looked straight at him. "Because you're wrong, Graves. There is no one left to continue this story. Crowley has been captured, and his mind games have been exposed. What remains now are only weak men, still clinging to the fear he created." Watson nodded in understanding. "Fear spreads easily, but if no one believes in it, it fades away." Holmes smiled. "Precisely, Watson. And now, we have put an end to this legend, once and for all." The final closure. The next day, the cursed watch was returned to Scotland Yard's evidence vault, this time with tighter security. Inspector Graves was formally charged with tampering with evidence and was dismissed from the police force. As for Lord Blackwood, he left London and never returned. And the cursed watch, at long last, became nothing more than an ordinary artifact, its legend fading into obscurity. The final conversation. One peaceful afternoon at 221B Baker Street, Holmes and Watson sat by the fireplace, sipping glasses of red wine. Watson glanced at Holmes, smiling slightly. "Do you think we'll ever encounter another case like this?" Holmes shrugged. "Watson, crime never truly ends, but every case tells its own story, revealing a new mystery to be solved." He raised his glass, a knowing smirk on his lips. "So, let us simply await the next adventure."
Sherlock Holmes and the Mystery of the Man Who Did Not Exist. Chapter 1: The Unexpected Invitation. Some cases begin with a dead body. Some begin with an accusation. But this strange case began with a question: how can a man die if he never existed? A thick grey fog blanketed London that morning. The clinking of knives and forks against fine porcelain echoed in the warm sitting room of 221B Baker Street, where I, Dr. John Watson, was enjoying a late breakfast while reading the Times. As usual, Holmes stood by the window, pipe in hand, his keen eyes watching the hurried crowd below. The quiet was broken when Mrs. Hudson entered, carrying an ivory-colored envelope, which she placed on the table. "A letter for you, Mr. Holmes." I glanced at it. It bore none of the elaborate seals of the aristocracy or government. In fact, there was no sender's name at all. Holmes picked up the envelope, raising an eyebrow. An anonymous letter? He tore it open and pulled out the note inside. There was only a single line, but it made the entire room feel heavy. "A man has died, but he never existed. Help me, Mr. Holmes." Holmes remained silent for a few seconds, his eyes locked onto the words as if analyzing every stroke of ink. Then, he looked up, a glint of excitement mixed with challenge in his gaze. "Watson, do you notice anything unusual?" I set my newspaper down, frowning. That is indeed a puzzling statement. A man has died, but never existed? If he never existed, how could he have died? Precisely. Holmes chuckled, tossing the letter onto the table. A perfect paradox. And paradoxes always stimulate my intellect. He walked over to his desk, examining the paper carefully. Watson, do you notice anything about the handwriting? I picked up the note for a closer look. The handwriting was elegant, with a clear contrast between thick and thin strokes, evidence of someone well educated. But what struck me the most was, this is a woman's handwriting. Holmes nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Not only that, but she writes with a light pressure, suggesting a cautious, reserved personality. However, there is something strange. He held the paper up to the light, his brows furrowing. The ink has been dry for quite some time. This letter was not written this morning, it was likely prepared in advance. The question is, why send it now? Holmes lit his pipe, pacing the room. A man has died, but never existed. That could mean three things. He once existed but was erased from all records. He lived under a false identity. He never officially existed on any documentation. I frowned. If it's the third possibility, that means, this person had no birth certificate, no papers, and no one officially knew he existed. Exactly. And that makes this case special. A man who never existed, yet someone is asking us to investigate his death. Holmes held the letter up to eye level, deep in thought, then suddenly turned to me. We must find out who sent this letter. And if I am not mistaken, tonight, we shall have a most interesting encounter. A shiver ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from the feeling that this case would lead us into a mystery unlike any we had faced before. Chapter 2, The Meeting in the Dark. There are meetings people look forward to, meetings people fear, and meetings where one cannot predict whether they will return with answers, or never return at all. The cold London night was like a thin blade, cutting through even the thickest coats. The streetlights cast long shadows, but as we left the city center and entered the outskirts, the light gradually faded, surrendering to the darkness. Holmes and I stepped down from the carriage onto a gravel road, where not a single soul passed by. Before us stood an abandoned house, silent and still, like a mute witness to things that should never be known. I pulled my coat tighter and looked around. An ideal place for an ambush, Holmes. Holmes smiled, as if my words only made him more intrigued. Or an ideal place to hide the truth. We climbed the worn steps. Holmes pushed lightly against the rotting wooden door. It was unlocked, but the hinges let out a long, creaking groan, like a lament for the secrets within. The room was pitch dark, except for a small oil lamp placed on a dust-covered table. In the dim light, a figure sat upright, waiting. The woman was dressed in a long black gown, wearing lace gloves, her face concealed behind a dark veil. Holmes stepped forward, his voice calm. I am Sherlock Holmes. And this is Dr. Watson. The woman nodded, as if she had expected us. I don't have much time, Mr. Holmes. Her voice was low, slightly trembling. A tremor of fear, or of grief. I am My husband, Arthur Winslow, has been murdered. Holmes studied her intently. And you want me to find the one who killed him? She took a deep breath. Not just that. I need you to find something more important than the murderer. What is it? She clasped her gloved hands tightly. His existence. I frowned, but Holmes showed no surprise. He walked a slow circle around the room, as if assessing the very air before deciding whether to believe anything at all. Arthur Winslow. I have tried to search for that name, but there is nothing. No birth certificate, no identification, no family, no records of any kind. Legally speaking, your husband never existed. The woman nodded slightly. That is precisely the problem. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small piece of paper, placing it on the table. I looked down. It was a letter, handwritten carefully. If you receive this letter, it means I am dead. Do not believe anything they say. I do not exist, but the truth does. Find Mr. Holmes. Holmes lifted the letter, examining it under the oil lamp. The ink is fairly fresh, perhaps written within the past week. But what intrigues me is, who killed him? The woman shuddered. I don't know. All I know is that yesterday morning, I was informed that my husband had died. But when I arrived, no one could provide any information about him. No body, no investigation report, nothing. She lifted her head, her voice almost desperate. Do you understand, Mr. Holmes? It's as if he never existed. Holmes slowly set the letter down. But you were married to him, weren't you? Yes. And you have a marriage certificate? No. Her answer startled me. No? What do you mean? I never saw our marriage certificate. He told me it had been processed, but I was never required to sign anything. I trusted him. Holmes smirked. Interesting. He sat across from her, his fingers interlaced, eyes fixed on the veil covering her face. How long have you known Arthur Winslow? 3 years. And in those 3 years, you never suspected anything? She was silent for a long moment before replying. I did. But I loved him. The simplicity of that answer carried a weight of its own. Holmes glanced at me, as if silently telling me to remember this. Then he continued. Did you know what your husband did for a living? He said he worked in finance. But I never saw him go to work. And you never met his friends or colleagues? She shook her head. He said he had no friends. Holmes smiled, as if that response only confirmed his suspicions. You know, there are 2 types of people who have no friends. One is someone who is truly solitary. The other is someone who cannot afford to have anyone know their past. And I have a feeling your husband belongs to the latter category. I looked at the woman before me, and for the first time, I saw her shoulders tremble slightly. Then, who was my husband? Holmes was silent for a moment. That is what I intend to find out. But first, I need something. What? His fingerprints. The woman looked up, surprised. I don't have them. No personal belongings. No document he ever signed. I have his notebook. She pulled a small notebook from her coat pocket. Holmes flipped through the pages, his eyes lighting up as he spotted something of interest. At the bottom of one page, there was a smudge of ink, as if someone had accidentally touched it before it dried. Holmes took out his magnifying glass, examining it carefully. Thank you, You have just given me something invaluable. The woman looked at him, her eyes, hidden behind the veil, glimmering with a faint hope. You will help me, won't you, Mr. Holmes? Holmes stood, slipping the notebook into his coat. I do not believe in things that do not exist. But I do believe in things that are hidden. And I promise you, I will find Arthur Winslow, whoever he may be. The night remained dark as we left the abandoned house. But I knew this case had only just begun. Chapter 3, The Nameless Corpse. Nothing is colder than an unidentified body lying between 4 stone walls, forgotten by both the living and the dead. London's sky was dark and overcast as Holmes and I stepped down from the carriage in front of the central morgue. The damp air, heavy with mist, made the atmosphere even more oppressive. The gatekeeper, a short, weary-eyed old man, recognized Holmes immediately and pulled open the heavy iron door without a word. Inside, the flickering oil lamps cast long shadows across the gray stone floor. Dr. Mortimer, the forensic pathologist, was waiting for us. A thin man with sharp eyes, he was no stranger to the strange cases Holmes had investigated. "I knew you'd come, Holmes." Holmes gave a faint smile, removing his gloves and setting his hat on the table. "I was hoping you would, Mortimer. Show me the body." Dr. Mortimer nodded and led us to the inner room, where the dead lay in silence on metal tables. He pulled back a white sheet, revealing the corpse of a man. I couldn't suppress a shudder. The man appeared to be middle-aged, his face angular but gaunt. His dark brown hair was still matted, perhaps from rain or blood. A gunshot wound was visible on his chest, directly over his heart, with dried blood surrounding it. Holmes folded his arms, leaning in to examine the body closely. "Shot at close range. I'd estimate no more than 5 feet. Dr. Mortimer nodded. "Exactly. The bullet is still inside, and I believe it came from a medium-caliber revolver. But there's something unusual." Holmes looked up. "Tell me." Dr. Mortimer pointed to the pale skin on the victim's wrist. No signs of struggle. No bruises on the arms or hands. If he had been attacked suddenly, there would typically be defensive wounds, raising his hands to shield himself or some instinct to resist. But here, there's nothing. I frowned. So he didn't fight back. Either he had no time to, or, Holmes glanced at Mortimer, he was killed somewhere else and brought here. Dr. Mortimer pressed his lips together. Exactly. There wasn't enough blood at the scene where the police found the body. If a person is shot in the heart, the blood loss is extensive, yet on the street where he was discovered, there was only a small stain. Holmes gently lifted the man's hands, turning them over to examine the fingers. "This is interesting." I stepped closer to look. The man's fingers had light calluses, but what stood out was the darkened stains on his middle and index fingers, as if he had spent long hours holding a pen. Holmes nodded to himself. He was a writer. I glanced at Holmes. A novelist, perhaps? Or a scholar? A researcher, maybe. Holmes looked at Dr. Mortimer. "Did you find anything in his clothing?" Dr. Mortimer shook his head. "No identification, no documents. Nothing that could reveal who he was. Only a small piece of paper in his coat pocket." From a drawer, he retrieved a small, water-stained scrap of paper, sealed inside a plastic pouch. Holmes took it carefully and unfolded it. The handwriting was smudged but still legible. "Find the third notebook." Holmes read the words over and over, his eyes glinting with sharp intensity. "The third notebook," I murmured. "But where are the first and second?" Holmes didn't answer immediately. He held the paper up to the light, as if hoping to find some hidden clue. Dr. Mortimer watched us, his voice slow and measured. "I've been a forensic examiner for years, but I've never seen a case like this. A dead man with no identity, no past." Holmes tucked the paper into his coat pocket. "No, Mortimer. Everyone has an identity. This man's identity has simply been erased." I looked down at the nameless corpse once more. "So the real question is, why would someone want to erase him?" Holmes nodded. "And we will find that answer. But first, we need to know who he truly was." I pulled my coat tighter as a chill ran down my spine. I had followed Holmes through many cases, but I had a feeling that this one would be unlike any we had faced before. Holmes picked up his gloves and turned to me. "Let's go, Watson. It's time to find out who this nameless man was, and who wanted him to disappear." The night outside remained as dark as ever, like a curtain concealing the secrets that waited to be uncovered. Chapter 4, The Secret Within the Lines. Every case begins with a question, but this one began with an answer no one yet understood. As Holmes and I stepped out of the morgue, the London fog had grown even thicker, as if the city itself was trying to conceal a mystery that only the boldest dared to uncover. I pulled my coat collar higher, though I knew that what sent chills through me wasn't the cold, it was what we had just witnessed, a nameless corpse, an erased identity, and a cryptic message. Holmes suddenly halted, causing me to nearly bump into his back. "Where are we going now?" I asked, my mind still lingering on the dead man. Holmes pulled the small slip of paper from his coat and held it up under the dim glow of the street lamp. The scrawled writing became clearer. "Before I disappear, find the third notebook. Watson, what do you think of this message?" I frowned. "I think it's a dying man's final clue, but he doesn't specify where this third notebook is or what it contains." Holmes smiled. "Exactly. But more importantly, if there is a third notebook, then there must be a first and a second. And that means we need to find the first two notebooks first." I blurted out. Holmes nodded approvingly. "Precisely. A person wouldn't refer to a third notebook unless the first two existed. This suggests that these notebooks are connected and likely contain the truth about the dead man's identity." I looked at the paper again. But something puzzles me. Why didn't he mention the first and second notebooks in his message? Holmes was silent for a few moments before responding. Because he either assumed we already knew where they were, or he feared that someone else might find them. His words sent a shiver down my spine. If this man had died because of a secret hidden in the third notebook, then his killer was probably searching for it too. And if we weren't careful, we might become the next targets. The words of the dead. Holmes decided that our first step in locating the missing notebooks was to return to the one place where we might find a clue, the deceased's residence. However, there was a major problem. This man had no identity, no documents, no official address. But Holmes always had his own ways of uncovering the truth. We returned to 221B Baker Street, where Holmes spent over an hour seated at his desk, studying the slip of paper under the lamp's glow. I dared not disturb him, knowing that his mind was piecing together fragments of a puzzle I couldn't yet see. Finally, he abruptly stood up. "Watson, we have a place to go." "Where?" "An old bookstore on St. James Street." I blinked. "Why a bookstore?" Holmes lifted the slip of paper and pointed to a smudged ink stain in the corner. "This stain isn't from an ordinary pen. It's printing ink, the type used by publishing houses." "So you're saying this man had connections to a bookstore or a publishing house? And I know just the place that might lead us to some answers. An old bookstore and a new mystery." The bookstore Holmes referred to was nestled in a narrow alley, far removed from the city's bustling streets. As we stepped inside, the air smelled of aged paper, and towering shelves lined with books reached up to the ceiling, coated in a thin layer of dust. An elderly man, wearing small round spectacles, sat behind the counter, eyeing us with suspicion. "What can I do for you gentlemen?" Holmes stepped forward, pulling out the slip of paper and placing it on the counter. "Have you seen this type of ink before?" The old man squinted, picked up the paper, then exhaled sharply. "I know it. This is the ink we use for certain, special prints." Holmes smirked. "Good. And I believe a man visited you recently regarding a printing job. Someone with the habit of writing a great deal." The old man suddenly tensed. I'm not sure I can help you." Holmes leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "You don't have to lie. I know this man worked with you, and I also know that you are afraid because of it. But you don't need to fear me. The one you should truly fear is the man who killed him." The bookseller's face turned pale. "His name was Henry Blackwood." I stiffened. "Henry Blackwood?" "But the woman told us her husband's name was Arthur Winslow." Holmes nodded. "A false identity, just as I suspected." The bookseller glanced around nervously before lowering his voice. "Henry came here to print an important set of documents. He said they would expose the truth about a secret organization. But before I could finish the job, he disappeared. A chill ran down my spine. And those documents, where are they now? The old man swallowed hard. They are, in the form of notebooks. Holmes smiled. Take a guess, Watson. I held my breath. The first and second notebooks. The bookseller nodded shakily. They're still here. But if you take them, I fear the people who killed Henry won't stop until they get to you. Holmes lifted the slip of paper, his eyes glinting. I won't take them. Not yet. I want the killer to believe they are still here. In the meantime, I will find the third notebook. The cold London night remained thick and heavy, but I knew we had just taken a step closer to the truth. A truth we might not yet be ready to face. Chapter 5, The One Who Knows the Truth. There are names that bring nostalgia, names that bring sorrow, and names that evoke such fear that no one dares to utter them. London remained shrouded in thick fog as Holmes and I stepped down from the carriage onto a narrow alleyway. The gas lamps cast dim light on the aged walls, making everything around us seem blurred, like a painting smeared by time. This is it, Watson. Holmes murmured, his gaze fixed on a dark wooden door nestled between the old buildings. Above the door, a faded wooden sign bore the inscription, Gregory's Bookshop, Rare and Antique Texts. I couldn't help but wonder, if these books could speak, what stories would they tell? Holmes pushed the door open, and I followed closely behind. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of old paper. Towering bookshelves reached the ceiling, crammed with volumes that had likely remained untouched for years. A flickering oil lamp cast dim light over a worn wooden counter, where an elderly man sat hunched over a leather-bound book. He did not look up when we entered, but I noticed his thin hands tightening slightly around the book's edge. Holmes wasted no time. He strode straight to the counter and spoke in a low, firm voice. Mr. Gregory, I would like to ask you about a man named Arthur Winslow. The moment the name left his lips, the old man froze. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, I saw the color drain from his face. The air in the room grew heavy. Slowly, Mr. Gregory lifted his head. His eyes, magnified by thick spectacles, met Holmes's with undisguised fear. That man should not exist. His voice trembled, as if merely speaking the name was dangerous. Holmes raised an eyebrow but kept his tone even. And yet, he did exist, at least, until he was murdered. Gregory shook his head vehemently. No, you don't understand. He was never supposed to exist. Holmes calmly placed one hand on the counter, his gaze piercing through the old man's hesitation. Mr. Gregory, I believe you know more than you wish to admit. But I need the truth. If you do not speak now, I assure you, the one who killed Arthur Winslow will return, for you. Gregory swallowed hard, visibly shaken. You shouldn't be investigating this case. I warn you, stop before it's too late. I exchanged glances with Holmes. A warning like this could only mean one of two things: either Gregory was truly terrified, or he knew something that could put his life in danger. Holmes leaned in slightly, his voice soft but weighted with meaning. Mr. Gregory, I can protect you. But first, you must help me. The old man hesitated, his expression shifting between fear and reluctant resolve. Finally, after what seemed like an internal battle, he sighed deeply and whispered, "Fine. But if I die because of this, it will be your fault." Holmes simply smiled, as if the prospect of death had never been enough to deter him. The secret hidden within the pages. Gregory gestured for us to follow him into a small back room. It was cramped and dimly lit, with stacks of books haphazardly piled along the walls. He rummaged through a shelf, then pulled out a small wooden box from a hidden compartment. Opening the box, he revealed an old notebook, its leather binding worn with age. This is one of the last things Arthur Winslow left behind. I kept it because I knew that if his killer found it, they would destroy it. Holmes carefully picked up the notebook, flipping through its pages. The text inside was a chaotic mix of notes, sketches, and, most intriguingly, coded symbols. I frowned. What do these symbols mean? Gregory swallowed. Arthur Winslow, or rather, Henry Blackwood, was not an ordinary man. He was once part of a secret organization. A chill ran through me. A secret organization? Yes. One that operates in the shadows, with power that surpasses even the government. Arthur Winslow was not just some nameless man, he was a fugitive. Holmes continued flipping through the notebook, his sharp eyes gleaming with excitement. And these notes, they are evidence. Gregory nodded, his voice laced with unease. He told me there were 3 notebooks in total. Together, they contained the complete truth about that organization. If someone finds all 3, they will know everything. My pulse quickened. But what about the 3rd notebook? Gregory shook his head. I don't know. Arthur never told me where it was. Holmes was silent for a long moment before finally closing the notebook and slipping it into his coat. Mr. Gregory, listen to me carefully. You need to leave this place immediately. If you know anything about the 3rd notebook, the killer will come back for you. The old man stared at Holmes, fear evident in his eyes, but then he nodded. I will do as you say. Holmes turned to me, his eyes gleaming even in the dimly lit room. Watson, we are closer to the truth than ever. But that also means, the killer is getting closer to us. I swallowed hard, a shiver running down my spine. This was no longer just a simple case. We had stumbled upon a secret so dangerous that people were willing to kill to erase it. And now, we had become part of the game. Outside, London's fog remained thick, swallowing the streets in darkness. But somewhere in that darkness, someone was watching us. And the game was only just beginning. Chapter 6, The Mysterious Stalker. One thing I had learned after years of accompanying Sherlock Holmes, danger does not always come from what we can see, but from what we cannot, or worse, from what sees us before we realize it. The London night was thick as ink when Holmes and I left Gregory's bookshop. The dense fog wrapped around the narrow streets, turning everything into silent, shifting shadows. The lone street lamp on St. James Street flickered a few times before going out completely, leaving the road in an eerie darkness. Holmes walked in deep thought, one hand tucked into his coat pocket, the other tapping lightly against his side in rhythm with his steps. I walked beside him, my mind still occupied with what we had just learned. Holmes, if this secret organization truly exists, then we have stepped into a dangerous game. A fascinating game. Holmes replied, his tone calm. I was about to say more when Holmes suddenly raised one finger, signaling me to be silent. I froze. Holmes did not turn around, but I noticed his eyes narrowed slightly, focused on the darkness ahead. Watson, we are being followed. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I glanced around, but all I could see was the thick fog and the dim glow of distant gas lamps. Are you certain? Holmes gave a slight nod. He maintains a perfect distance, always at the edge of our sight. If we quicken our pace, he quickens his. If we stop, he waits in the shadows, watching. I felt my pulse quicken. Then who is he? An excellent question, Watson. And I intend to find out right now. A shadow in the night. Holmes suddenly altered his pace and pulled me into a narrow alley between 2 old buildings. We pressed ourselves against the brick wall, holding our breath. Let's see if he walks past. Holmes whispered. I leaned against the cold stone, straining to listen. The silence was so complete that I could hear the faint drip of water from a rooftop. Then, footsteps. Slow. Cautious. Then, they stopped. I held my breath, trying to make no sound. Holmes gave me a slight nod, a signal to be ready. I knew what he was about to do. Suddenly, Holmes leapt from our hiding spot. But there was no one there. The street was empty, only the flickering gas lamps and the cold stone steps remained. I hurried after him, my heart pounding. Where did he go? Holmes stood still, scanning the street with sharp eyes. He vanished. The footprint of a ghost. Holmes said nothing more, but I could tell his mind was racing. At last, he crouched down. "Watson, come here." I stepped forward and followed his gaze. On the cobblestone street, just at the edge of the curb, was a single footprint. But the strange thing was, there's only one footprint? Holmes smirked. Exactly. A person cannot leave just one footprint unless he wants us to think he was here when he wasn't. Holmes nodded. Which means, he knew we were following him. He left this on purpose to mislead us. A chill ran down my spine. Holmes, who are we up against? Holmes picked up a small piece of paper, partially buried under the gravel. He unfolded it. Inside, in carefully written handwriting, were the words, "Stop now, Holmes. If you don't, the next one will be you." I looked at Holmes. He simply gave a small, amused smile and slipped the note into his coat pocket. "Watson, I believe we have just made a new acquaintance." Footsteps in the darkness. We continued walking through the night, this time in complete silence. I knew Holmes was deep in thought, analyzing every detail. Who was our stalker? Was he just a hired hand, sent to frighten us? Or was he part of something much larger? We had no answers yet. But I knew one thing for certain. We were no longer the hunters. We had become the prey. Chapter 7, The Letter Left Behind. In Holmes's world, a threat is never a sign to stop, it is merely proof that he is on the right path. We returned to 221B Baker Street in a tense silence. The London fog still hung thick like a shroud of mystery, while my mind was still reeling from what had just transpired, a mysterious stalker, a single footprint, and a warning note. Holmes opened the door with his usual composure, as if he had just returned from a casual evening stroll rather than from a dangerous pursuit. But the moment the door swung open, I noticed something unusual. A small envelope lay just inside the entrance, shoved hastily through the gap beneath the door. Holmes bent down, picking it up with a glint of interest in his eyes. "Watson, it appears we have another admirer." He tore open the envelope and pulled out a small slip of paper. The handwritten message, scrawled hastily, read, "Stop now, or the next one will be you." Just a few simple words, yet they carried the weight of a deadly warning. I felt a chill run through my blood. "Holmes, what does this mean?" Holmes only smirked, his voice disturbingly calm. "It means I can't stop now." A warning or a trap? Holmes placed the note on the table, pulled out a chair, and studied it under the oil lamp's flickering glow. I stood beside him, the unease growing in my chest. "Holmes, if the people behind this have enough power to erase a man's existence, then they could just as easily do the same to us." Holmes shrugged. "That's true. But there's one thing they don't understand, Watson." "What is that?" He turned the note under the light and smirked. "I'm not easily intimidated." I sighed, knowing that no matter what I said, his resolve would not waver. "Fine. But at least be cautious." "Always." Holmes replied, though I wasn't entirely convinced. Clues within the letter. Holmes carefully examined the note. "Watson, do you notice anything?" I leaned in for a closer look. "The handwriting seems hurried. But aside from that..." Holmes nodded. "Correct. The writing is sloppy, possibly due to haste or anxiety. But what's even more interesting? He held the paper up to eye level. "Is that the ink is still fresh?" I blinked. Meaning this letter was written and delivered just before we arrived? Precisely. A chill ran down my spine. Which means our stalker knew where we were, knew when we would return, and waited to leave this message. Holmes placed the paper down and crossed his arms, deep in thought. This proves two things. First, this person isn't just watching us, he wants us to know that we're getting too close. And the second? Holmes met my gaze, his eyes sharper than ever. He's afraid. Who sent the letter? Holmes moved to the window, carefully drawing back the curtain just enough to peer outside. If this letter was placed just before we arrived, then the sender may still be nearby. I looked out as well. The street was empty, save for a few distant figures, none of whom seemed suspicious. Holmes turned back to the table, picking up the envelope and holding it up to the light. This envelope was bought at a cheap stationery store. The paper itself is also ordinary, nothing distinctive. I frowned. What does that mean? It means the sender deliberately avoided leaving clues. He wanted to warn us, but not reveal his identity. Holmes reached for his magnifying glass, inspecting the edges of the envelope closely. Then, his expression shifted slightly. But he made a mistake. I leaned in. What mistake? Holmes pointed to a small smudge on the corner of the envelope. A blot of ink. I frowned. And that means? Holmes smiled slightly. It means the sender used a specific type of ink, not from an ordinary pen, but the kind used in offices or printing houses. The realization struck me. A printing house, just like the ink we found on the note in the victim's pocket. Holmes nodded. Exactly, Watson. And I believe it's time we paid a visit to the one place that might provide us with some answers. Where? Holmes's eyes glinted with excitement. Asterisk, a printing house in London. The darkness before the storm. As I looked at Holmes, I knew one thing for certain: this case was becoming more dangerous with each passing moment. The pieces of the puzzle were coming together, but we still couldn't see the full picture. Whoever had sent this warning letter wasn't just trying to scare us, he was trying to silence us. And if Holmes was right, then the killer would not stop at mere threats. We were no longer dealing with just a murder mystery. This was something bigger. Something so dangerous that someone had been erased from existence. Holmes turned to me, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Prepare yourself, Watson. We are about to enter the most dangerous part of this game. I did not know what lay ahead. But I knew one thing for certain. Tonight, we were no longer the hunters. We had become the prey. Chapter 8, The First Notebook. Identities can be created, and they can be erased, but the truth can never disappear. That night, Holmes and I returned to Gregory's bookshop. This time, we were not there to ask more questions. We were there to find something that could bring us closer to the deepest mystery of this case. The sky over London remained dark and overcast. The dim glow of the street lamps barely illuminated the narrow alleyway leading to the shop. As we stepped inside, the air was still heavy with the scent of old paper and dust. But this time, something felt different. A strange, unsettling presence lingered in the air, as if someone had been there before us. Holmes stopped abruptly at the entrance, his sharp gaze scanning the room. "Watson, where is Mr. Gregory?" I looked around and quickly realized that the bookseller was missing. The last time we were here, he had been terrified just speaking about Arthur Winslow, or rather, Henry Blackwood. And now, he had disappeared under suspicious circumstances. Holmes strode towards the counter and pulled open the drawer. Empty. His brows furrowed. Without a word, he moved to the bookshelf behind the counter, the same place where Gregory had previously hidden the old notebook inside a wooden box. But this time, there was nothing there. Holmes methodically ran his fingers over the spines of the books, as if he knew exactly what he was searching for. At first, I didn't understand what he was doing, but then I heard a faint click, a sound like a hidden mechanism being triggered. I turned just in time to see Holmes pulling open a concealed compartment inside the bookshelf. Inside, an old notebook lay hidden, its leather cover worn and cracked, but otherwise intact. Holmes carefully lifted it, brushing away a thin layer of dust. We found the first notebook. Secrets within the pages. Holmes opened the notebook on the counter, letting the oil lamp illuminate its yellowed pages. I leaned in, feeling a cold chill run down my spine. This was no personal diary, nor was it scientific research. This was a manual, a detailed guide on how to create a perfect false identity. The handwriting was precise and meticulous, outlining step-by-step instructions. How to erase an old identity, from destroying physical records to manipulating administrative databases. How to build a new identity from nothing, choosing a new name, fabricating a personal history, and forging official documents that would be impossible to detect. How to alter appearance and biometric traces, using chemicals to change fingerprints, or surgery to modify facial features. Rules for survival as a new person, how to behave, speak, and even think to avoid suspicion. I took a deep breath and looked at Holmes. What kind of organization is this? Holmes flipped through a few more pages, reading quickly before murmuring. This is no ordinary criminal group. This is an organization that specializes in creating people who do not exist. My heart pounded. You mean? Holmes arched an eyebrow. Watson, have you ever considered the possibility that a person could disappear entirely? Not just fake their death, but be completely erased, leaving no trace that they ever existed? You're saying that Arthur Winslow, Henry Blackwood, was actually someone created by this organization? Holmes nodded. That would explain why no records of him exist. But the real question is, if this organization is in the business of creating identities, why was Henry Blackwood killed? I stared at the notebook, its words almost blurring before my eyes. Maybe he betrayed them? Holmes smirked. A likely possibility. And if that's the case, then we have already gone too far, Watson. Encrypted clues. Holmes continued turning the pages until he stopped at one particular entry. It was written in a cipher, unlike anything I had ever seen, a combination of letters, numbers, and symbols, carefully arranged in intricate patterns. Holmes frowned, pulling out his magnifying glass to examine it more closely. This isn't just any cipher. It's a nonlinear encryption system, possibly the method this organization used for internal communication. I stared at the strange symbols, feeling a sense of overwhelming complexity. Can you decode it? Holmes smirked. Of course, Watson. But what's more important is... He tapped the page lightly. This might lead us to the second notebook. A shiver ran through me. If we decrypt this, won't the organization know we have the first notebook? Holmes's expression darkened. And that, Watson, is the moment we become true targets. Closer to the truth. We decided to leave the bookshop immediately, taking the first notebook with us as critical evidence. As we stepped outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. Holmes suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping over the foggy street. Watson, do you feel that? I nodded. Yes. It feels like eyes are on us. Holmes's lips curved into a knowing smile. Then the game has truly begun. And with the first notebook in our hands, I knew we had uncovered a secret so dangerous that someone would be willing to kill us to keep it hidden. Chapter 9, The Escape of the Man Who Never Existed. A man can change his name, alter his past, even transform his appearance, but no one can escape from their own truth. After leaving Gregory's bookshop with the first notebook in hand, Holmes and I returned to 221B Baker Street in silence. There was no need for words. We both understood that we had stepped into a case that could change everything we thought we knew about identity. Once settled in Holmes's study, he reopened the notebook and flipped back to the coded passage we had found earlier, a complex system of symbols used by the secret organization that specialized in creating false identities. I watched him with concern. "Can you decipher it?" Holmes smirked. "Every code has a pattern, Watson. And I have a theory." He picked up his pen and began jotting notes on a blank sheet of paper, comparing the symbols in the notebook with a standard alphabet chart. I stood beside him, observing his process. His eyes gleamed with rare excitement, as though he had stumbled upon a puzzle worthy of his intellect. Within minutes, he stopped and smiled. "I've cracked it." I leaned in eagerly. The symbols had been translated into a clear message. "Moorland House, the 17th. The second notebook is there." I frowned. "Moorland House? I've never heard of it." Holmes shrugged. "Not surprising. It's not listed on any maps. But if I'm correct, it's an isolated estate in the northern countryside, a place once used as a sanctuary for those looking to disappear. You think Arthur Winslow, or rather, Henry Blackwood, hid there?" Holmes nodded. If the first notebook explains how to create a new identity, then the second notebook might be a record of those who have used this organization's services. And if Henry Blackwood hid it at Moorland House, that means it contains a truth so dangerous that he was willing to die to protect it. A chill ran through me at the thought. But if that's true, then the killer might know this as well. Holmes grabbed his hat and gloves. "Exactly, Watson. Which is why we must get there before it's too late. Moorland House, the place no one finds." We left London that very night, hiring a carriage northward. The wind whipped cold against our faces as the wheels rumbled over the uneven roads. An eerie sense of unease settled in my chest. Moorland House wasn't located on any main roads. We had to leave our carriage behind and trek across open fields, where the thick fog curled around us like ghostly hands. When we finally arrived, I understood immediately why no one ever spoke of this place. The old estate stood alone in the wilderness, its red brick walls covered in ivy and moss. The windows were shrouded in heavy curtains, and an unnatural stillness surrounded the house. Holmes approached the front door and tested the handle. Locked. He stepped back, scanning the weathered wooden door. Then, without hesitation, he pulled a small hairpin from his coat pocket and inserted it into the lock. Within seconds, a soft click sounded. Done. I swallowed hard. "Where did you learn that skill?" Holmes smirked. "Every skill has its use, Watson." We pushed open the door and stepped inside. Secrets in the dark. Inside, Moorland House was pitch black, the air cold and stale, as though it had been abandoned for years. Holmes withdrew a small oil lantern from his coat and lit it. The warm glow illuminated the dust-covered wooden floor and peeling wallpaper. "What exactly are we looking for, Holmes?" He moved carefully, his gaze sweeping across the room's furniture and bookshelves. "A notebook. But if Henry Blackwood hid it here, he wouldn't have left it in plain sight." We began searching. I checked the bookshelves, but they were filled only with old, irrelevant volumes. Holmes examined the desk, pulling open each drawer. Then he stopped. "Here it is." He had found a hidden compartment under the desk drawer. Inside was a leather-bound notebook, identical to the first. Holmes carefully lifted it, brushed off the layer of dust, and flipped it open. The first page made us both freeze. A list of those who do not exist. I shuddered. A list? Holmes flipped through the pages. Inside was a collection of names, each accompanied by detailed notes, old names, new identities, countries, and hidden secrets. Then he stopped at one name. Henry Blackwood, former name, Elijah Graves. I stiffened. Elijah Graves? Who is that? Holmes frowned. I've heard that name before, but I can't recall exactly where. He continued flipping through, reaching the final page. A hurriedly written note stood out. If I die, the third notebook will expose everything. Do not let them find it first. I took a sharp breath. The third notebook, it's still out there. Holmes nodded, his expression grim. And it seems our killer is looking for it, too. A trap in the night. We had no time to think. Outside, a sound broke the silence. Holmes held up his hand in a signal for silence. We listened. Footsteps. Not just one person. Holmes clutched the second notebook, pulling me behind a bookshelf. Watson, we have company. The front door creaked open. A tall figure stepped inside, followed by two others, all dressed in dark coats. I held my breath. Holmes whispered softly. We need to get out of here. I nodded. We began moving toward the back door. But just as we turned, a cold voice echoed. Stop right there. We had been spotted. Holmes gripped the notebook tightly. Run, Watson. Without hesitation, I bolted after him, racing through the darkened room, our pursuers' footsteps pounding behind us. We didn't know where we were going. We only knew one thing. We had the second notebook. And that meant we were being hunted. Chapter 10, The Killer Revealed. Some murderers kill for greed, some for revenge, but there are those who kill simply to erase a name from existence, as if that person had never lived at all. After escaping Moorland House with the second notebook in hand, Holmes and I knew that time was no longer on our side. We now held a secret that could bring down an entire organization, and the killer knew it too. The only question left, who was he? From the entries in the second notebook, Holmes deduced that Henry Blackwood, or rather, Elijah Graves, had previously contacted a pub in Whitechapel. It was likely his last meeting before he was murdered. If there were any clues leading to the killer, they were waiting for us there. The shadowed pub. We arrived at the Black Swan on a bitterly cold night. The pub was dark, cramped, and filled with the heavy stench of tobacco, strong liquor, and lawless men. Holmes and I stepped inside, attracting a few fleeting glances before the patrons returned to their drinks, uninterested. Holmes scanned the room, his voice dropping into a low murmur. Watson, we are not the only ones looking for answers. I followed his gaze, and then I saw him. In a far corner, pressed against the wall, sat a lone man. He wore a tattered black coat, but what made me freeze was his face. A long scar ran from his temple to his jaw, carved deep into his flesh like a permanent brand. He wasn't looking at us, yet I could feel his awareness, the tightness in his shoulders, the rigidity in his posture. He had recognized us the moment we stepped inside. Holmes leaned slightly toward me, his voice steady. That is the man who killed Henry Blackwood. The eyes of a murderer. I felt my breath slow, my fingers tightening instinctively. How can you be sure? Holmes never took his eyes off the man. The scar suggests an old wound, possibly from a fight or an ambush. But more importantly, look at how he reacts to us. I studied the man again. He appeared calm, but his hand was gripping his glass too tightly, his knuckles turning white. He's tense. Holmes nodded. And ready to run. As if on cue, the man suddenly stood up. For a brief second, he glanced toward us, his eyes dark, devoid of panic. There was only cold certainty, the kind possessed by a man who had killed before. Then, he turned sharply and strode out of the pub. After him, Watson. Holmes darted forward, and I rushed after him. The chase through the night. We burst into the fog-covered streets just in time to see the scarred man slipping into a dark alleyway. He's heading east, Watson. Holmes led the pursuit, trailing the figure through the maze of Whitechapel's alleys. The killer's silhouette flickered in and out of the mist, but Holmes never lost pace. I could hear the rapid beat of footsteps ahead, quick, deliberate, but not panicked. "He knows the streets," I gasped. "And he knows how to lose us," Holmes responded, pushing forward. We dodged past abandoned carts and leapt over discarded barrels. The man raced toward a brick wall, where only one escape route remained, a back entrance to an old warehouse. Holmes grinned slightly. "He's trapped himself, Watson. Face to face with a killer." We slipped into the warehouse's shadowed interior. Inside, darkness loomed, broken only by slivers of moonlight spilling through shattered windows. Holmes halted, listening carefully. "He's in here." I tightened my grip around my revolver. "Holmes, if he's armed." "He is," Holmes said simply. "But he doesn't know we are too." A faint sound echoed ahead. I lifted my gun, heart pounding. "Who's there?" No answer. Holmes stepped forward, his voice carrying through the shadows. "You can run, but you can't hide forever." Silence. Then, from the darkness, a rough voice spoke. "You don't know what you've gotten yourselves into." I squinted, finally spotting the scarred man, his back against the warehouse wall, his hand gripping a dagger. The blade gleamed faintly. Holmes raised an eyebrow. "I know exactly who I'm dealing with." The man let out a dry chuckle, void of amusement. "Is that so? Then tell me, who am I?" Holmes took one step closer. "You're the man who killed Henry Blackwood. But I don't believe you acted alone." The scarred man tilted his head, as if weighing his next words. "And if I did? Then I need to know who gave the order." A long pause. Then, the man laughed, a hollow, chilling sound. "You think you can dig through this and walk away unharmed?" He took one step forward, the knife glinting. "They've let you live this long. But trust me, you won't survive long enough to see the truth." Holmes didn't flinch. "We'll see about that." The man smirked, then, without warning, he threw the dagger straight at Holmes. I shouted, raising my gun, but Holmes dodged just in time. By the time I fired, the man had already bolted through the back door. Holmes sprinted after him, but as we reached the alley, he had vanished into the night. More questions, greater danger. I turned to Holmes, breathing heavily. "He got away." Holmes nodded, but there was no frustration in his face. "It doesn't matter. Now we know who he is." I stared at him. "And?" Holmes smirked, his eyes flashing in the darkness. "And now, I know who he works for." We had seen the face of the killer. But the case was far from over. Because behind him, there was someone else. Someone even more dangerous. Chapter 11, The Second Notebook. An identity can be erased, but the past never truly disappears. After our encounter with the mysterious killer at the pub, Holmes and I knew we were dealing with a force far greater and more calculated than we had imagined. The man we chased was not working alone, he was merely the blade wielded by someone else's hand. Someone still lurking in the shadows, pulling the strings. But we had one advantage, the first notebook, which held critical information about the organization that created false identities. And we now knew where to find the second, the former residence of Henry Blackwood, the man who once lived under the fabricated name Arthur Winslow. Holmes wasted no time. By early morning, we set out for the last known address where Blackwood had lived before his murder. The abandoned apartment. Henry Blackwood's apartment was located on the second floor of an old building, hidden in a narrow alley in South London. This was not the residence of the wealthy, it was the kind of place where people who wanted to disappear could blend in and avoid unwanted attention. The door was locked, but there were no signs of police intervention or prior searches since Blackwood's death. Holmes crouched down, pulling a small tool from his coat. Within seconds, a soft click sounded, the lock was open. He cast me a glance, smirking. "A useful skill, Watson." We stepped inside. The room was cold and empty, abandoned as if it had been untouched for years. There were no personal belongings, no photographs on the walls. Everything about this apartment felt temporary, as if its owner had never intended to stay for long. A man who didn't want to leave traces behind. I muttered. Holmes nodded, beginning his search. He opened drawers, checked under the bed, and even tapped against the walls, listening for hidden compartments. Then, he stopped at an old wooden desk in the corner. The desktop was bare, except for a thick layer of dust. But when Holmes brushed his fingers across it, he noticed something unusual. A locked drawer. Holmes narrowed his eyes, pulling out a thin metal pick. Within moments, the lock snapped open. Inside was a single object. A black leather notebook. Holmes lifted it carefully, his eyes gleaming, as if he had just found the key to a door long sealed shut. The second notebook. The pages that hold the truth. We wasted no time in opening the notebook. My heartbeat quickened as the first pages came into view under the dim light filtering through the window. The first line sent a chill down my spine. Arthur Winslow does not exist, but Henry Blackwood does. If you find this notebook, come to Waterloo Station at midnight. I inhaled sharply. Holmes, what does this mean? Holmes flipped through more pages, his sharp gaze piecing together the fragmented clues. Within the notebook, Blackwood had documented a plan, one I could hardly believe. He was planning to escape. Holmes murmured. Escape? Holmes nodded. Look at what he wrote here, Watson. I leaned in to read. I don't have much time. They've found me. I must leave before it's too late. But I cannot go alone, there are things I need to protect the truth. If you find this, I have failed. Go to Waterloo Station at midnight. Look for the sign of the Iron Bird. I looked up at Holmes. The Iron Bird. Holmes exhaled slowly. A code name. It could refer to a person, or a means of escape. I furrowed my brows. But if he was murdered, that means he never made it to Waterloo Station. Holmes was silent for a long moment before closing the notebook. Watson, there's another possibility. Which is? Holmes met my eyes, his expression more serious than ever. If he left this message, it means he wasn't just running away. He may have left something behind at Waterloo Station. You mean, the third notebook? Holmes nodded. Precisely. If we find it, we'll know everything. The midnight meeting. That night, we arrived at Waterloo Station under the cover of darkness. The station was nearly deserted, with only a few workers and homeless drifters lingering in the corners. But we weren't looking for people, we were looking for a sign. Holmes moved slowly, his eyes scanning every sign, column, and bench. Then, he stopped in front of a large iron pillar near the tracks. Here, Watson. I followed his gaze. Carved into the metal surface was a small symbol. A bird with iron wings. I felt my pulse quicken. So, what now? Holmes withdrew a small knife, carefully sliding it under the metal panel where the symbol was etched. With a soft metallic snap, a hidden compartment was revealed. Inside. A notebook. Holmes lifted it carefully, flipping through the first few pages. Then, he looked at me, his eyes filled with something I had rarely seen before. We found it, Watson. I swallowed. The third notebook. But before we could open it, a sound echoed from behind us. I turned. A gun was pointed straight at us. A shadowy figure stepped forward, his voice calm, yet deadly. I think you've gone far enough. The secret had been found. But now, the real question was, would we live long enough to read it? Chapter 12, The Trap at Waterloo Station. The most dangerous secrets are not the ones that are hidden, but the ones people are willing to kill to protect. Waterloo Station. Midnight. The London sky was smothered in thick fog, swallowing buildings and winding streets. The gas lamps flickered weakly, barely pushing back the suffocating darkness. Holmes and I stepped onto the train platform, where only a few late-night travelers and station workers remained. The air was damp, heavy with the scent of coal and machine oil, carrying an eerie silence, the kind of silence that swallows secrets forever. Holmes stopped in the middle of the platform, his sharp eyes scanning every darkened corner. "Who are we waiting for?" I whispered, the tension pressing into my chest. "Someone who knows the truth." Holmes responded, his voice steady but firm. "Or perhaps, someone who does not want the truth to be revealed." I swallowed dryly. We had come here based on the instructions in the second notebook. But that also meant whoever was behind all this knew we would be here as well. And if Henry Blackwood had planned to escape from the organization, then perhaps he had left us a clue, or worse, a trap. The mysterious man. The clock tower above the station struck midnight. At that exact moment, a figure emerged from the fog. He wore a long gray coat, his hat pulled low over his face. His steps were quick, but not hurried, like a man trying to appear calm. Holmes narrowed his eyes, whispering, "Watson, watch carefully, does he walk straight toward us?" I followed Holmes's lead, studying him closely. The man did not hesitate or change course. He knew exactly where we were. When he was 10 steps away, he stopped. Then, he glanced quickly over his shoulder before nodding slightly at Holmes. "Do you have the notebook?" His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in days. Holmes did not respond immediately. "Who are you?" The man looked around before lowering his voice. "I am the only one left who knows what happened to Henry Blackwood. But if you don't listen to me now, you may not get another chance." There was a raw urgency in his voice. This was not a man trying to bargain or deceive us. This was a man running for his life, a man who knew that death was close behind him. Holmes gave a slow nod. "Then speak." The man opened his mouth, but before he could say a word, bang! A gunshot cracked through the night. A chase in the dark. I froze. Damn it! Holmes didn't hesitate for a single second. The shot came from the west. He took off running toward the direction the bullet had come from, dodging through the startled passengers and panicked workers. I dropped to my knees beside the wounded man, his eyes wide, his breath shallow. "Who did this?" I demanded. His lips trembled, barely forming words. I leaned closer, desperate to catch his last breath. "The Black Bird." Then, he went still. His lifeless eyes stared at the night sky, his blood pooling on the platform. Rage flared inside me, but there was no time for grief. I grabbed my gun and took off after Holmes. We sprinted through the dark railway yards, the dim station lamps casting long, flickering shadows. Ahead of me, Holmes moved swiftly, his sharp instincts tracking the killer's escape. "Watson, take the right alley," Holmes shouted. I obeyed without hesitation, cutting through a narrow side path beside the station, my gun raised. A dark figure rushed past me, the assassin. He wore a long coat and a low-brimmed hat, moving with frightening agility. Holmes leapt onto a stack of crates, using the height to jump over a low wall, chasing the killer onto a nearby rooftop. I circled around, trying to intercept him. The assassin turned, realizing we were still on his trail. He pushed forward, sprinting toward a narrow passage between buildings. Holmes picked up speed, chasing him to a wooden fence, the only exit. But the killer was too fast. He vaulted over the fence, disappearing into the dense fog beyond. Holmes skidded to a stop, breathing steadily, his eyes scanning the darkness. He can't have vanished that quickly. I caught up, my chest burning from the sprint. He just killed a man in front of us, Holmes. Holmes clenched his jaw. Yes. And he did it to silence the only witness. The remaining clues. When we returned to the station, the police had arrived, as always, too late. The man's body had already been covered, and Inspector Lestrade stood with his arms crossed, looking irritated. You two again? Holmes ignored the skepticism in his voice. Watson, what were his last words? I exhaled, still catching my breath. The black bird. Holmes's expression darkened. First, we heard about the iron bird. Now, it's the black bird. I glanced at him. Then who could it be? Holmes didn't answer right away. Instead, he crouched next to the corpse, carefully searching the pockets of the dead man's coat. Then, he pulled out a small slip of paper. Holmes unfolded it, scanning the text, his expression turning grim. He handed it to me. 3 words were scrawled across the note. Waterloo. Final train. A chill ran down my spine. Holmes, the last train leaving Waterloo is at. Holmes nodded. 3 a.m. And we need to be on it. The unanswered questions. We stood in the station, watching as the crowd slowly faded away, leaving behind only the lingering weight of death. A man who knew the truth had just been murdered in front of us. A killer had escaped into the mist. And now, our only lead was a cryptic message about a train departing Waterloo at 3 a.m. Holmes slipped the note into his coat, his eyes burning with determination. Watson, we've never been closer to the truth than we are now. I gripped my gun inside my coat. And we've never been in more danger. We both knew the reality of our situation. We were following a path that had no way back. And whoever was waiting for us on that final train would not let us leave alive. Chapter 13, The Final Testimony. In a man's final moments, the truth is often spoken without hesitation, for it is the only thing left he can leave behind. Holmes and I knelt beside the dying man. Blood spilled across the cold stone floor of Waterloo Station, glistening under the weak glow of the overhead lamps. His breaths were shallow, each one rattling as if his body was fighting for just a few more seconds, to say something crucial before the end. Holmes leaned in closer, his voice steady but urgent. Who is behind all of this? The man's fading eyes flickered, his lips trembling. Each word came out fragmented, barely more than a weak whisper. Find the 3rd notebook. Holmes's fist tightened. Where is it? The man gasped, his voice barely audible. The one behind it all is. A final, strangled breath. His body shuddered one last time, then fell completely still. I placed 2 fingers against his throat, searching for any pulse. Nothing. He was gone. Holmes already knew. I looked up at Holmes. His face remained calm, but I could see the way his hands clenched, the whiteness of his knuckles betraying his frustration. Holmes. He stood slowly, his gaze locked onto the dark railway tracks stretching into the distance. I know who it is, Watson. I felt my breath catch. Are you sure? Holmes gave a firm nod. Everything we've uncovered so far leads to only one conclusion. Someone who didn't just want Henry Blackwood dead, but wanted to erase everything he knew. Someone powerful enough to make an entire organization obey without question. A shiver crawled up my spine. Who? Holmes turned to me, his eyes like steel. The only person capable of pulling all the strings, from fabricating identities, to ordering assassinations, to ensuring that every trace of these notebooks vanished. He paused, then said, "The leader of the organization." I stiffened. You mean? Holmes smirked, but there was no amusement in it. The one person no one suspects, yet who has controlled everything from the shadows. I felt a chill pass through me. Holmes had pieced together every fragment of this puzzle. And now, all that remained was the third notebook. The final clue. Holmes bent down, searching the pockets of the dead man's coat. After a few seconds, he pulled out a small blood-stained note. I leaned in, my pulse quickening. On the paper, only 3 words were written. Final train departure. I froze. So that means... Holmes nodded. The third notebook is on the last train leaving Waterloo tonight. He tucked the note into his coat, then turned to me. Watson, we have 30 minutes. There was nothing left to say. We both took off running toward the platform. The final train was about to depart. And with it, perhaps the final truth that would put an end to this case once and for all. Chapter 14, M's Confession. Every lie eventually unravels. No secret can remain hidden forever, especially not from Sherlock Holmes. We had the third notebook. It held the truth that Henry Blackwood, once known as Arthur Winslow, had fought to protect with his life. But there was still one missing piece in this puzzle, the enigmatic woman called M. Who was she in this story? Was she truly a grieving widow, or was she part of something bigger? Holmes never left a question unanswered. And tonight, we would uncover the final truth. The final meeting. The last time we had seen M was in an abandoned house, where she had called for Holmes's help. But tonight, she was no longer in control, she was the hunted. Holmes had tracked her to a small house near the Thames, far removed from the chaos of London. A place where someone who wanted to disappear could hide forever. We arrived at midnight. No knocking. No warning. Holmes pushed open the door, and there she was, standing frozen in the dim light, her eyes wide with shock. The flickering oil lamp in the corner illuminated her face, revealing exhaustion, fear, and tension. She no longer had the mystique she once carried. "What have you found, Mr. Holmes?" Her voice trembled slightly, but she forced herself to remain calm. Holmes didn't waste time. "I found the third notebook." She stiffened, as if a dagger had just pierced her chest. I saw her fingers clutch tightly onto the shawl draped over her shoulders. "You were never meant to have it." Holmes smirked faintly. "And yet, here we are." He stepped closer, his eyes drilling into hers, cutting through her silence like a blade. "Now, I want you to tell me the whole truth." M turned away, as if searching for an escape. But she knew, with Holmes in front of her, there was no escape left. A heavy silence filled the room. Then, she exhaled slowly, her shoulders trembling. And she began to speak. The buried truth. Arthur Winslow never existed. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but each word felt heavier than the last. I clenched my fists, staying silent. My husband's real name was Henry Blackwood. And he was not an ordinary man. She paused, struggling with her own emotions. But Holmes gave her no time to hesitate. He was an operative, wasn't he? M looked up, startled, before slowly nodding. Yes. Henry worked for them. Them, who are they? Her lips tightened. The people who created him. And the same people who killed him. A chill ran through me. Holmes remained unshaken. What did he do for them? M swallowed, her hands clutching together in her lap. Henry was part of the organization. A secret group that specialized in erasing identities, creating people who didn't exist. He helped criminals, spies, and the powerful vanish from society, giving them new lives, new names. She let out a bitter laugh. But then, Henry made the worst mistake of his life. He knew too much. Holmes stated flatly. M nodded. Yes. She looked down at her hands, as if remembering a painful memory. At first, Henry thought they were just helping people who needed to disappear. But then, he realized they were more than that. The people they were helping were not just criminals, they were politicians, government agents, people who carried secrets too dangerous to be exposed. Her voice wavered. Henry knew that if he stayed, he would never be able to leave. So he chose to betray them. Holmes said softly. M closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded once. He chose to run. But not just that, he stole 3 notebooks before he fled. A shiver ran down my spine. He wanted to destroy the organization. Yes. Holmes crossed his arms, silent for a moment. But the organization found him before he could. M let out a deep breath, her expression filled with pain and regret. They sent a killer. He never had a chance. I gritted my teeth, anger boiling in my chest. They killed Henry. But they still hadn't found the 3rd notebook. M nodded. Yes. And that's why they kept hunting. Holmes's gaze sharpened. And you helped them. She froze. Holmes's lips curved slightly, but there was no amusement in his voice. You knew about the 3rd notebook from the start. But you didn't tell me. You wanted me to find it. M shuddered, but she didn't deny it. Why? I asked. She took a shaky breath, then whispered. Because I couldn't do it alone. She looked up, her eyes filled with desperation. I wanted to end it all. Holmes studied her in silence. Then, he turned to me. Watson, we have everything we need. I exhaled. What now? Holmes looked back at M. His expression softened slightly, there was no coldness left, only understanding. Now, we finish this. The truth unveiled. The truth was finally out. But there was still one thing left to do. Face the one behind it all. Chapter 15, The Fate of the Man Who Never Existed. Justice is a fragile notion, it arrives sometimes, and sometimes it does not. But truth, no matter how deeply buried, always finds its way back to the surface. Holmes and I returned to 221B Baker Street after a long and grueling night. The 3rd notebook, the final piece of this dangerous game, lay open before us on the table, its pages filled with names of people who had been erased by the secret organization. I turned its pages, feeling as though I were touching a graveyard, a mass burial site of forgotten souls. Holmes sat silently in his chair, his keen eyes fixed on the list of people who had once existed but had since been wiped from the world. Finally, I broke the silence. What are we going to do with it, Holmes? He looked up, his voice calm yet resolute. We will give it to Inspector Lestrade. I frowned. But Holmes, you know that many of the names on this list will never be brought to justice. He gave a small, bitter smile, not of amusement, but of understanding. I know, Watson. But it is not our place to decide who gets punished. I stared at the list. The meticulously recorded names, one after another. It was not just a list of those the organization had killed, but also those who had ordered the killings. All of them, I murmured. Holmes folded his arms, his voice low and steady. This is a game played only by those at the highest levels of power. The pawns will fall, but the ones truly responsible, they will continue to rule the world from the shadows. Frustration boiled within me. Then what was the point of all this? Holmes looked at me, his gaze unwavering, yet free of anger or despair. Truth. I froze. His voice remained soft, but its weight was immense. Justice does not always arrive, Watson. But truth always remains. I exhaled slowly, leaning back in my chair, feeling as though we had traveled an impossibly long road, only to find that the final destination was not what we had hoped for. Perhaps you're right, Holmes. But it's hard to accept. Holmes stood, reaching for his pipe and lighting it with ease. You know, Watson. When I was younger, I used to believe that if I were just smarter, if I tried harder, I could change the world. He took a slow drag from his pipe, the smoke curling in the dim light. But I realized that the world does not change in the way we want it to. It only changes when truth is known. I remained silent. Holmes turned to me, his expression softer than before. And that is why we must never stop seeking the truth, Watson. I looked down at the notebook on the table. The names, those who had been erased, those who had been forgotten. So, is this the end? Holmes nodded. No, Watson. This is not the end. This is only preparation for the next case. He smiled a rare, quiet smile, and for the first time in many days, I felt a faint light breaking through the darkness. Because perhaps justice does not come for everyone. But truth. Truth remains. The end. Sherlock Holmes and the Case of the Murderous Beast. Chapter 1, Murder by the Dried Lake. When fear is passed from mouth to mouth in the mist, it ceases to be an emotion, and becomes a belief. The village of Hollowmere lay shrouded in thick fog, the kind that lingered even when the sun stood high overhead. Nestled deep within the desolate grey forests of northern England, the village was so small that even maps didn't bother to mark it. And perhaps that was why tragedy always found room to thrive, quietly, like a poisonous fungus beneath a rotting tree. The body of a man was discovered on a Tuesday morning. The first to find it was the young son of a fisherman, who was carrying his net past the dried lake at the village's edge. On the damp ground, among the crushed reeds, lay a body torn apart like wild game meat. The face was gone, the arms mangled beyond recognition. The chest had been ripped open, as if some beast had clawed out the heart. The boy's screams brought the villagers running. Local police cordoned off the scene in vain, for even the bravest among them dared not remain there long. A trembling old woman claimed the place was cursed. A middle-aged man who had once hunted near the grey forest swore he had seen glowing red eyes in the darkness among the trees. No one dared approach the dried lake after nightfall. Tales of the grey forest monster, a half-man, half-wolf creature said to have survived for centuries on human blood, flared up like dry straw catching fire. Scotland Yard was notified. Inspector Giles came to the scene personally. But he returned to the capital just one day later, clearly perplexed. All reports were vague, no reliable witnesses, the traces too bizarre to interpret, no identifiable murder weapon, no confirmed time of death. Only one thing was certain, whoever committed the act was either not human, or had long since lost all traces of humanity. 3 days later, a horse-drawn carriage arrived at Hollowmere. The man who stepped down wore a long, dark brown cloak, a felt hat pulled low to obscure half his face. His piercing gaze swept across the gathered villagers, who stood staring, curiosity etched into their faces. No introductions were necessary. The man was Sherlock Holmes. Holmes said little upon his arrival. He headed straight for the crime scene, still roped off with makeshift wooden stakes. That day, the dried lake was just as ominous and deathly as when the body had been found. The ground was muddy and soft, the air thick with the rot of wild grass and stagnant bog. Watson walked beside him, notebook in hand. Holmes stopped at a patch of trampled weeds, bending down to examine it. Not the body, that had been removed the day before, but the remnants left behind. The mud was indented nearly 2 inches deep. A claw mark, 3 long, curved talons like hooked blades, raked the earth. A second mark, nearly a meter away, mirrored the first. Watson asked whether it could have been a wild bear. Holmes gave a faint shake of his head. He gently prodded one of the prints with his cane, muttering under his breath. No drag marks. No backward steps. No randomness. Whatever, or whoever, left these prints had done so deliberately. The monster's footprint was placed with intent. Holmes looked up, eyes sweeping toward the gray forest. The ancient trees were thick and tangled, like the hair of a madman, hiding any path beneath their shadows. He turned to Watson and said, "We are dealing with a very clever murderer." The villagers eyed Holmes with a mix of hope and doubt. Some whispered that the past of the gray forest should remain undisturbed, that those who touched the darkness never returned the same. Holmes paid them no mind. He went to see the village police chief, Mr. Bramley, a man who had lived there for over 30 years. Inside a small office heavy with the musty scent of old paper and tobacco, Bramley recounted that the victim was Peter Mallory, a solitary man who lived in a wooden cabin near the forest's edge. No wife. No children. No known family. Kept to himself. Made a living chopping wood for hire. Asked about enemies, Bramley merely shrugged. In a village this small, anyone could be an enemy. Here, stories traveled faster by rumor than by truth. Holmes asked to see the victim's home. The wooden cabin was unremarkable. A brick fireplace, a messy bed, a few old books, all folklore and the occult. But what caught Holmes's eye was the nearly burned-out candle on the table, its holder shattered as if it had been stomped on. Watson pointed to a charcoal sketch hanging on the wall, a tall creature with eyes like pits of fire. On the floor, Holmes found a single strand of hair. Long, gray, coarse. Not from a dog. Not from a bear. He pocketed it, then stood, his gaze colder than before. Someone. Or something, had come here that night, and Peter Mallory had known. Perhaps he had braced himself. Perhaps not. But clearly, the fear didn't come from the first encounter. It came from memory. Back at the inn, Holmes sat by the window, staring toward the dried lake. He asked Watson to record 7 observations. The victim did not die from an animal attack. The footprints were deliberately placed. The killer was familiar with the legend of the gray forest monster. Peter Mallory was connected to something in the forest. The hair found was not from a wild animal. The house showed no signs of being ransacked, robbery was not the motive. And most importantly, the villagers believe the monster is real. Holmes turned to Watson, his eyes sharp as blades. Someone is using fear to kill. And the first victim may not be the last. That night, as fog rose like a massive burial shroud over Hollowmere, a howl echoed from the gray forest. Long, deep, and fierce, a sound as if from hell itself. Some villagers swore they saw a towering figure moving through the shadows. Holmes said nothing. He stood at the inn's porch, staring toward the faint moonlight glinting on the forest ridge, his eyes like one who already knew the truth, yet remained silent. This case is not about a monster. It's about a man, wearing the mask of one. A murderer who knows how to cloak crime in fear. And from this moment on, Sherlock Holmes had entered the game of shadows. Chapter 2, Footprints that couldn't belong to a man. Not all large footprints belong to monsters, some enormous tracks are merely a facade, masking a meticulously calculated crime. The next morning, before the fog had a chance to lift, Holmes was already back at the crime scene. He brought with him a measuring tape, a magnifying glass, and a small, time-worn leather-bound notebook. The earth beneath his feet was still damp and soft from the thick mist clinging to the drained lake. On that soft ground were footprints so absurdly large they defied belief, nearly 38 centimeters long, over 20 centimeters wide, and sunken nearly 5 centimeters deep into the soil. Holmes said nothing for the first few minutes. He moved lightly, carefully measuring each print, marking their positions, angles, and depth. Watson observed silently, well accustomed to Holmes's habit of slipping into wordless concentration when his mind was working at full speed. The villagers whispered among themselves, convinced the footprints must have belonged to the creature from the grey forest. Some even claimed to have heard heavy footsteps in the middle of the night, echoing like war drums through the hills and trees. Holmes straightened after a long pause. He pointed his ruler at a particular footprint, one slightly deeper than the others by nearly a centimeter, though the length and shape remained exactly the same. If someone heavier had stepped there, they would leave behind consistent pressure across all their steps. But here, only a few prints were unusually deep, while the others remained even. That indicated this wasn't the natural gait of a creature weighing hundreds of pounds. This was a fabrication. Watson nodded thoughtfully, though he hadn't fully grasped the implication. Holmes turned to point at the edge of the print. The soil around it hadn't been flung outward, no mud displaced beyond the footprint's rim. A real foot, pulling free from that depth, would have caused displacement, would have torn the ground. What was the most logical explanation? A tool had been pressed into the ground from above. Possibly a wooden board or cast, forced down to make the impression. The person creating the prints might have stood beside it, using mechanical leverage or their own body weight to apply pressure. Holmes followed each print, measuring the distance between them. Precise. Uniform. Exactly 85 centimeters apart. No one walks through wild woods with a soldier's parade step. This was a staged scene. The work of a shadowy artist. Holmes asked to borrow a horse from a local farmer to test a theory. He compared the fake footprints' depth to those left by the horse's hooves. The weight of a full-grown horse plus rider only pressed 3.5 centimeters into the soil. The supposed monster tracks, though deeper, still lacked the telltale signs of real movement. Even more telling, Holmes discovered an unusual mark nearby, not a human or animal footprint, but a small groove in the soil, about 2 fingers wide. The trail wound its way toward a bush. He knelt and gently touched it. The groove wasn't made by something round being dragged, but rather something like a rope sliding along the ground. Rope. Pulley. Fake footprints. Holmes froze, eyes lighting with a strange, sharp gleam. We weren't looking at a monster wandering the village, but at someone who wanted the village to believe one existed. That afternoon, Holmes and Watson returned to Peter Mallory's cabin. Holmes wanted to examine the area behind the house, a spot few had paid attention to. There, he found a patch of trampled earth, some wooden stakes driven into the ground, and a snapped rope still shedding fibers into a nearby bush. Peter's death wasn't random. Someone had planned it meticulously, constructing every detail to blame something that wasn't real. The monster's footprints were misdirection, but they revealed something critical. The killer didn't want to be caught, but they needed the fear to spread. Holmes stood silently for a moment, then turned to Watson, voice grave. If all they wanted was to kill someone and get away, they wouldn't have invented a monster. But if they intend to kill again, and keep the villagers terrified, they need a story. They need a monster to hide behind. This was a long game. A crime with structure. That night, Holmes and Watson slipped from the inn and crossed the village in silence, heading for the western forest, the place villagers claimed to have seen the creature. They carried lanterns, revolvers, and an old bear trap borrowed from a local hunter. In the dense darkness, every sound was amplified. The hoot of an owl became a shriek. A falling leaf sounded like stealthy footsteps. The night forest smelled damp, sweet, and faintly of decay. Holmes selected a small clearing, set the trap, and sprinkled the coarse gray hairs he had collected the previous day across its surface. Then he and Watson hid behind a large fallen log and waited. It didn't take long. There was a sound, clearly footsteps. But not quite human. The rhythm was steady, heavy, as if someone were carrying something weighty, or dragging something behind them. The footsteps stopped before the trap. Silence followed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3. Watson held his breath. Holmes squeezed his arm, signaling patience. Suddenly, there was a sharp rustle. The lantern light caught something falling into the trap, not a man, not an animal, but what looked like the head of a creature, shaggy, with 2 hollow eye sockets. A fake animal head. Someone was testing them. Holmes sprang from his hiding spot, but only caught a glimpse of a tall figure vanishing behind the trees. On the ground were real human footprints, no more signs of the monstrous ones. Only now was Holmes certain, the killer hadn't merely fabricated a monster, he was toying with them, like a cat playing with a mouse. An intelligent adversary. Perhaps someone from the village. Perhaps not. But definitely someone who had lived in Hollowmere, someone who knew the legends of the Grey Forest, and knew how to weaponize them. The next morning, Holmes visited an old hunter named Garrett, a man regarded by the villagers as a living archive of local wildlife knowledge. Garrett had lived here even before the forest fire 27 years ago. He kept a collection of carved wooden footprint casts, used to teach his grandchildren how to track animals in the woods. Holmes asked to see the bear paw mold. What he found shocked him, the shape matched the so-called monster's footprint by 90%. Holmes asked gently, "Mr. Garrett, who was the last person to borrow this?" Garrett thought for a moment, then slowly replied. "No one. Wait, 2 months ago, someone asked to borrow it for the village play. I remember now, it was that woodworker, Elliot. Elliot. A man who had lived in the village for nearly 10 years, kept to himself, never made close friends, and had once worked alongside Peter Mallory." Holmes nodded. A new name had entered the list of suspects. Back at the inn, Holmes sat writing furiously in his notebook. Watson remained beside him, careful not to disturb. After an hour, Holmes paused and read aloud. "The tracks do not belong to a monster. They belong to someone who understands the human mind, someone who knows that fear does not need to be real, only believable. And in Hollowmere, where the past was once consumed by fire, that believability is born from ash, legend, and blood." That night, Holmes sat alone beneath the inn's eaves, pipe in hand, unlit. There was no smoke in his eyes, only the quiet focus of a man facing a rival mind. Watson came and asked softly, "Do you think we're dealing with a serial killer?" Holmes answered, "No. This is someone who kills with purpose. But I've yet to understand whether that purpose is vengeance, a warning, or the start of something larger." Watson asked, "So what's the next step?" Holmes replied, "To find the one person in this village who not only knows how to create fear, but how to control it. This is not just a murderer. It's someone building a monster to mask himself. And there's only one way to reveal the truth. We must make the monster show its face." Chapter 3, The Woman Who Wept in the Dark. Not every cry in the night comes from sorrow, some sobs are messages from the past, calling forth secrets that refuse to rest. The morning sky over Hollowmere was ashen, as if dusted with soot. The clouds hung low, the wind blew cold, and a quiet unease spread through the air. Holmes remained silent as he and Watson walked along the damp dirt path to a house about 300 meters from the crime scene. It was the home of an old woman named Agatha, the only witness living near the scene, and someone the villagers avoided speaking of. They said she cried every night, whispered as if conversing with someone long dead. Some believed she was mad. Others thought she was possessed. Holmes believed neither. The small house was gray, with a roof of aging wooden shingles, moss-covered walls, and a window left slightly ajar. Upon entering, they were greeted by the scent of mildew, musty, but not unbearable. Agatha sat beside an extinguished fireplace, wrapped in a gray shawl, her fingers gently rubbing a worn rosary. Her face was neither fierce nor confused, just weathered, like the walls surrounding her. Holmes bowed in greeting and quietly sat down on a wooden chair across from her. Watson stood near the door, silent. Agatha did not look at them. She stared into the cold hearth, whispering as if speaking only to herself. "It's come back. I heard it last night. The footsteps. The smoke. Just like back then." Holmes didn't interrupt. He simply listened, silently. Then, gently, he asked, "What did you hear?" She murmured dreamily. "The wind through the broken window frame." "But it wasn't wind. It knows I'm still alive. It's looking for me. It's the child I buried with my bare hands 19 years ago." Watson glanced at Holmes. Still, Holmes said nothing. After a few minutes, he politely asked to look around the house. Agatha didn't stop him, she merely nodded vaguely. Holmes moved slowly, letting his hand glide over dust-covered objects, a stopped pendulum clock, a photograph face down on a table, a bookshelf full of yellowing paper. On the wall hung a faded portrait, a young man with a cold expression and piercing eyes. Beneath it was an inscription, so worn it was nearly illegible. Holmes leaned in close to read it. 3 words, Anthony Holomere. Holomere. Holmes turned back to look at Agatha. She was still whispering. "Anthony was your son?" Agatha did not answer. She let out a dry, choked sob, like a gasp from lungs that hadn't breathed freely in years. Holmes resumed his silent search. On a small altar, he found something strange, a tarnished silver pendant, engraved with 2 interlocked letters, A and H. Not a common piece of jewelry. Classic. Expensive. The kind worn by men. And few would have initials engraved unless they belonged to a family of status or tradition. Holmes set the pendant back on the altar. But as he walked out of the room, light from the window struck its surface, revealing a faint red gleam. It wasn't pure silver. It was an alloy of silver, tin, and iron, the kind once used in folk tales to repel beasts of legend. That night, Holmes and Watson returned to the house once more, this time staying outside. From behind a large oak tree, they watched Agatha's home as the village lights gradually went dark. At exactly midnight, a soft weeping arose from within the house. Not wailing. Not moaning. Just a steady sobbing, like the ticking of an old clock. Then came the creak of wood. Holmes gently squeezed Watson's shoulder, signaling silence. A tall, thin figure emerged from Agatha's door, carrying a cloth sack. He didn't light a lantern. He walked slowly toward the back of the house, then disappeared into the forest. Holmes and Watson followed immediately. They moved in utter silence. The forest path was pitch black, but Holmes tracked the faint impressions of the man's shoes in the soft earth. Soon, they reached a small mound of land, the path to it obscured by leaves and vines. The stranger had vanished beyond it. The next morning, Holmes returned to the spot. He discovered signs of old digging, but something else caught his eye, a half-burned scrap of paper with handwriting. Part of the text was still legible. Holomere never forgets. He looked up, in the direction of Agatha's house. In the village, Holmes gathered another tale from a worker at the local tavern. Anthony Holomere, Agatha's son, had been an intelligent but emotionally unstable teenager. He once set fire to a livestock shed after being beaten by his father. At 17, Anthony vanished during the Great Forest Fire. His body was never found. The villagers believed he died. Agatha believed he had been cursed, or worse, that he had never truly died. Holmes quietly replaced the photograph of Anthony on the altar when he returned to the house. That's when he noticed something. There was no dust on the picture frame. Agatha had been cleaning it every day. Holmes persuaded her to let him see Anthony's old room. She reluctantly agreed. The room was on the 2nd floor, locked with an old iron padlock. When the door opened, a musty odor surged out. The room was covered in cobwebs and dust. But something was off. Small footprints led from the window to the corner of the room, where a wooden box lay hidden under a cloth. Holmes opened the box. Inside were scraps of paper, written in shaky handwriting with charcoal ink. They read, "I will return. No one will escape. They burned me. Blood must be paid." Another note read, "Peter first. Then." The next line had been torn off. Watson looked at Holmes. "It can't be Anthony. He's dead." Holmes was silent, his eyes fixed on the last line. Anthony may be dead. But if someone wanted the world to think he came back, this is the perfect way. As they left Agatha's house, Holmes was deep in thought. He looked toward the grey woods north of the village, where the old fire had consumed half the forest and buried dozens. Watson asked, "Then who wrote those notes? Agatha?" Holmes shook his head. "Not her. Someone else. Someone who knows Hollowmere's past, understands Agatha's pain, and is using that grief to mask a crime." Watson asked, "What about the pendant?" Holmes replied, "The initials A and H. They may stand for Anthony Hollowmere, but they could belong to someone else with the same initials. And that forces us to broaden our scope of suspicion." On their final night in the village, Holmes returned once more to Anthony's room. He tapped gently on the floorboards, one by one. Near the foot of the bed, the sound changed, hollow. He pried up the plank. Beneath it was a small compartment. Inside was a crude beast costume. Gray fur, nearly 2 meters tall, covered in dust, and a pair of carved wooden feet, designed to match the prints found at the crime scene. Watson exclaimed, "So Anthony's alive? Or?" Holmes interrupted. "No. This is a relic. Someone hid it here. Perhaps Anthony made it once, for some game or ritual. Or perhaps someone else recreated Anthony's image to commit murder. And perhaps Agatha knows. But she doesn't dare speak." At dawn, Holmes visited Agatha one final time. He held the pendant before her and asked, "Where did you find this?" Agatha didn't answer. She took it, pressed it to her chest, and began to weep. "He gave it to me, that night." He stood at the window. Said nothing. Just held out the pendant, then vanished. Holmes asked, "Are you certain it was Anthony?" Agatha whispered, "A mother's heart knows." Holmes turned away. There was no certainty in his eyes, only another layer of fog settling over the Hollowmere monster case. Anthony's body may have vanished in that old blaze. But his shadow remained, in his mother's grief, in the village's memory, and in the cruel plot now unfolding. And if Anthony is merely a name resurrected to spread fear, then who is standing behind it all? Chapter 4, The Screech in the Moonlit Night. Not everything we see in the dark is real. Sometimes, fear itself is staged like a play, and light is merely the trick of the one behind the curtain. The moon hung high, perfectly round like an ancient eye watching over the village of Hollowmere. The sky was unusually clear, revealing a deep blue dome where each silent star seemed to step aside, making way for something about to unfold. Watson, for some inexplicable reason, couldn't sleep. Something weighed on his mind, perhaps the haunted look in Mrs. Agatha's eyes that morning, perhaps the image of the silver necklace glinting in the first light of day, or maybe the persistent sobbing that echoed in the old house, like water seeping through stone, not forceful, but relentless. He decided to step out and take a walk around the small forest where Holmes had once traced clues. The night air was cold but clear, carrying the scent of wild grass and old ashes from long-dead fires. Watson ventured deeper into the woods, gripping his lantern tightly, his eyes scanning each bush and tree. The silence was so absolute that even the slightest sound felt deafening. Then he heard it. A long screech, high-pitched, rising from the edge of the woods. It wasn't an animal. Nor was it the wind. It was like metal scraping against metal, or claws scratching on dry wood. Watson froze, eyes wide. And then, between two large oak trees, he saw it. A tall, mist-like figure, standing still as smoke. Its face was indistinct, but two red, glowing dots burned where eyes should be, bright as embers. They didn't flicker. They didn't move. They stared straight at him. Watson's heart pounded. His hand trembled, causing the lantern to sway. He stepped back, his foot snapping a dry branch, and the figure vanished. No sound. No rustling leaves. As if it had never been there at all. Watson ran back to the lodge in the village, where Holmes was hunched over his desk, scribbling conclusions drawn from Anthony's room. When Watson recounted what he had seen, Holmes didn't react the way Watson expected. No fear. No shock. Just a glint in his eyes, as if another piece had just clicked into the map forming inside his mind. Holmes simply said, "Take me there. Now." The moon was still high when they returned to the forest. Watson pointed to the exact spot where he had stood, and where he had seen the strange creature. Holmes said nothing. He moved slowly, examining the ground, the snapped twigs, the wind's direction. Then he stopped, crouched near a tree root, and retrieved a small object embedded in the wood. A tiny lens. It had been hidden inside a thin wooden frame, designed like a device for reflecting light. Its exterior was covered in black dust and moss for camouflage. The interior held a polished red reflective mirror, shaped like a convex eye. Holmes held it up to the moonlight. A red gleam flashed, identical to the eyes Watson had seen. Watson gasped. So, those weren't eyes? Holmes shook his head. No. A reflection. A lens placed precisely to catch the moonlight, creating a pair of fake eyes. Only someone standing exactly where you were would have seen that red glow. A clever psychological trick. Combined with the screech, produced by a mechanical device hidden nearby. Holmes reached into a nearby tree root. He pulled out a small wooden box, inside which were gears and a pull string. A rudimentary but effective mechanism, designed to emit sound when night wind passed through its gaps. Holmes said, "This is part of the stage. A scripted performance." Watson asked, "Why place it here?" Holmes replied, "Because this was the first place Anthony was attacked, and the first location mentioned by Mrs. Agatha in her muddled words. The one behind this wants to resurrect the past, revive old fears, and slowly build belief that Anthony has returned." The next day, Holmes returned to the scene of the first incident. He carefully noted the direction of the wind and the moonlight's position from the previous night, then made his way back to the village. At the pub, he asked the innkeeper about people who used to be Anthony's childhood acquaintances. The innkeeper listed 3 names: Peter, the first victim, Marcus, now a forest warden, and Edwin, who had left the village years ago. All 3 had been part of a group known for bullying Anthony and were suspected of involvement in the forest fire from back then. Holmes gave a quiet chuckle. "And now, Peter is dead," Watson whispered. "Next is Marcus?" Holmes nodded. "If we don't stop it in time." That night, they visited Marcus's home on the forest's edge. It was a modest hut, nestled near the western border. Marcus was a large man with a beard and a rough demeanor, though not entirely unfeeling. When Holmes mentioned Anthony, he scoffed. "That kid? He died before I even grew up. His mum's gone mad. Anyone saying he's back is just scaring themselves." Holmes asked, "Have you noticed anything strange lately?" Marcus thought for a moment. "Last night, someone was walking around the house. I thought it was a coyote. But there was no barking. No tracks either. Strange thing, once I saw a red glow behind a northern tree." Holmes didn't reply. He turned to Watson and said, "We need to stay one step ahead." That night, Holmes planted several nails around the bushes near Marcus's house. Among them was a special trap, a reverse reflection lens. If someone tried the light trick again, it would reflect the illusion back at the trickster. Around midnight, with the moon at its peak, the screech came again. Marcus jumped up with a rifle. Watson aimed his lantern. And this time, they saw the red eyes move. Not a reflection. Something real. Holmes acted instantly, chasing the glowing eyes. But within moments, they vanished again. Where they had stood, Holmes found a mask made of animal fur, embedded with small lenses. Behind the fabric, he discovered a neatly folded piece of paper, with a single line written in black ink. 2 remain. Holmes handed the note to Marcus, who now looked completely sober. Watson whispered. "We're up against someone intelligent, meticulous, and ruthless." Holmes nodded silently. He doesn't just want revenge. He wants the villagers to believe the killer is a monster. A legend come to life. Because only when they believe, will he be free to strike again, without suspicion. The next morning, Holmes returned to the forest, this time exploring the northwest, the only area he hadn't investigated. In a rock crevice near a dry stream, he discovered subtle signs, a broken metal wire, a burned battery, and a soaked notebook. The first line read, "The strong are not those who take revenge, but those who make others die of fear." Holmes closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The battle of minds was beginning to take shape. The killer wasn't a monster, but a man. A man orchestrating this entire stage like a master director, layer by layer guiding victims toward collapse. And if Holmes couldn't unravel the next disguise, the next victim would die. Chapter 5, The Second Corpse and the Cipher in the Wine Cellar. When crime wears the mask of legend, the murderer is not just a killer, but a storyteller. One who writes in blood, fear, and clues laid not to be traced, but to test the intellect of their adversary. Morning in Hollowmere was no longer as peaceful as before. News of the attack the night prior spread like forest wind. The villagers whispered, narrow alleys buzzed with rumors. Some claimed to have seen red eyes on the church rooftop. Others swore they heard howling whenever the eastern wind blew. And then, before the sun had fully risen, a man came running across the main road, face pale, shouting incoherent words. The second corpse had been found, in a small house at the southern edge of the village. The victim was Marcus, the forest warden Holmes had warned the night before. He lay curled beside the doorstep, eyes bulging, lips dark purple. But the most haunting detail was not his posture. It was what had been stuffed in his mouth, animal fur, soft, ash-gray, soaked in fresh blood. Holmes arrived just minutes later. He said nothing as he crossed the threshold. His eyes swept every detail, the man's hand still lightly clenched, as if he had struggled against something. 2 parallel scratches lingered on his collar, like claw marks. Nearby, the oil lamp was still warm. There were no signs of a struggle, but the scent of burning lingered. Holmes descended immediately into the wine cellar, a place he had briefly inspected the night before. The rickety wooden stairs led to a damp chamber with a low vaulted ceiling. A faint light filtered in through a small window near the ground. But this time, what stopped Holmes was the acrid stench, half-burnt paper mingled with the musty scent of aged grapes. On the floor, beside the largest wine barrel, lay a small pile of ash. In the center, something had survived. A thick scrap of paper, 3 corners burned, but the center still intact. Not letters, but dots and dashes. Holmes recognized it at once, Morse code. He carefully lifted the scrap with tweezers, placed it under a magnifying glass, and examined it by lamplight. His eyes narrowed, following the rhythm of the dots and dashes like the pulse in his mind. This was what remained. LU/BOAD/MONG/VUOD. He paused. Perhaps the final word was not completely burned, hence unclear. But with the instincts of someone who had cracked hundreds of ciphers, Holmes understood immediately. The Claw Brigade. Watson looked at him and asked. A group? Holmes gave a slight nod. Not a name. A title. An organization. And Marcus's death is no longer personal, it's a message. Watson frowned. But why leave a clue after killing? Does he want to be caught? Holmes replied. No. He wants to be understood. Or rather, he wants us to think we understand. The police arrived soon after, but Holmes had already instructed that no one was to touch the scene in the cellar. He stood alone for hours in the chamber, as though speaking with the shadows. He followed the trail of ash and discovered a piece of burnt wire. It smelled of kerosene, and faint black ink marked part of it, clearly the remains of a document hastily destroyed. But why hadn't the killer burned it all? Or, had he wanted Holmes to find it? Upstairs, in Marcus's bedroom, Holmes found a small notebook beneath the pillow. The first few pages contained vague notes, but the last page had been torn. The remaining half bore a number, 171221. Watson asked. A date? Holmes shook his head. No. Coordinates. They examined a map of Hollowmere. 17, 12, 21 pointed to a place few paid attention to, an old storage shed, about 2 miles southeast of the village, near an abandoned quarry. Watson looked at Holmes. Are we going? Holmes nodded. There are no monster tracks leading there. But there are traces of intellect, and secrets waiting. The shed was thick with cobwebs, its wooden door rotten, as though no one had entered for years. But Holmes saw it immediately, a spot on the doorknob had been wiped clean of dust. They opened it. Inside was cold and dark, the air filled with the scent of gunpowder and freshly disturbed earth. In one corner stood a large wooden crate. Inside were strange items, beast masks made of brass, fishing line, red lenses, and a thick book bound in oxhide. The book was heavy. Embossed on the cover was a claw clenching a skull. The first page read, Training Manual, The Claw Brigade. Watson whispered. So it's not a legend. It's real. Holmes flipped through the pages. The contents detailed how to create the illusion of a monster using optical effects, how to lead crowds into believing the irrational, how to instill fear using sound, light, and camouflage. Every technique was written like a science. One line had been underlined. When people no longer believe in the law, they will be ready to believe in legends. Inside the book was a list, names of lower-ranking members once registered. Holmes paused at one name, Edwin Hartley. Watson asked. Anthony's third childhood friend? Holmes nodded. The only one still alive. The one who vanished from Hollowmere years ago. And now, every lead seems to point to him. Watson frowned. But if he's behind all this, why kill his own friends? Holmes replied. Not revenge. Purging. Completing a ritual. Or, sending a final message, that Anthony is dead, but his will has returned, through another's hand. Watson asked. You think Edwin is the leader? Holmes said. I think, he is the heir. Holmes returned the book to the crate, documented every detail, and sealed the evidence. On the way back, he remained silent for a long time. At last, he said. There are 3 layers to a case. The first is evidence, blood, footprints, corpses. The second is motive. Money, hatred, passion. But the third is the deepest, the philosophy of the killer. Only by understanding that can we truly stop them. Watson asked. And what's this killer's philosophy? Holmes replied. Not revenge. But transformation. He wants to create a world where people must fear in order to obey. He uses myth in place of law. Claws instead of justice. And Hollowmere is only the beginning. That night, Holmes sat by the oil lamp, sketching the outline of the case. 3 names. 3 histories. 1 deranged woman. 1 secretive organization. 2 deaths marked by legend. And an incomplete cipher. His hand paused at the last word on the scorched paper. VOD. Not VOT. Not VOL. Why? Suddenly he stood and stepped into the night. Watson followed. Holmes looked up at the crescent moon and said, "It wasn't a burnt letter. It was a wrong letter. VOD was intentional. A private code. A name reversed." Watson gasped. "A person?" Holmes replied. "Someone mocking me." With perfect precision. A killer not driven by hatred, but by the desire to force me down from reason, and into his labyrinth. Chapter 6, The Clown in the Abandoned Church. The one who sows the greatest fear is not the killer, but the one who turns death into a joke, right in the place that once stood as a symbol of faith. That afternoon, Hollowmere was blanketed in a thick layer of fog. The sun seemed obscured by an invisible hand. Everything sank into an ashen-gray light, creating the sensation that time itself had stopped. Holmes stood before the rusted iron gate of the abandoned church, once the spiritual heart of the village, now a sanctuary for what had been forgotten. Watson stood beside him in silence. No one spoke. The door ahead, slightly ajar, seemed to be waiting for them to step through. 10 years ago, the church had suffered a minor fire. Since then, it had been left deserted, becoming a hangout for mischievous children or a shelter from the sun for the drunken. But Holmes believed that, for the one staging this monstrous drama, this place was not merely a ruin, it was a stage. Inside the church, pale light filtered through shattered stained glass windows, casting distorted patches of color on the gray stone floor. Rotten pews were scattered haphazardly, thick dust layered across the decaying wood. On the altar, the crucifix lay broken, tilted askew, as if toppled by some divine wrath. Holmes moved slowly toward the back of the church, where the priest's quarters had once been. The small door remained, its iron lock long since broken. He pushed it open, and a wave of mold and rotting wood filled the air. Inside, there was nothing but an old iron bed, a wooden desk, and a broken bookshelf. But Holmes knelt to examine the floor. A faint footprint, very faint, caught his eye. Not from an ordinary villager. A small shoe, worn and damp. Someone had been here last night. Watson entered quietly behind him, but before he could speak, they both heard it. A sound above, creak, then louder, creak. Someone was moving on the rafters. Holmes looked up. There was someone on the beams. Suddenly, something dropped. Watson jumped aside as a loud crack echoed. A figure, dressed in a tattered, garishly colored coat, rolled across the floor and sprang up like a wild animal. A pale white face with smeared paint. Eyes lined black with red rims. A grin stretched from ear to ear. A frizzy wig like a crow's nest, caked with dust and dirt. The clown. He said nothing at first, simply stared at Holmes. Then, abruptly, he burst into laughter, a shrill, broken cackle like metal scraping against metal. Holmes took one step forward. Watson reached for his gun, but Holmes raised a hand to stop him. The clown stopped laughing. He spoke slowly, each word like it had been whittled down with a blunt knife. "The next will be the priest." Then, without warning, he threw a handful of ash into the air. The room filled with smoke. When Watson lit his lantern and scanned around, the clown was gone. No one could catch him. There was no logical exit from the room. But behind the wardrobe, Holmes discovered a small vent, just wide enough for a small person to slip through. Fresh mud smeared the edges. This clown wasn't merely mad. He had a plan. Holmes turned back to the desk. There was only one item on it, a necklace made of thorny cord, with a worn Victorian coin in the center, an issue exclusive to clergy who had served at the Hollowmere Church since the 1840s. Watson flipped the coin over and gasped. An engraved inscription, "Consecrate the soul, forsake the flesh." Holmes reflected. An old religious creed. But to this man, it's a declaration. He's playing a game of sacrifice. That very afternoon, Holmes and Watson went to see the only living priest left in Hollowmere, Father Benedict, retired for 8 years now, living in a small room next to the poorhouse. Father Benedict was old, hunched, and clouded of eye, but his memory remained sharp. When Holmes mentioned the old church, the priest shivered. There are things that should never be unearthed. The church wasn't abandoned because of the fire. It was because someone hanged himself in the sacristy. Holmes asked. Who? Father Benedict sighed. Father Gerald. He supposedly found heretical texts in the church's underground library. After that, he changed, started rambling about demons, and one day, he hanged himself from the rafters. Watson asked. And that was covered up? The priest nodded. The church didn't want scandal. And the villagers were afraid. No one dared speak of it. But one child witnessed it all. Edwin Hartley. The name fell like a stone. Holmes went silent. That night, Holmes and Watson returned to the church, now on high alert. They inspected every brick, every alcove, and finally found a hidden passage behind the pulpit. A narrow corridor leading to a basement sealed with stone. It took nearly 3 hours to clear the way. Below was a square room with a low ceiling, the walls covered in faded black ink symbols. At the center stood a stone pedestal with claw-like scratches. On the wall, Holmes found old handwritten pages, most torn and illegible. One remained intact, written in Latin. The demon does not come from hell, but from misguided faith. He who wears the cloth but harbors filth in his soul, will turn belief into a blade. Watson whispered. It's not legend. It's real. Someone strayed from faith, and turned it into obsession. Holmes nodded. The clown is that broken remnant. He's not merely a lunatic. He's pain wrapped in a comic mask. And if he said the priest is next, then Father Benedict is in danger. They rushed back to the poorhouse that night, but Father Benedict's room was empty. On the desk lay a single scrap of paper, handwriting erratic, seemingly scribbled in haste. No time left. I must return to where it all began. Holmes understood immediately. Father Benedict had gone back to the old stone chamber, where Father Gerald had once hanged himself. It was the place where the curse had closed in. But it was also where he, the clown, Edwin, or both in one, was waiting. Watson asked. What if we don't make it in time? Holmes clenched the thorn necklace. His eyes were as cold as the Hollowmere woods at night. Then faith will die once more. But this time, I won't let that happen. Chapter 7, The Blood-Soaked Past of Hollowmere. No monster is born of hell, only of a past left unforgiven. And it will always return to collect its debt. The morning after the encounter with the clown in the ruined church, Holmes returned to the local police station with a clear request, the complete archives of Hollowmere for the past 30 years. Chief McNeil hesitated at first, but after a razor-sharp glance from Holmes and the presentation of a long-unused identification card from Scotland Yard, the file room was opened without another word. In the damp archive room, the records were crammed together, thick with dust. Holmes turned each page as if peeling away layers of soil from a buried corpse. Watson stood silently beside him, his gaze growing heavier with each line Holmes read aloud. Until Holmes stopped at a faded folder dated October 7, 27 years prior. The title read, The Hollowmere Incident, The Great Fire of Ashford Forest. Holmes sat heavily in a chair and opened the file. And he read. It was a moonless night. Ashford Forest had suddenly gone up in flames, the fire reaching the treetops. It spread as though someone had drenched the area in gasoline. Villagers rushed to help, but all rescue efforts proved futile. 13 people died. Among them was a family rumored to be descendants of medieval witches, the Hollow family. They had lived in seclusion in a wooden cabin deep within the forest, a place villagers referred to in whispers as the Grey Shack. According to the report, there were signs of accelerants around the house, but the police at the time concluded it was due to dry wood and pine resin. The first contradiction. Next, notes on the bodies, only 12 were recovered. The 13th, eldest son of the family, named Albert Hollow, was never found. No ashes, no bones, no trace. A line at the bottom of the file, underlined in red ink, case closed. Insufficient evidence to determine cause of fire. Holmes closed his eyes, piecing the fragments together. The clown. The letter he left behind. The warning, the next will be the priest. The name Edwin Hartley, mentioned by Father Benedict. But in the list of those living near the forest at the time, there was no one named Edwin. However, there was a note in the casualty report. The Hollow family had 3 children. 2 daughters, confirmed dead in the fire. The eldest son, Albert Hollow, was listed as missing. Holmes murmured, as if speaking to himself. Albert Hollow. A.H. The necklace in Mrs. Agatha's house. The old woman who often cried at night. Could she be Albert's mother? Holmes turned to Watson, his voice cold and sharp. We're not dealing with a madman. We're facing a soul that survived the flames. A boy who was burned alongside his family. A child who has carried hatred for nearly 3 decades. They returned to the wooden house where Mrs. Agatha lived. She was not at home. But Holmes followed the wet footprints on the ground, leading toward the forest, along a path once blocked off due to a landslide. Watson asked quietly. If Albert is still alive, where has he been living all these years? Holmes replied, eyes fixed on the trail. The only place no one dares to go, Ashford Forest itself. They followed the tracks for nearly 2 hours, weaving through dense forest, crossing a narrow stream, and slipping between moss-covered rocks. Then they stopped. Before them lay a patch of scorched earth. Though the forest had regrown, this place remained dead. Sparse grass had returned, but the air felt frozen in time. A wooden rooftop emerged. Not a new house, just the foundation of what remained of the Grey Shack. Someone had rebuilt it. Not fully. Just enough for shelter. Inside the shack stood a small stone altar, covered in animal fur and red-painted claws. On the walls hung dozens of clay masks, cracked, distorted, twisted like faces torqued by agony. At the center was a strip of animal hide, inscribed in dried blood. I did not die. I was reborn in the ashes of false faith. Watson stepped back. Holmes stepped forward and picked up a small object on the table, an aged letter, sealed with red wax that had never been pressed shut. The letter was addressed to Father Gerald, the priest who hanged himself in the church. The handwriting was uneven, but heavy with emotion. You promised to protect us. But you let them burn my home. I saw you watching. I will make every priest of Hollowmere pay. Even if it takes 100 years. Albert Hollow. Holmes gently placed the letter back down, as if holding a curse in his hands. The past had been uncovered. But new questions emerged. If Albert survived, who raised him through his childhood? And how did he learn to forge clues, craft masks, use Morse code, and design the symbol of the Claw Brigade? This was not the mind of a savage. It was the product of someone taught, or a victim of a warped doctrine. Watson whispered. Perhaps he's not just Albert. Perhaps he's the outcome of secrets buried by the entire village. Holmes said nothing. His eyes drifted toward the hilltop where the ruined church still stood. The blood-soaked past of Hollowmere wasn't just recorded in police files. It pulsed in the land itself, in every stone, in every wrinkle on the faces of the village elders. Holmes whispered. "We're not solving a case. We're unlocking a gate, one that should have remained buried forever." Chapter 8, A Secret Conversation in the Tavern. When darkness hides crime, the real secrets don't lie in the screams of monsters, but in laughter, clinking glasses, and the final whispers of the most sober man in the room. Holmes entered the Rusted Goat Tavern with his hat pulled low, an old coat slung across his shoulders, and a staggering gait as if he had just emptied an entire barrel of beer. The thick air reeked of smoke, alcohol, and rotting wood, a place where the line between sanity and madness was easily lost. Watson had gone in ahead, seated in a corner with a newspaper spread wide as if engrossed in the sports section. Holmes scanned the room and chose a seat near the bar, close to the fireplace, right beside the table of two unfamiliar men whispering in hushed tones. The fire cast flickering shadows on their faces, making it hard to tell their age or identities. But their posture said one thing clearly: these were no ordinary villagers. One had a low voice, but each word was hissed like he feared they might drift into an unwelcome ear. The other occasionally let out a dry chuckle, his finger tapping the rim of his glass with a sharp, metallic ting. Holmes slumped his head onto the table, though he was keenly listening to every word. The first man said, "Everyone thinks it ended with Gerald's death and those bodies covered in fur. But no. That was just the smoke screen. The real event is about to begin." The other chuckled. "The people of Hollowmere are still trembling from the monster we released. Exactly as planned. Keep them afraid, and they'll never see whose hand holds the knife." Holmes clenched his fingers under the table. Not a monster. A plan. Someone was orchestrating a play, using the shadow of Albert Hollow to hide something far more calculated. The first man sipped his drink, then lowered his voice. "The brigade is ready. Once the new priest arrives in town, the signal will be given. We just have to make sure no one traces the communication network." Holmes subtly extended a finger behind his back, a signal to Watson. In the haze of alcohol and smoke, Watson quietly folded the paper, stood up, and slowly exited the tavern. A slight nod confirmed he had identified the target. The second man stood up first, tall, bearded, wearing a long coat with a faint claw insignia stitched near the cuff. He left through the back alley. Watson silently followed, leaving no sound behind. Holmes remained seated. The other man kept sipping his drink. It was then Holmes noticed something in his eyes, not just cunning, but blind devotion. He wasn't merely following orders. He was serving a cause. As the man stood to leave, Holmes caught a glimpse of a metallic chain around his collar. Not a cross, but a bent claw. The symbol of the Claw Brigade. On the way back, Holmes met Watson in an alley near the marketplace. Watson spoke in a hushed tone. "That man went into a red brick house at the end of Stonewall Street. No nameplate, no number. Windows boarded shut. I didn't get too close, but two more people went in, wearing identical long coats." Holmes thought for a moment. "We have to get inside. But not tonight." He looked up at the sky. Clouds had thickened. Wind from Ashford Forest was beginning to blow back toward the village. The next morning, Holmes returned to the police station and requested the list of residents in the Stonewall Street area from the past 5 years. One name caught his eye: Marlon Drevin, former bishop of the Church of St. Ignatius, dismissed for preaching extremist doctrines. No one knew where he had gone after leaving the post. Holmes dug deeper. Marlon had once held sermons deep in the forest, drawing dozens of followers. But after the Hollowmere fire 27 years ago, he vanished from all records. A long blank. As if someone had deliberately scrubbed all traces of him. That evening, Holmes and Watson broke into the red brick house. Inside was not a home, but an underground ritual chamber. Claw symbols lined the walls, an altar draped in animal fur stood in the center, and a detailed map of Hollowmere lay spread out, with several locations marked by red pins. At the very center was a diagram of the newly constructed church. Beneath it, a chilling inscription. The sacrifice nears completion. Old blood shall guide the new. Watson murmured. These men, they're not just criminals. They're performing a ritual. Holmes nodded. His eyes landed on a painting at the back of the room, a man standing amidst flames, arms raised high, his eyes devoid of pupils. Beneath it, the inscription. He who rose from the ashes, messenger of the claw. That night, Holmes didn't sleep. He assembled every piece of the puzzle. Albert Hollow disappeared. But his name was used as a symbol. The monster in the forest was a diversion. The red eyes? Just reflective lenses. The villagers who died, pawns to provoke fear. The Claw Brigade was the real force behind it all. And now, a blood ritual was about to begin, in the new church. Holmes knew they were no longer just solving a case. They had to stop a rising tide of fanaticism, one born from past pain and nourished by present blood. He whispered. The first death was only a warning. The smoke has cleared. Now, we step into the eye of the storm. Chapter 9, The Room Beneath the Earth. The truth never lies on the surface, it is hidden deep in places where light cannot reach, where the human soul reveals its darkest essence. Watson had followed the stranger who left the tavern the previous night. The man wound through narrow alleys, slipped past the early morning market, and disappeared into an abandoned shop on the western edge of Hollowmere. The building was decrepit, its tiled roof partially collapsed, the windows boarded shut, and the crooked signboard now just a few splintered pieces of wood hanging at an angle. Watson stayed at a distance, silently observing. The man wasn't alone. A second figure arrived a few minutes later, exchanged a few brief words with him, and both vanished inside through the back entrance. Without hesitation, Watson returned to find Holmes. By the time they came back, night was falling. The wind was colder than usual. Wisps of mist from Ashford Forest seemed to creep even into the stone foundations of the town. Holmes pushed open the rotting wooden door, which groaned faintly in the silence. Inside was thick darkness and the stench of damp. Broken shelves lay scattered, and the floor was coated in a heavy layer of dust. But amid the gloom, an old rug lay misaligned, skewed compared to the worn patterns on the floor tiles beneath it. Holmes pulled the rug aside. Beneath it was an iron trapdoor, locked. Though old, it was free of dust, meaning it was used regularly. Watson looked at Holmes and gave a silent nod. Holmes drew a small iron pick, slid it into the keyhole. A few seconds later, there was a soft click. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a spiral stone staircase descending below. The musty smell deepened into something more sinister, the scent of rusted iron, compacted earth, and somewhere in between, dried blood. Below was a wide, low-ceilinged chamber, lit by the flickering glow of a few dying candles. Strange symbols were painted across the walls, faun-like shapes, wolf tracks, and numerous ancient glyphs no one could decipher. At the center stood a stone altar, its surface etched with grooves designed to funnel blood into a basin below. Upon it, the dried stains were almost black. A sharp, metallic stench filled the air. Watson shuddered. This isn't just for show. This is a place of real sacrifice. Holmes said nothing, his eyes fixed on the wall behind the altar. There hung something that stopped him cold. A wolf's head mask, matted with dried blood. Its fur was clumped and stained red. The eye sockets were deep and hollow, as if staring directly into the soul of whoever faced it. Holmes stepped closer, inspecting the inside of the mask. He found something wedged within the lining, a small piece of paper, folded into quarters, nearly obscured by blood. He carefully unfolded it. Inside was a sequence of characters. B 17// X 13// B 24// Saturday / midnight. Watson frowned. Coordinates? Or a coded command? Holmes nodded slightly. Could be locations. Or the timing of the next ritual. He turned back to the altar. There were signs that something circular had once sat in the center, a charred ring, blackened with soot. But whatever it was no longer there. Holmes wrapped the mask in a cloth and turned to Watson. We need to study the symbols on the walls. Some resemble the ciphers used by ancient secret orders. They could indicate directions, or names of members. Watson looked up at the drawing next to the entrance, a wolf standing on two legs, its head thrown back in a howl, flames rising at its feet. Beneath it, jagged letters had been carved with something sharp. Ash opens the path. The messenger shall choose the purest blood. Holmes lowered his voice. They're not just killing for ritual. They're searching for an object, or a person, who meets some condition. And that person may have already been chosen. They left the abandoned shop before dawn. Holmes brought the mask and the slip of paper back to their lodging and immediately compared the coordinates to a map of Hollowmere and the region's old military topography. Coordinates B 17 and B 24 matched two significant locations, the ruins of the old church, and the graveyard behind Black Hill. X 13 sat directly in the center of Ashford Forest. A place no one dared enter after sundown. Holmes marked all 3 points on the map and connected them with red ink. A triangle formed, and at its heart was a perfect circle, the intersection point, the new church. And Saturday at midnight, only 3 days away. Holmes picked up the mask and stared at it for a long time. He understood now, this had gone far beyond a murder investigation. This was a religious cult, organized, purposeful, and planned for decades. The people of Hollowmere were being led by the ghosts of their past, but not by spirits. By the living, disguised as demons, fulfilling a forgotten curse. The next morning, Holmes visited the village library. He searched through the old archives, records predating the forest fire 27 years ago. At last, he found a map segment that had been cut from the main registry. A hand-drawn map. At its center was a room marked with a strange symbol, identical to the one they'd seen in the underground chamber. The annotation read, "The Blood Room, Site of the Covenant." Holmes folded the map, his eyes heavy with thought. Now all signs pointed to one conclusion. The room beneath the earth was not the beginning. It was merely the first station. Behind the wolf mask, there was a greater beast, not yet revealed, but ready to leap from the shadows. Holmes turned to Watson, his voice firm. We must go to X 13. If that is the ritual's core, all answers lie there. And if the Claw Brigade truly seeks to revive something from the ashes, we must reach it before they do. Watson asked only one question. Do you think Albert Hollow is still alive? Holmes didn't answer immediately. He simply placed the wolf mask on the table and stared into its hollow eyes. If he is still alive, then what lives is no longer human? Chapter 10, The Missing Priest's Notebook. The silence of a vanished priest is the loudest scream echoing in the darkness of a community on the verge of being swallowed by sin and despair. Holmes sat at the old wooden desk in his study at 221B Baker Street, turning page after page of the diary belonging to Father Nathaniel Hargrove, who had disappeared a month earlier under mysterious circumstances. The notebook had just arrived from Hollowmere, found in the priest's small room at the new church. It was a miraculous gift, perhaps the final thread in a fraying investigation. On the very first page, scrawled in trembling, anxious handwriting, was a chilling sentence. Someone is playing the devil, granting himself the right to judge. He lives through memory and human blood. Holmes closed the notebook, his eyes sharp and cold. The priest's warning felt like a dagger to the heart of a case that had stretched far too long. Watson, seated beside him, sipped his tea and said, "The priest's disappearance is no longer a coincidence. He saw too much, knew too much. And now, this diary is the only clue that remains of his existence." In the following pages, the priest described strange signs that had begun appearing in Hollowmere shortly before he vanished. At first, it was just whispers in the night, strange lights in the Ashford forest, and figures in black cloaks lurking around the church. But what terrified him most was the growing sense that someone was watching his every step. Every night he heard soft, inhuman hissing, the sound of a creature that didn't belong to the world of men. Father Nathaniel wrote that he had tried several times to contact the police, but no one believed him. The villagers were too frightened to speak, haunted by threats and the bloody past of Hollowmere. He also recorded the discovery of an old book in the library of the abandoned church. It was thick, its yellowed pages filled with writing in a strange ancient language. The book was titled The Covenant of Darkness, and it described rituals and curses used by an ancient organization to summon power from the shadows. Holmes carefully closed the diary and turned to Watson. "This is the key to unraveling the veil of this entire mystery. The priest wasn't just a victim, he was the last witness to a dark force manipulating Hollowmere." Watson frowned. "But who are they? And how could they operate so openly?" Holmes replied firmly. "The Claw Brigade." Watson immediately remembered the half-burnt scrap of paper from the wine cellar, encoded in Morse, referencing that very name. A brutal organization, long rumored to exist in the shadows of unsolved crimes, where blood and terror spoke louder than words. In the diary, the priest also wrote of a particular man, a former member of the brigade who had turned against them and tried to dismantle their dark agenda. This person bore the initials AH, matching the inscription on the necklace found in old Agatha's house earlier in the case. Father Hargrove believed this man to be Albert Hollow, the eldest son of the witch family that had supposedly died in the fire 27 years ago. Rumor claimed he never truly perished, that he had lived in hiding within the village, secretly working to stop the revival of the criminal cult. Holmes lifted his gaze, as if piercing the fabric of time. Albert Hollow may be the key to lifting the shroud over Hollowmere. But to find him, we must follow every remaining trace, both past and present. Watson said solemnly. Then this case is no longer just about finding a murderer, it's a battle against a force more dangerous than death itself. Holmes nodded, his voice low. Indeed. Darkness rules Hollowmere. And we must find a way to bring light before it's too late. Holmes resolved to return to Hollowmere immediately. He knew time was running out. Saturday, the date specified in the cipher found in the underground chamber, was drawing near. The underground room, the abandoned church, Ashford Forest, and now the new church all formed a deadly triangle, preordained. Holmes and Watson planned to approach each of these locations in turn while conducting a deeper investigation into Father Nathaniel Hargrove and his known associates. That very afternoon, Holmes paid another visit to old Agatha. He needed to verify the link between the AH necklace and Albert Hollow. The old woman still wept at night, but now her face seemed a touch more lucid. Holmes asked gently, "Do you recognize this necklace? Who did it belong to?" The woman sighed, her eyes distant. "It belonged to my son, Albert Hollow. He disappeared when the forest burned. I've always believed he didn't die. Lately, I've heard him calling my name in dreams, seen him in the shadows." Holmes gave a single nod. "We need to find him. If he's working to stop them, we must work with him." Meanwhile, Watson re-examined the scene of the most recent murder. The victim's mouth was stuffed with animal fur, clear evidence of a deliberate ritual. On the walls, claw marks were etched, almost as if trying to communicate a secret message. He copied the scratches carefully, then returned with Holmes to analyze them for any hidden code or clue. That night, Holmes returned to their lodgings and reopened the diary, carefully studying the priest's warning, especially the part that described the one who plays the demon. He is not merely a man. He is the embodiment of fear, of cruel judgment, and of the death that stalks Hollowmere. Holmes made a note. To defeat him, we must understand his mind and his past. Only the light of truth can dispel this darkness. The next day, Holmes and Watson finalized their plan to infiltrate the new church, the center of the ritual triangle. Outwardly, it remained peaceful, but inside, it harbored deadly secrets. In Father Hargrove's former study, Holmes found detailed notes on the Claw Brigade, descriptions of ancient rituals, and the coordinates of secret meeting points. Hidden inside an old book was a letter, carefully concealed, speaking of efforts to regroup and complete the final rite. Watson looked at Holmes, worry in his eyes. If the ritual is completed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Holmes exhaled deeply, his tone grave. And only we can stop it. The deeper Holmes dug, the more he saw the intricate web connecting the murders, the fake monstrous signs, and the conspiracy of the Claw Brigade. Every step forward was a battle, not just against physical threats, but against the darkness of the human mind and the terror of the unknown. But one thing remained certain: Holmes and Watson would not stop until the truth was fully revealed, and the ghosts of Hollowmere were cast out forever. Chapter 11: When the Monster Has Human Intelligence. Human intelligence can be the sharpest weapon, but it can also be the shackle that restrains freedom, especially when it is distorted by the darkness of sin and madness. Holmes and Watson sat in the sitting room at 221B, the flickering oil lamp casting shadows on the walls, blending with the heavy atmosphere of secrets yet to be revealed. Holmes folded the priest's diary, his eyes fixed intently on the empty space ahead. What we are facing is not a mindless monster, but a killer with intelligence and a deeply twisted faith, one so profound that he believes himself to be that very monster. He believes he is chosen, bearing the burden of sin and past, driven by a perverted religious conviction, Holmes said, his voice low and firm. Watson was stunned, struggling to immediately grasp the complexity of this hypothesis. A villain bound by the madness of faith, turning himself into the monster to commit savage acts? Who exactly is he? Holmes smiled faintly, his gaze sharp. That is the answer to the mysteries behind all the crimes in Hollowmere. The killer is not some bizarre creature, but a human whose mind is haunted by the darkness of his past. He hypothesized that this individual is Albert Hollow, the eldest son of the witch family, who was never found after the forest fire 27 years ago. He lives in the shadows, not only hiding from the outside world but also forcing himself into the role of the monster, a symbol of punishment, judgment, and sin. Watson reflected on the traces they had gathered. Each crime scene bore gigantic footprints, warnings, bizarre symbols, and a blood-stained wolf mask. These details could not belong to an animal but bore the mark of a conscious being, with plans and profound motives. Holmes explained. The killer uses the monster's image to spread fear and conceal his true identity. He wants to send a message: the final judgment has come. His evil is a distorted holy war, a journey of revenge and dark purification. Watson shuddered at Holmes's description of the murderer. He was not merely a cold-blooded killer but an extremist believer, a dark crusader ready to sacrifice everything for his warped faith. The murders were carried out following ancient rituals, demonstrating the intersection between religious belief and madness. Every detail at the scene was like a part of the tragic song he composed for himself. Holmes recounted the discovery of the underground room with the altar and blood-stained wolf mask. It was where the killer conducted rituals to reinforce his belief in the power of the inner monster, turning himself into a living symbol of the judgment he believed he bore. Watson suddenly recalled the words of the jester in the abandoned church: the next victim would be the priest. Clearly, the killer had a calculated plan, and Father Nathaniel Hargrove was the ultimate target, or at least a key link in the chain of events. Holmes continued. Father Nathaniel not only uncovered the conspiracy but also tried to stop this man by keeping a diary and warning others. But the murderer silenced him to seal the mouth of the most important witness. Watson fell silent, realizing the enemy's ruthlessness and cunning. Holmes looked at Watson, his eyes full of determination. "We must find him before the final ritual is completed. Every passing second makes him more dangerous. His madness could spread, plunging the entire village into an inescapable abyss." Watson nodded, ready to step into the battle against darkness. The investigation reached a turning point when Holmes and Watson decided to focus on tracking Albert Hollow. They contacted the village elders, examined abandoned houses, and listened to the wild tales about the man living in the forest. Every sign led to a mysterious man with a past full of blood and the pain of abandonment, the only one who could play the monster's role perfectly. Holmes analyzed Albert's psychology, believing he was torn by the loss of his family and the transformation from an ordinary man into a dark crusader. That process took years, fueled by despair, isolation, and heretical belief. He was not simply a criminal but a victim of his dark past that he could not escape. Watson recorded everything in his personal journal, deeply feeling that the struggle was not just between good and evil but also a battle within humanity itself, where intelligence and sin continuously clashed. While Holmes continued monitoring the actions of the Claw Brigade, they uncovered more arrests and fanatic believers preparing for the final ritual, a ceremony promising the return of the monster's ghost in human form. The upcoming confrontation would be the climax of a series of horrific events. Holmes and Watson would have to use all their wit and courage to find Albert Hollow before he truly became the monster in mind and deed. The mind of the monster does not lie in inhuman strength but in the distortion of human belief and intelligence. Only when that darkness is exposed can light shine again upon Hollowmere. Chapter 12, The Trap Under the Moonlight. The light of truth only shines when darkness is pulled out from its hiding place, and the most intricate trap is often the one set by memory. Holmes sat at his desk, before him a map of the Hollowmere forest and detailed notes about the horrific forest fire that happened 27 years ago. Every line of events, every piece of evidence collected was carefully considered as he prepared an ambush that could not fail. Holmes knew well that the one they were hunting was not a supernatural creature, but a man crushed and distorted by his past. Holmes's idea was to reconstruct the scene of the forest fire, to recreate the chaotic and haunting atmosphere of that day to lure the killer out. He believed that dark memory was the very bait Albert Hollow, the murderer, could not resist. Every detail was meticulously arranged in the forest area near the site of the first crime to stimulate his deadly nostalgia and memories. Watson could not help but admire the meticulousness and subtlety of Holmes's plan. They began reconstructing the forest fire scene, burnt tree trunks, thick layers of ash, the smell of smoke mingling with the cold air seeping through the leaves. Holmes enlisted the help of villagers familiar with the forest to accurately reproduce the sounds, smells, and images characteristic of that day. It was not merely a theatrical act, it was also a way to awaken Albert Hollow's psyche, still haunted by that dreadful night. Holmes knew well that he could not escape the past, no matter how many years had passed, and now the memories would drag him out of the darkness. Night fell, under the pale moonlight, Holmes and Watson hid, observing the carefully prepared area. Simulated sounds echoed, shouts, explosions, the crash of falling trees, emitted from hidden speakers. The forest relived its bloody memories, where time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the darkness, walking hurriedly but cautiously. Holmes's flashlight revealed a gaunt face, deep-set eyes full of sorrow and hatred. It was not a monster as rumored, but Albert Hollow, the sole survivor of the horrific forest fire. Albert stopped, standing face to face with Holmes and Watson. He showed no fear or attempt to flee. Instead, his gaze was challenging, as if testing the intellect of the man, forcing him to confront his past. Holmes stepped forward, his voice calm and warm. "We know what happened. No one can run from their own darkness forever. Now it is time for you to face the truth." Albert was silent, a flicker of an unreadable light sparked in his eyes. He forced a strained smile and then began to tell what had happened on that night of the fire. He was not the one who caused the disaster, but the one betrayed and forced to survive at any cost. He recounted the torture, the loss of his family, and the pain that pushed him into the darkest corners of his soul. He admitted he had turned himself into a monster, but not in the usual sense. That monster was a symbol of pain and revenge, also the thing that helped him survive years of being hunted and mistrusted. Holmes listened intently, analyzing every detail and connecting them to the recent murders. Every act by Albert had a purpose, cruel and twisted, yet still within the psychological logic of a deeply wounded man. Watson saw clearly the human side of this monster. A being trapped between life and death, between truth and illusion. Albert was a fusion of intellect and madness, an embodiment of unrelenting pain. After hours of conversation, Holmes proposed that Albert surrender and cooperate to dismantle the Claw Brigade, the organization threatening the village's safety. At first, Albert hesitated but then realized the futility of the violent path he had taken. He agreed to cooperate, providing Holmes with valuable information about the organization and the dark rituals they were preparing. From this, Holmes and Watson began their grand plan to eradicate this cruel conspiracy at its root. As the moonlight faded, the dialogue ended with hope for a different future, free from the monster's shadow haunting the people of Hollowmere. Holmes and Watson withdrew from the forest, carrying the promise of justice and restoration. The trap under the moonlight was not just an ambush to catch a killer but also a test for Albert Hollow himself. A confrontation with his inner darkness and a choice between life and death in the real world. However, the story did not end here. The Claw Brigade remained, like a dark specter, and the real battle was only beginning. Holmes and Watson had to prepare for harsher trials, where intellect and courage would be pushed to the limit. This trap was the first step in a chain of surprising and thrilling events, opening a new chapter in the investigation of the killer monster at Hollowmere. Who will survive? Who will be drawn deeper into darkness? Chapter 13, The Confession of One Who Refuses to be Human. In the deepest darkness of the soul, truth is often obscured by layers of pain and unforgiving resentment. Albert Hollow sat in a small room, the flickering light reflecting on his gaunt face and the scars of one who had endured hell on earth. He was not the monster people imagined, but a man who had lost all faith, transformed into a shadow left behind by the flames that burned down his family and his childhood. Before Holmes and Watson, Albert began to confess, a confession not easy to accept but sincere and bitter. He killed the villagers because he believed they deserved punishment, those who had set fire to his family's home 27 years ago, a horrifying event that took everything he once loved. Albert's story was not simply about revenge but was the embodiment of pain and rebellion against the world. He believed he was no longer human but the incarnation of darkness, of the fire that scorched the past and burned all that was good. The monster that everyone feared was, in fact, the image he used to hide himself, a mask to enact the justice he believed was rightful. In his eyes, every death was a price paid for the sins of the greedy, cowardly people who destroyed his family. Holmes listened without interrupting once. He understood clearly that to solve this case at its root, one had to deeply comprehend the pain of the culprit as well as the complexity of a deeply wounded psyche. Watson, with his compassionate heart, felt the loss and despair woven into every word Albert spoke. He was not truly a monster, but a victim of a tragedy without escape. Albert described long lonely nights, ostracized and mocked by the villagers, the mental torment that gradually eroded his sense of self. The emergence of the Claw Brigade was like an anchor in his chaotic life, leading him down a dark path, yet the only path that still held meaning for him. He believed his existence was to fulfill the punishment fate had assigned him, a dark mission that only those standing on the edge could understand. Every detail in Albert's confession was a piece of the tragic portrait of a man who had lost everything and was pushed into a devilish abyss without escape. Holmes saw not only the crime but also the vicious cycle of pain and hatred that turned him into a killer wearing the mask of a monster. For Albert, Killing was not mere violence but a fair punishment for those who had once committed crimes against his family. Each death was a warning, a testament to the power of darkness that could swallow anyone who dared to err. Holmes and Watson realized that to end this tragic chain, they needed not only to catch the culprit but also to heal the wounds in this man's heart. That was not easy because Albert no longer believed in ordinary forgiveness or justice. The story became more complicated when Holmes discovered that Albert did not act alone. The Claw Brigade had pulled him into a complex web of manipulation and lust for power. The murders were just the tip of the iceberg caused by this organization. Watson was surprised to learn that, in Albert's mind, the monster was not only a figure to scare others but also the dark soul he had pursued as an unchangeable destiny. This was why he became the most dangerous and unpredictable adversary. Holmes proposed a new plan to free Albert from the Claw Brigade's control while preventing the cruel schemes the organization was preparing. The final confrontation was drawing near, and Holmes knew this would be a battle not only of intellect but also of the spirit. Closing with a bloody and painful confession, the investigation faced increasingly difficult challenges. Albert was no longer a mere killer but a symbol of the deepest pain and darkness within the human soul. Chapter 14, The End, The Silence After the Mist. Darkness destroys not only with claws but also with silence and wounds of the heart that never heal. At last, the Hollowmere case closed like an old, tattered book, yet each page still bore the deep marks of pain and mysteries not fully uncovered. Holmes and Watson stood by the lake shore, where the faint light of late afternoon filtered through the thin mist, creating a scene both tranquil and haunting. Holmes silently gazed at the still surface of the lake, where the dark memories of the forest fire, the tragic deaths, and Albert Hollow's shadow seemed to be veiled beneath the water, yet could never be erased. In that moment, Holmes suddenly uttered a thoughtful statement soaked in truth. Not all monsters have claws. Some monsters wear the mask of humanity, born from hatred and unhealed pasts. Watson, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. He knew better than anyone that this was the most terrifying truth. When a person is caught in the whirlwind of unresolved wounds, they can become more dangerous than any creature. Not just because of physical strength but due to the cruelty of the soul. For weeks on end, Holmes and Watson had uncovered the truth behind the mysterious murders that shook the Hollowmere region. They found that the real monsters were human beings, those burdened with pain from tragic pasts, unhealed obsessions, and even deep-seated hatred toward their own community. Albert Hollow, the sole survivor of the forest fire 27 years ago, was the living symbol of a soul warped by overwhelming trauma. He was not born a monster but was twisted by horrific events, by years of isolation and despair. Holmes recalled every detail of the investigation, every clue from each case, and Albert's psychological transformation. He understood that, though the culprit was caught, the story was not merely about a murderer. It was about human helplessness when unable to free oneself from the darkness of the past, about the danger of emotional wounds left untreated. By the lake, the steam rising from the water mingled with the cold mist, forming a dense veil as if trying to hide the scars of the tragedy. Silence enveloped the space, but it was not peace. It was the heavy silence of unresolved pain, of unspoken words, and restless souls. Watson looked at Holmes, his eyes reflected deep empathy and an indescribable sadness. He knew life was not just about brilliant lights but also about dark corners even Holmes's sharp intellect struggled to fully penetrate. Life in Hollowmere would go on, but the wounds of the past remained, silently bleeding beneath the calm surface. Holmes and Watson would leave with many unanswered questions but with the belief that justice and truth remain the only paths to healing and liberation. They knew that in a world full of darkness and deception, sometimes the worst monsters were not grotesque creatures or terrifying legends, but those tormented by their own inner demons, hatred, and ultimate loneliness. The end of the investigation was a closing filled with reflection and profound lessons for Holmes, Watson, and the people of Hollowmere. Life continued, wounds remained, and the silence after the mist stood as testimony to secrets never fully revealed. Holmes returned to London, carrying invaluable experience about the complexity of human psychology and the price of an unhealed past. Watson stayed in Hollowmere for a time to document the entire story, to illuminate the truth and warn of the dangers posed by inner shadows. Outside, the mist still cloaked the village like a mysterious curtain not yet fully torn away. But in the hearts of Hollowmere's people, the event changed them forever. They realized that monsters were not just dreadful beings from legend but sometimes those closest to them, with deep wounds unseen by anyone. Holmes and Watson, though having closed a terrifying case, knew many other stories awaited them ahead. Yet the silence after the mist in Hollowmere would always remind them that not all darkness can be dispelled by force, sometimes it can only be understood and healed through empathy and wisdom. With the weak moonlight shining down on the lake, Holmes looked deeply into the still waters, then turned to Watson. "That is the most frightening truth." Watson nodded, knowing he had learned a precious lesson about the nature of humanity and things invisible to the naked eye. And so, the secret veil of Hollowmere closed, leaving everyone with a heavy silence and a lesson on forgiveness, the cost of an unhealed past, and the necessity of compassion to heal the deepest wounds of the soul.
Sherlock Holmes and the Mystery of the Soul Hunter. Chapter 1. The Man in the Night. London was in the grip of its coldest winter nights. The darkness descended upon the city like a thick, heavy curtain, blending with the howling winds that swept through the narrow streets. Gas lamps cast a dim, flickering glow upon the cobbled roads, stretching the elongated shadows of those who trudged silently through the mist. Inside 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes sat by the fireplace, a pipe in one hand and a book on behavioral analysis in the other. Opposite him, Dr. Watson was engrossed in writing his notes on a recent case. A sudden, urgent knock on the door shattered the quiet. Watson put down his pen, glancing at Holmes. Without a word, Holmes had already risen and moved toward the door. A man stood at the threshold, wrapped in a thick cloak, his hood drawn tightly over his head. His face was pale, his breath ragged as if he had run a long distance. His frightened eyes darted between Holmes and Watson before he whispered, "Please, I need help. I don't have much time." Holmes stepped aside, gesturing for the man to enter. Watson swiftly shut the door behind them, blocking out the chilling wind. "Sit down," Holmes said, pointing to a chair across from him. "Who are you?" The man trembled as he pulled back his hood, revealing a gaunt face, with deep-set eyes shadowed by exhaustion. "My name is Elliot Faraday. I am a neuroscientist." Holmes studied him for a moment before asking, "What has driven a scientist to such terror that he flees to my door in the middle of the night?" Faraday swallowed hard, his fingers twisting together. "I am being hunted." Watson frowned. "Hunted? You mean someone is trying to kill you?" Faraday shook his head, his voice quivering. "No, I don't know who, or rather, I don't know what it is." Holmes raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest appearing in his sharp gaze. "Go on." Faraday took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "The people around me, they're disappearing. One every week. No traces, no clues, no sounds. They just vanish, as if they never existed." Watson glanced at Holmes, but Holmes remained silent, his piercing eyes fixed on their guest. "Can you explain further?" Faraday nodded, his hands clutching the edges of his coat. "The first was my assistant, James Whitmore. He disappeared from the laboratory in broad daylight. No one saw him leave, yet he was never seen again. Then it was Professor Hardwick, my mentor. After that, my housemaid, Mary, and then my best friend, Lawrence. They all vanished without a trace." "And what do you have in common with them?" Holmes asked. Faraday shivered. "I don't know, except for one strange thing." Holmes gave a small nod, signaling him to continue. "After each disappearance, I receive a letter. It's always left at my doorstep in the morning. It contains only one line. Remember 3 a.m. A heavy silence filled the room. Watson furrowed his brows, while Holmes remained expressionless, though Watson knew he was analyzing every word of Faraday's story. "Do you have any enemies?" Watson asked. Faraday shook his head. "No, not that I know of. I am a scientist, not a politician or businessman. I have no conflicts with anyone." Holmes rested his elbow on the chair's armrest, tilting his head slightly. "Then we must find out who is watching you." Faraday's eyes widened, You believe me?" A faint smirk appeared on Holmes's lips. "I believe in verifiable facts. And your case presents too many intriguing mysteries to ignore." He stood up, walked toward the window, and pulled back the curtain. The dense fog swirled outside, barely illuminated by the dim street lamps. "You said the letters were always placed at your doorstep in the morning?" "Yes." "Were they sent by post?" "No. No stamps. No sender's address." Holmes nodded, his eyes scanning the empty street. A gust of wind rattled the curtains, making the flames in the fireplace flicker. Then, he turned back to them, his voice firm. "We need to go to your house. Now." Faraday stiffened. "Now?" "But," Holmes cut him off with a sharp look. "If you are truly being watched, then no one knows what will happen when the clock strikes 3 a.m. And I do not intend to wait in the dark to find out." Faraday swallowed hard, then slowly nodded. Watson grabbed his coat, an uneasy feeling creeping over him. Outside, London lay in a silent slumber, blanketed by thick fog, but none of them knew that somewhere in the darkness, unseen eyes were watching their every move. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Disappearances. 1. A vanishing without a trace. The pale sun of London struggled to rise behind the thick morning fog, casting a dim golden hue over the cobblestone streets. The air was freezing, sharp like a blade against the skin, but it did little to slow the determined strides of Holmes, Watson, and Elliot Faraday. After their conversation the night before, Holmes had wasted no time in launching an immediate investigation. The disappearances all occurred precisely at 3 a.m., an hour too specific to be mere coincidence. Their first destination was the residences of Faraday's two missing acquaintances, Dr. Adrian Keller, a psychologist, Charles Morton, a mechanical engineer. Both were respected figures in the academic world, with no ties to crime or personal feuds that might explain their sudden vanishing. 2. Faint traces at the psychiatrist's office. Their first stop was Dr. Keller's office, a 3-story townhouse in Marylebone, sealed off by the police. With a swift and practiced motion, Holmes deftly unlocked the door with his tools. The interior was untouched, with no sign of struggle or forced entry. A neatly arranged desk stood in the corner, with a teacup still half full but cold to the touch. Watson examined it and murmured, "He was here just before he vanished." Holmes nodded, his magnifying glass scanning the floor as his fingers traced the edge of the desk. No signs of a fight, no unusual footprints, a disappearance in a locked room. Faraday, standing nearby, spoke with a strained voice. "I spoke to him that night. He mentioned researching a strange dream, a dream shared by many of his patients." Watson frowned. "A dream?" Faraday nodded grimly. "A dream of a faceless man." Holmes's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Instead, he methodically searched through the desk drawers. Finally, he found a crumpled sheet of paper, the ink smeared as if written in haste. Straightening it out, Holmes read the chilling message aloud. 3 a.m., he is coming. Faraday clenched his fists. Watson whispered, his voice low, "Who is coming?" Holmes did not answer. Instead, he slipped the note into his pocket, then looked up at the grandfather clock hanging on the wall. The pendulum had stopped, at exactly 3 a.m. 3. The engineer's house of fear. Their next destination was Charles Morton's home. Unlike Dr. Keller's office, this place had been ransacked. Furniture was overturned, blueprints and papers shredded and scattered across the floor. But the most disturbing discovery was on the wooden wall. A message, clawed into the wood with fingernails. 3 a.m., help me. A chill ran down Watson's spine. Holmes ran a gloved finger over the carvings. The scratches are fresh. He tried to leave a message before he disappeared. Watson checked the windows, but they were still locked from the inside. No forced entry. That means either someone had a key or... He hesitated. Holmes finished his thought. Or he vanished in a way we cannot yet comprehend. They continued searching, until Holmes discovered a small wooden box hidden inside Morton's desk drawer. He lifted it carefully, brushing away a thin layer of dust from its surface. 4. The wooden box and the faceless man. Back at Faraday's laboratory, they placed the wooden box on a cluttered work table filled with research papers. As Holmes set the box down, Faraday suddenly inhaled sharply. His face turned pale. I have never seen this box before." Watson frowned, skeptical. "Are you sure? This is your own laboratory." Faraday nodded firmly, stepping back as though repelled by it. Holmes didn't hesitate. He unlocked the box. Inside was a single, aged photograph, its surface yellowed with time. Holmes lifted the photograph, examining it closely. It depicted a man clad in a long coat, standing in the shadows, but the most disturbing part was his face. Or rather, the complete absence of one. A blank, pale void. Beneath the photograph, in faded black ink, a single sentence was scrawled. "I will return." Faraday's hands trembled. What is this?" Watson felt a cold dread creeping up his spine. It could be an elaborate attempt to manipulate your mind. Or, Holmes placed the photograph on the table. His tone measured. Or we are dealing with something far more inexplicable. A heavy silence fell upon the room. Watson felt a strange sensation, like being watched, yet when he turned around, there was nothing, only the dim light casting long shadows against the walls. Holmes suddenly broke the silence. "Faraday, are you absolutely certain you have never seen this man before?" Faraday shook his head rapidly. But then, something changed. His expression went blank, his eyes losing focus as a sudden shiver coursed through him. Slowly, he lifted a hand to his temple, his voice trembling. "No, but, I feel like, I have met him somewhere before." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. It was clear. Faraday's memory was being tampered with. Holmes's gaze sharpened. "It's time we find out whether 3 a.m. is truly a coincidence, or something far more sinister." 5. The unanswered mystery. Faraday's breathing grew unsteady. "Holmes, if the others have already disappeared, then what about me? What if I vanish at 3 a.m. too?" Holmes was silent for a moment, deep in thought. Then, he said calmly, "I do not believe in ghosts. But I do believe in someone, or something, orchestrating this from the shadows." Watson pressed further. "You think someone is behind all of this?" Holmes did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the photograph of the faceless man once more, his keen eyes scanning every detail, searching for a missing clue. Finally, he spoke. "Perhaps we are not looking for a single person, but something that exists within the darkness itself." A deep chill settled in the room. Watson felt a shiver crawl down his spine. Faraday swallowed hard, his fingers clenching at his sleeves. And then, a sudden gust of cold air swept through the room, making the window curtains tremble ever so slightly. Holmes placed the photograph back on the table, his expression unreadable. "We will have our answers, at exactly 3 a.m. Chapter 3. The Faceless Man. 1. The Shadow of London. Once again, night fell upon London, draping the city in a shroud of cold and desolation. Thick fog coiled around the streets, making the dim glow of the gas lamps flicker like watchful eyes in the darkness. Inside 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes stood by the window, gazing at the deserted street below. Beside him, Dr. Watson watched Elliot Faraday closely. The man sat hunched in the corner, hands gripping his knees, his face etched with tension. Moments ago, Mrs. Hudson had left, carrying the eerie photograph they had found inside the wooden box. Holmes had sent it to an expert, hoping to determine whether the image had been altered, or if it contained some hidden message. Then, a knock echoed through the room. All three men startled. Watson swiftly made his way to the door. Lying on the doorstep was a black envelope, unmarked by postage, with no trace of a messenger. Holmes bent down, picked it up, and ripped it open. Inside, written in a shaky hand, as if scrawled in complete darkness, was a single sentence. "Remember 3 a.m. This time, it's your turn." Faraday sprang to his feet, his face drained of color. No, this can't be happening. I don't want to disappear." Holmes studied him for a moment, then turned back to the note. The ink was still fresh. Someone had delivered it only moments ago. Looking up, he met Watson's gaze. "Tonight, we must watch Faraday closely." 2. The secret beneath the box. Holmes placed the note aside and returned his attention to the wooden box. Lifting it, he flipped it over, inspecting it under the light. A nearly imperceptible engraving caught his eye. He retrieved his magnifying glass and leaned in. Beneath the glow of the oil lamp, a cryptic symbol emerged. An eye, intricately carved, with a long, narrow pupil, like that of a reptile. Watson frowned. "A secret emblem? Does it mean anything?" Holmes traced the engraving with his finger. Deep in thought, it could be the insignia of an organization. Or, he looked up. His gaze sharp, part of a ritual tied to these disappearances. Faraday took a step back, fear creeping into his voice. I have never seen this before, but somehow, I feel like it has always been there, lurking in my life. Watson studied him. Sweat glistened on Faraday's forehead. Holmes tapped lightly on the box. A hollow sound. There may be something hidden inside. Carefully, he used a small knife to pry open the bottom panel. A folded slip of paper slid out, landing on the table. Holmes picked it up and read aloud. 44A 3 o'clock. Watson muttered. 44A, could that be an address? Holmes nodded. And 3 a.m., it's not just the hour of disappearance. It must be the key to something much larger. 3. The waiting game. Night deepened. Inside Faraday's apartment, a heavy silence filled the air. Holmes, Watson, and Faraday stayed within its walls, awaiting the appointed hour. Holmes did not believe in supernatural forces, but he did believe in manipulation, a mind that orchestrated fear. A scheme so precise that it turned mere whispers into terror. The air in the room felt heavy. The clock hands inched closer. 3 a.m. Faraday stood near the window, his eyes darting anxiously. Watson kept a firm grip on his revolver, every muscle in his body tense. Holmes remained calm, seated in his chair, his eyes studying the shadows in every corner of the room. Tick, tock. Then, a knock at the door. No one moved. Watson's grip tightened on his revolver. Faraday held his breath, his fingers digging into the armrest of the chair. Holmes stood, moving toward the door. Click. The door opened. There was no one there. Only a shadow stretched across the floor, long, thin, resembling the outline of a tall man. But there was no one standing there to cast it. A cold chill ran down Watson's spine. Holmes took a step forward. But before he could investigate, a gust of freezing air swept through the room, and Faraday screamed. They spun around. Faraday collapsed to the floor, clutching his head, his eyes wide with horror. Watson rushed to his side. Elliot, what's happening? Faraday trembled violently, his voice a broken whisper. I saw him. I saw the faceless man. 4. The faceless man. Watson helped Faraday into a chair, but the man's hands continued to tremble, his face pale as death. Holmes shut the door and scanned the room. Nothing had changed, no signs of an intruder. What did you see? Holmes asked, his voice calm but commanding. Faraday gasped for air, eyes darting frantically before he whispered. I don't know. A shadow, a figure. Tall and thin, wearing a black coat, but his face, he had no face. Just a blank, empty void. Watson stole a glance at Holmes. For the first time, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Perhaps it was just an illusion, stress-induced hallucination? Holmes folded his arms, thinking. No, he saw something. Whether real or a construct of the mind. It holds meaning. Faraday had not stopped trembling. Holmes walked over to the wooden box once more, studying the engraved eye on its underside. This is not just a warning. This is a mark, a sign of something larger. Watson exhaled sharply. You think it's a ritual? Or some form of coded message? Holmes did not respond immediately. He set the box down and turned his gaze toward Faraday. Tell me everything you remember, about the photograph, the box, and your missing colleagues, even the smallest detail. Faraday hesitated, swallowing hard. I don't remember ever owning this box. But the moment I saw it, I felt as if I had known it my entire life. As if it had always been there, hiding in the edges of my memory. Holmes nodded slightly. We are not simply investigating disappearances. We are unraveling something more insidious, perhaps an experiment, a psychological manipulation, or an elaborate scheme designed to alter perception. Watson's expression darkened. So what's our next move? Holmes lifted the wooden box once more, his fingers tracing the carved eye. We find the one who sent the letters. And more importantly, he placed the box down, his voice steady, his gaze unwavering. We find the faceless man. Outside the window, the fog thickened, cloaking London in a deeper darkness. Yet somewhere, hidden within the mist, unseen eyes watched them still. Chapter 4. The knock at 3 a.m. London, 2:58 a.m. Inside Elliot Faraday's house, The air was heavy, dense, as if the entire world was holding its breath. The room was shrouded in darkness. Holmes and Watson concealed themselves in the shadows, eyes fixed on the front door, waiting for whatever was about to happen. Elliot Faraday sat in a chair near the fireplace. His breathing labored, hands gripping the armrests tightly. His face was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew tonight could be his last. Holmes stood near the window, his sharp eyes scanning the deserted streets below. Watson remained by Faraday's side, one hand resting on the revolver at his hip. A cold wind whispered through the gaps in the window frame, stirring the thin curtains. 2:59 a.m. Outside, the street lay in absolute silence. No footsteps, no movement, no sign of anyone watching. Then, knock, knock, knock. The sound was soft, yet chilling, like an invisible hand tapping against the door. Faraday stiffened, his breath caught in his throat, his eyes wide with terror. Holmes immediately signaled Watson to stay put. Moving silently, he glided toward the door, pressing his ear against the wood. No footsteps, no rustling of fabric, nothing but the sound of the wind outside. Then, the knock came again. Knock, knock, knock. Watson felt his heartbeat quicken. He tightened his grip on his gun. Muscles coiled. Holmes took a deep breath, then slowly reached for the doorknob. Click. The door creaked open. No one was there. Beyond the threshold, the fog stretched endlessly, swirling over the cobbled street. But then, something lay on the ground. A black envelope. Holmes bent down, picked it up, and carefully tore it open. Inside was a single line, written in bold, inky strokes. "Now, it's your turn." Holmes remained expressionless, but Watson felt a chill crawl up his spine. "No one outside?" Watson asked, his voice low. Holmes shut the door. He turned toward Faraday, but Faraday was gone. The chair was empty. Watson spun around, eyes sweeping the room. "Faraday? Faraday?" No response. Holmes moved swiftly, examining the floor, the windows. There were no signs of struggle, no sign of how or when he had vanished. But Elliot Faraday had disappeared. 1. The empty room. Watson rushed to the window. It was still locked. Impossible. He was just here seconds ago. Holmes stepped toward the chair, brushing his fingers over the armrests. They were still warm. That meant Faraday had disappeared in an instant, without a sound, without leaving a trace. Holmes circled the room, eyes scanning every inch. He crouched low, studying the floor, fingers tracing over the wooden panels. Then, his eyes stopped. A faint trail of footprints. They led from Faraday's chair, toward the window. But they stopped there. There were no footprints leading away. Watson's face tensed. Did he vanish into thin air? Holmes clenched the letter in his hand, his gaze darkening. No, someone took him, by means we do not yet understand. 2. The cryptic mark. Holmes turned his attention back to the black envelope. Flipping it over, he found a symbol on the back, one he had seen before. The grotesque, reptilian eye, the same one carved into the wooden box. Holmes muttered under his breath. There it is again. Watson looked at Holmes, unease creeping into his voice. Holmes, if Faraday was taken right in front of us, inside a locked room, that means, Holmes finished for him. We are dealing with someone who operates beyond conventional means. Watson's grip on his gun tightened. You don't actually think this is supernatural, do you? Holmes remained silent, staring at the letter, his fingers tapping lightly against the edge of the paper. If this were an ordinary case, we would find an ordinary explanation. And if not? Holmes narrowed his eyes. Then we must reconsider what we accept as reality. Watson exhaled slowly. Outside, the wind howled through the empty streets, the fog thickening, like a shroud concealing something that was watching them. 3. The window's secret. Holmes returned to the window. He reached out, brushing his fingers against the wooden frame, and paused. A streak of dust had been wiped away. Someone had touched it recently. Holmes threw the window open. But there was nothing outside, just the empty, fog-laden street. Then he looked downward, and that's when he saw it. A single drop of black ink. Or was it ink? Watson, hand me a chemical vial. Watson quickly retrieved a small bottle from his medical bag, filled with a solution Holmes often used for forensic testing. Holmes dripped a small amount onto the dark stain. Immediately, The substance changed color, from black to a deep, arterial red. Watson stiffened. "This isn't ink." Holmes nodded grimly. "No, it's blood, altered through chemical means." They locked eyes. Faraday had vanished before them. A mysterious substance was left behind. A cryptic symbol was marked on the letter. And somewhere in the shadows of London, an unseen force was still watching, waiting for the next moment to strike. Holmes straightened, his gaze like steel. "We must find Faraday, before 3 a.m. tomorrow claims another victim." Chapter 5. The hidden mark on the photograph. Faraday had vanished. The room was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Holmes and Watson stood frozen, their eyes scanning every corner of the cramped space. Everything remained untouched, no struggle, no unusual noises, no signs that he had left through the door or the window. Watson felt a shiver run down his spine. He turned abruptly, staring at the spot where Faraday had just been sitting. "Holmes, he disappeared inside a locked room. Could this be supernatural?" Holmes did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, his mind working at a furious speed. A disappearance without a trace. A sealed room. A letter of warning, arriving just before Faraday vanished. Holmes did not believe in the supernatural. But he did believe in brilliant minds, those capable of orchestrating events so meticulously that they seemed beyond human understanding. His eyes swept across the room once more. There was something here they had yet to see. 1. The hidden clue. Holmes's gaze landed on the wooden desk, where the old photograph still lay. He stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it closely. The faceless figure in the image was deliberately obscured, as if someone had intentionally erased his features. Holmes retrieved his magnifying glass, focusing on the inscription below the image. "I will return." Watson, standing beside him, watched his every move. "You think this photograph is connected to Faraday's disappearance?" Holmes didn't respond immediately. His brows furrowed as he noticed something peculiar on the photograph's surface. "We need to test something." From his coat pocket, he produced a small vial, a special chemical solution designed to reveal invisible ink. Watson observed as Holmes carefully dripped a single drop onto the inscription. For a moment, nothing happened, but then, slowly, faint letters emerged beneath the original text. The old inscription blurred and shifted, revealing a hidden message. 44A Whitechapel. 2. The Whitechapel Mystery. Watson murmured, "Whitechapel? Isn't that the place notorious for gruesome murders? Where Jack the Ripper once spread terror?" Holmes nodded, his expression sharp. "Precisely. But the real question is, why was this address concealed beneath invisible ink?" Watson crossed his arms, deep in thought. Could that be where Faraday was taken? Holmes considered this. Possibly. But if that's the case, then there are only two possibilities. Either the one behind this wants us to find that location. His voice darkened. Or we are walking straight into a carefully laid trap. A cold unease settled over Watson. "Are you sure you want to go there now?" Holmes set the photograph back on the desk and nodded. "We have no choice. If Faraday is still alive, we may only have a few hours left." 3. A long night in Whitechapel. London, 2:30 a.m. Holmes and Watson stood before a decaying building on Whitechapel Street. 44A. The structure appeared abandoned, its windows sealed with rotting wooden planks. Yet, it did not seem completely deserted. Holmes stepped closer, inspecting the lock on the front door. Recently replaced. Watson withdrew his revolver from his coat pocket. "Are you certain about this, Holmes?" A faint smirk appeared on Holmes's lips. "We've come this far. It would be a shame to leave without uncovering what lies inside." Producing his lock-picking tools, he worked swiftly. Within moments, the lock clicked open. As the door creaked ajar, a musty stench of damp and decay filled the air. Holmes entered first, with Watson close behind. The darkness inside was thick, interrupted only by a faint glow from the gas lamps outside. 4. Signs in the shadows. Holmes switched on his lantern, illuminating the walls. This place had been used recently, though dust covered the surfaces. Footprints, faint but visible, marked the wooden floor. Watson whispered, "If Faraday was brought here, he could still be inside." Holmes nodded, motioning for Watson to remain vigilant. They proceeded deeper into the building, until they found a door at the end of a long hallway. On the door, something made them stop cold. A symbol, painted in a deep, crimson red, a grotesque, reptilian eye, the same mark they had seen on the wooden box. Watson stiffened. "Holmes, I don't like this." Holmes examined the symbol carefully, running his fingers over the dried paint. "Whether we like it or not, we must continue." He reached for the doorknob and felt warmth. Someone had touched it recently. 5. The final warning. Holmes pushed the door open. Inside, the room was nearly empty, except for a single chair placed in the center, and a massive mirror covering the far wall. But the most unsettling thing, a message was scrawled across the mirror. "Too late. He is here." Watson gripped his revolver tighter. Who wrote this? Holmes stepped closer to the mirror, eyes tracing every letter carefully. Then, he looked down. A small object lay at his feet. He knelt, picking it up. It was a pocket watch. Faraday's pocket watch. Watson stared at the watch in Holmes's hand. He was here. Holmes's voice was low. Not just here. He may still be very close. Then, a chilling gust of wind swept through the room. The door slammed shut behind them with a deafening thud. Watson spun, raising his gun. The hallway outside was shrouded in darkness. But in the faintest light, a figure stood motionless. Tall, thin, clad in a black coat. His face was nothing. Just a blank, empty void. Holmes narrowed his eyes. "We've found him, Watson." Chapter 6. The House in Whitechapel. 2:45 a.m., Whitechapel, London. The London sky was swallowed by dense fog, the night air carrying a bitter chill through the deserted streets. Holmes and Watson stood before a crumbling house on Whitechapel Street, 44A. The address they had uncovered, hidden beneath layers of invisible ink on the eerie photograph. The three-story building loomed before them, its walls cracked with age, its windows boarded up. It bore no signs of life. Yet there was something unsettling, as if it was not entirely abandoned either. Holmes approached the front door, testing the doorknob, locked from the inside. "We won't be entering this way," he murmured. Watson nodded. Both men silently circled around to the back of the house. The rear entrance was also locked. But Holmes took out his lock-picking tools, and within 10 seconds, click, the door creaked open, revealing a dark, hollow void beyond. 1. The disturbing photographs. They stepped inside, Holmes's small lantern casting long shadows across the dust-laden floor. The place reeked of damp and decay. Though abandoned, something about it felt occupied. And then, Watson stiffened. His eyes swept over the walls. There were dozens of photographs, each one identical, just like the one they had found in Faraday's lab. A man, cloaked in black, his face completely erased. Watson whispered, "This isn't normal, Holmes. Someone has been collecting these images, but why?" Holmes stepped closer, raising his magnifying glass. Each photo was real, not painted, not a sketch, and they all had something else in common. Beneath each one, a line of handwritten text had been erased, as if someone wanted to conceal a message. Holmes reached out, gently brushing the torn edge of one photo. Then, a voice came from behind them. "You came here too?" Watson whirled around, hand instinctively reaching for his revolver. Holmes, however, remained perfectly still, his gaze sharp as he studied the figure emerging from the darkness. A gaunt man stepped forward, his face pale and haggard, eyes sunken with exhaustion. His long coat was tattered, and he carried an air of both fear and determination. "Who are you?" Holmes asked. The man hesitated for a moment before replying. "My name is Richard Lane. I'm an investigative journalist." 2. Richard Lane's warning. Watson glanced at Holmes. Neither of them had ever heard of this man before. Holmes's voice remained steady. "What are you doing here, Lane?" Lane let out a dry, bitter chuckle. "It seems you still don't understand how deep this goes." Holmes observed him carefully. Lane was afraid, but not of them. Something else. "Everyone who receives one of these photographs disappears," Lane said. "I've been investigating this for 3 years." Watson frowned. 3 years? But the disappearances only began recently, didn't they? Lane shook his head. "No, the ones you know about are just the tip of the iceberg. The first cases date back to 1891. Holmes's eyes darkened. "And what have you discovered?" Lane let out a weary sigh. "Not much. Only that every single victim vanished inside a locked room. No struggle. No evidence, nothing left behind, and always a photograph appearing beforehand. Watson's stomach tightened. It was exactly what had happened to Faraday. Holmes studied Lane carefully before asking, "Then tell me, do you know where Faraday is?" Lane hesitated. Then, in a hushed voice, he replied, "If he received that letter at 3 a.m., then I'm afraid he's already been taken into the Black Void." Watson's blood ran cold. The Black Void? What the devil are you talking about? Lane glanced around nervously, as if expecting someone, or something, to be listening. "I don't know exactly what it is. But everyone who vanishes is pulled into something they can't escape. And this is more than just a kidnapping." Watson shuddered. "What do you mean?" Lane leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper. "They don't just disappear. They're erased from existence. 3. The mystery of the Black Void." A heavy silence settled over the room. Watson turned to Holmes, but Holmes's face remained unreadable. "Erased?" Holmes repeated. "Do you have proof?" Lane clenched his fists. "I once tracked a man, Malcolm Reeves, a psychologist. He received one of these photographs. Just like Faraday. I spoke to him the night before he disappeared. And then, just a day later." Lane swallowed hard. No one remembered him. Watson's brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" Lane turned to him, his eyes filled with a quiet horror. "I mean, every record of his existence vanished. No one recalled ever meeting him, not his colleagues, not his family, not even the government. It was as if he had never lived at all." Watson stared at him. Holmes, however, remained silent, his mind racing. "And you think the same will happen to Faraday?" Lane nodded grimly. "If he's already been taken, we don't have much time. Because if 72 hours pass..." He locked eyes with Holmes. "He'll be erased from this world forever." Watson gritted his teeth. Holmes exhaled slowly, removing his pipe. Then, in a calm, measured tone, he spoke. "Then tell me, Lane, will you help us bring him back?" Lane hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "If there's still time." Outside, the fog seemed to thicken, coiling like a living thing, as if something unseen was moving closer. Chapter 7. The Horrifying Experiment. 2:15 a.m., inside the abandoned house. Whitechapel. The dim glow of a single oil lamp flickered over the aged, yellowed pages of a stack of documents Richard Lane had laid before Holmes and Watson. The papers were frayed, worn by time, some parts smudged with old ink stains. Holmes scanned the first few lines, his sharp eyes gleaming with intrigue. "A secret experiment from 1872. He murmured. Watson leaned in, reading along with him. Lane spoke in a low voice. "I found these in the archives of a long-deceased journalist. Most records of this experiment were erased by the authorities. But I managed to uncover a few remaining fragments." Holmes turned the page, and suddenly, his gaze stilled on a name. Dr. Alistair Crowe. Watson frowned. "That name, it sounds familiar." Holmes nodded, his expression grave. Alistair Crowe was a scientist who studied altered states of consciousness and the void between life and death. "I have heard of him before, but never found any clear records of his work." Lane added, "That's because all official records of Crowe were erased." Watson's brows knitted together. "Why? What were they trying to hide?" Holmes flipped to the next page, revealing an old black and white photograph. A group of scientists in white coats stood around a hospital bed, where a frail man lay strapped down, his wrists and ankles bound in thick leather restraints. Beneath the photo, a caption read, "Experiment number 13. Final stage of consciousness separation. Subject unresponsive to external stimuli. 3 a.m., November 4, 1872. Watson clenched his fists. Separation of consciousness? What were they doing to these people? Holmes flipped to the next page and read aloud. "We have discovered a void between life and death. If triggered correctly, a soul can be separated from its body and trapped within another plane of existence." A chill crawled down Watson's spine. They were trapping souls? Holmes's fingers tapped lightly against the table. Deep in thought, and this connects directly to the recent disappearances. Lane nodded. "From what I've gathered, this experiment was conducted at Bethlehem Hospital. But it was abruptly shut down. No one ever spoke of it again." Holmes stood abruptly, reaching for his coat. "Then we need to visit Bethlehem Hospital, tonight." 2. The Shadows of Bethlehem Hospital. 3:10 a.m., Bethlehem Hospital. Once known as Bedlam, Bethlehem Hospital had been London's most infamous asylum, a place of suffering, madness, and unspeakable horrors. Now, it stood abandoned for over 20 years, a crumbling ruin veiled in thick ivy and decay. Holmes, Watson, and Lane stood before its massive iron gates, the rusted sign above them barely legible. Bethlehem Royal Hospital. Watson clutched his revolver beneath his coat. "I don't like this, Holmes." Holmes gave a faint smile. "You never like places like this." Lane stepped forward, using a crowbar to pry the gate open. Creak. The old gate swung aside, revealing a dark corridor stretching deep into the hospital's remains. They stepped inside, their footsteps echoing eerily through the empty halls. Holmes led the way, his lantern casting flickering shadows over peeling walls and rusted medical equipment. As they passed by long rows of decayed hospital beds, Watson murmured, "I wonder how many souls were lost in this place." Holmes remained silent. He guided them toward the hospital's central wing, where the most dangerous experiments were likely conducted. They soon arrived at a large steel door. Carved into the surface was a symbol, the same grotesque eye they had seen on the wooden box. Lane whispered, "This is where they conducted the experiment." Holmes pressed his hand against the door. It wasn't locked. "Free. The forgotten laboratory." Holmes pushed the door open. The room inside was large, but every inch of it was coated in dust and cobwebs. At its center stood an old iron bed, the leather straps still intact, frozen in time. But in the corner of the room, something else caught their eyes. A desk, and on it, the handwritten notes of Dr. Alistair Crowe. Holmes quickly flipped through the pages. November 5th, 1872. Subject 13 has been successfully separated from his body. His consciousness remains in the void, but there are irregularities. 3 a.m. He is trying to return. Impossible. He has returned, but he is no longer human. Watson felt his blood turn cold. Holmes's jaw tightened, his eyes locked on the final sentence. Lane murmured, "He is no longer human." Then, a sound. Footsteps. Slow, dragging across the floor. All three men whipped around, staring toward the hallway. Watson instinctively raised his revolver. Holmes held up a hand, signaling for silence. The hallway beyond was pitch black, but in the dim glow of the lantern, a figure appeared. Tall, thin, cloaked in black. Holmes narrowed his eyes. "We are no longer dealing with an ordinary case. Watson." Watson's breath hitched. "Holmes, is that?" The figure halted just outside the door. The room felt deathly silent. Then, it raised its head. Its face was nothing. Only a blank, pale void. Holmes's voice lowered to a whisper. "I believe we have just found the faceless man." Chapter 8. The Phantom in the Asylum. 3:25 a.m. Bethlehem Hospital. Holmes, Watson, and Richard Lane moved silently through the dark corridors of Bethlehem Hospital, once the most infamous asylum in London. A place where the most dangerous minds were locked away. The air was thick with decay, carrying the stench of rotting wood, stale disinfectant, and damp mold seeping from the crumbling walls. Everything was shrouded in darkness, save for the dim beam of Holmes's lantern, sweeping over sealed doors and endless, empty corridors. Outside, the wind whistled through broken windows, creating whispers in the night, as if the building itself was alive. Watson clutched his revolver tightly, his voice a hushed murmur. "Holmes, I have a very bad feeling about this." Holmes remained calm, his keen eyes scanning every inch of the corridor. "Fear has no place in an investigation. Watson, remember, everything has a logical explanation." Lane, trailing behind them, glanced around nervously. Every so often, his head jerked toward small, distant sounds, as if something unseen was moving just beyond their vision. "I hope you're right, Holmes, but if something is watching us, it was here long before we arrived." Holmes stopped abruptly. Before them stood a thick iron door, different from the others in the hospital. A faded government insignia was carved into the metal, rusted by time. Holmes tested the handle. Locked. Watson frowned. "Someone doesn't want us getting in." Holmes said nothing. From his coat, he retrieved his lock-picking tools, skillfully working the metal into the mechanism. Click. The door creaked open. Holmes stepped inside first. 1. The forgotten room. Unlike the rest of the hospital, This room wasn't covered in dust. Someone had been here recently. Holmes's lantern illuminated the space. A single hospital bed, still fitted with restraining straps, sat in the center of the room. Beside it, an old EEG machine, its screen shattered, but its wires still intact. But what drew Holmes's attention was the leather-bound journal resting on a desk nearby. Holmes picked it up, turning to the first page. The words immediately sent a chill through Watson's spine. The experiment was a success. We have discovered a way to separate the soul from the body. Watson clenched his fists. Holmes, what exactly were they doing here? Holmes didn't answer. He flipped through the pages, reading aloud. October 12, 1872. We tested on 3 subjects today. All reacted violently when exposed to the machine. One of them stopped breathing immediately. But we recorded brain activity for more than 2 hours after death. November 3, 1872. Subject 13 is our greatest success. When stimulated precisely at 3 a.m., we successfully pulled his soul from his body. But he wasn't just separated, he changed. He is no longer human. Holmes paused, his face shadowed in thought. Lane shuddered. This is what they did? A machine to rip souls from their bodies? Watson exhaled sharply, flipping through more pages. They created something else. Holmes turned to the final entry in the journal. The last sentence was chillingly brief. He is trying to return. 2. The faceless man. Then, a sound echoed from the corridor. Thud, thud. Watson spun toward the door. Gun raised. Holmes silently motioned for caution. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, dragging along the floor. Watson murmured, "We're not alone in here." Lane swallowed hard, his hand hovering over the small pistol at his waist. Holmes stepped to the door, peering through the narrow crack. At the end of the corridor, a tall figure stood motionless. Under the dim light, they could see it wore a long black coat. But the most horrifying detail, it had no face, just a smooth, empty void where features should have been. Watson felt his heartbeat thunder in his chest. Lane whispered, That's him, the man from the photographs." Holmes narrowed his eyes. "We need to find another way out. Now." 3. The chase through the darkness. Holmes scanned the room quickly. A secondary exit. A back hallway leading deeper into the hospital. "This way," Holmes ordered. All 3 men rushed out, their footsteps pounding against the floor. Behind them, thud, thud, thud. The faceless man followed. It moved without sound, but the shadows around it twisted unnaturally. Watson risked a glance back. The figure was gaining on them. They burst through another door, and into a large operating room. In the center of the space, a massive metal machine, tangled in wires and rusted cables. Holmes immediately recognized it. The machine from Crow's journal, the device designed to separate souls. But there was no time to investigate. Behind them, the door swung open. The faceless man stepped inside. Watson lifted his revolver, but Holmes raised a hand. "That won't work, Watson." The faceless man stood still. Then, it raised one hand, and pointed directly at Holmes. A gust of icy wind swept through the room. The lantern flickered, then died. Darkness swallowed everything. 4. The final warning. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Watson could feel the air shifting, as if the space around them was warping. Then, a voice. It came from nowhere, yet from everywhere. "You have gone too far." Holmes stood unmoving, his voice calm but firm. "Who are you?" Silence. Then, a whisper, one that sent a shudder through the very walls of the asylum. "I am the one who returned." The world tilted. The floor disappeared beneath them. And then, Holmes, Watson, and Lane fell into the abyss. Chapter 9. The Truth About 3 a.m. 3:40 a.m., Bethlehem Hospital. A chilling stillness filled the room. The ancient machine loomed in the darkness, its rusted wires and decayed control panels cloaked in cobwebs. Holmes, Watson, and Richard Lane had escaped the faceless man, but they knew their time was running out. Elliot Faraday was missing, and if what they had just uncovered was true, then he had less than 72 hours before he was completely erased from existence. Holmes flipped through the brittle pages of Aleister Crow's journal, scanning each line with sharp intensity. Watson, standing beside him, read aloud. "The human mind lingers in a fragile state between sleep and death. precisely at 3 a.m. Holmes's eyes narrowed. 3 a.m., so it's not just a random time. Watson continued. If properly manipulated, the soul can be extracted and trapped within another plane of existence. A heavy silence settled over them. Lane swallowed hard and whispered, "That's why the bodies were never found. They weren't just taken, they were pulled out of this world entirely." Holmes set the journal down, his mind racing. If this is true, then we're not just investigating disappearances. We're dealing with a mechanism designed to manipulate the soul itself. Watson shook his head in disbelief. "Are you saying there's a way to extract a person's soul? And that it happens exactly at 3 a.m.? Holmes folded his arms, his piercing gaze scanning the room. "I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, Watson, but I do believe in science, especially science that has been twisted beyond its intended purpose." Watson glanced at the rusted machine before them. "But how?" Holmes turned another page in the journal, his eyes scanning rapidly. Then, he stopped, his gaze locked onto a critical passage. Watson pointed at it, reading aloud. "The only way to call a soul back is to trigger a powerful memory. But it must be done within 72 hours. After that, they will be erased forever." Lane inhaled sharply. "So that's our deadline, if we don't retrieve Faraday before the time runs out." Holmes lifted his gaze, his voice low and firm. "He will never come back." 3 a.m., the most dangerous hour. Watson turned through the remaining pages. Crow's notes describe in great detail how the experiment worked. He believed the human mind could be manipulated through specific brainwave signals. Holmes nodded. "That explains why the disappearances always occur at exactly 3 a.m. It's the moment when the human consciousness is at its weakest and most susceptible to external influence." Lane shivered. "So if that's the case, the faceless man isn't a ghost. He's a being trapped between worlds." Holmes's eyes darkened. "And it seems he has found a way to infect others with his state of existence." Watson clenched his fists. "Holmes, we have only 72 hours. If we don't find a way to pull Faraday back, then not just him, but everyone who has ever vanished, will be lost forever." Holmes's gaze lingered on the old machine, his mind calculating every possibility. "There is a way to bring them back, but we need to find the link that binds their souls to the real world." 2. Memory, the key to returning. Holmes tapped on a specific passage in the journal. Crow mentions a critical factor, triggering a strong memory. Watson frowned. "What do you mean?" Holmes spoke deliberately. "The souls of the missing aren't completely gone. They're just stuck, and the only way to pull them back is to awaken their most powerful memories." Lane nodded slowly, realization dawning. "If that's true, then we need something that holds deep meaning for Faraday. Something that can anchor him back to this world." Watson sighed. "We don't know much about his personal life. But if there's anything significant to him." Holmes's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. He reached down and grabbed the wooden box they had found in Faraday's laboratory. Opening it, he retrieved a folded letter. Watson frowned. "What is that?" Holmes unfolded the letter, his eyes scanning the words. "Elliot, you have always been the brother I looked up to. Protect yourself. Don't let fear control your mind. Always remember, your family is waiting for you to come home." Holmes shut the letter, his voice firm. "This is it. This could be Faraday's strongest memory, his connection to the world he left behind." 3. A race against time. Holmes turned to Lane and Watson. "We have no time to waste. If we don't act before the 72-hour mark, Faraday will be gone forever." Watson nodded. "So what do we do?" Holmes's mind worked quickly. "We need to recreate the exact conditions of Crow's experiment, but in reverse. If 3 a.m. is the moment they are taken, then it must also be our best chance to bring them back." Lane's brow furrowed. "And how do we do that?" Holmes turned toward the old machine. "We use this." Watson's eyes widened. "You're planning to reactivate a machine that's been abandoned for over a century?" Holmes smirked. "It doesn't need to be fully operational, just enough to generate the necessary signal to awaken Faraday's mind." Lane nodded, determination in his eyes. "Then what are we waiting for?" Holmes placed Faraday's letter on the table, his voice steady. "We only have one chance. At exactly 3 a.m. tomorrow night, we will call him back." Watson took a deep breath. "And if we fail?" Holmes met his gaze, unwavering. "Then we lose him forever." Chapter 10. The Final Trap. 1. A race against time. 4:15 a.m. Faraday's house. Holmes, Watson, and Richard Lane moved swiftly into Faraday's house. The darkness remained untouched. Every object exactly as it had been when they last stood here, except Faraday was no longer here. Time was slipping away. They had less than 24 hours to bring him back before he was erased from existence forever. Holmes wasted no time. He immediately began searching every drawer, bookshelf, and desk compartment, his sharp eyes scanning for something, anything, that could serve as a powerful anchor to Faraday's mind. "We need something deeply meaningful to him," Holmes muttered, sifting through stacks of papers. Watson frowned. "Isn't his brother's letter enough?" Holmes shook his head. "It might be effective, but we need something even stronger. A memory profound enough to pull Faraday back from the void." Lane suddenly stopped in front of a small wooden box on the desk. "What about this?" Holmes stepped over quickly, opening the lid. Inside, there was a folded letter. Its elegant, delicate handwriting immediately catching his attention. Watson picked it up, reading the first line aloud. "My dearest Elliot, if you are reading this, it means I am gone." He blinked, scanning further. "Live on, for yourself. For us. For the love we once shared. Remember, no matter where you are, I am always with you." Watson stopped reading. "This is a letter from his wife." Holmes's expression sharpened. "Then this is the key." Watson looked at him. "Are you certain?" Holmes nodded. "There is no memory stronger than love and loss. If anything can pull him back, it's this." 2. Returning to Bethlehem Hospital. 2:50 a.m. Bethlehem Hospital. Holmes, Watson, and Lane returned to the abandoned asylum. The air was thick with an eerie presence, and the wind howled through the broken windows like distant whispers. Moving quickly through the dark corridors, they made their way into Alistair Crow's old laboratory, where the soul-separating machine still stood. Holmes placed Faraday's wife's letter in front of the ancient Eeg machine, his fingers running over the dusty control panel. Watson gripped his revolver tightly, scanning the shadows surrounding them. "Holmes, are you sure we know what we're doing?" Holmes didn't answer immediately. He was focused, ensuring the machine was at least functional enough to emit the necessary signal. "No, but this is our only chance." Lane glanced at his watch. 2:59 a.m. "We're almost at the critical moment." Holmes took a deep breath, his hand hovering over the main switch. "Let's begin." 3. The door between two worlds. Holmes activated the machine. A piercing hum filled the air as the ancient electrodes began to vibrate, sending invisible waves through the room. The space around them seemed to distort. The walls trembled, as if the entire hospital was shifting. Watson instinctively took a step back, eyes wide. "Holmes, something isn't right." Holmes said nothing. His eyes remained fixed on the letter, which had begun to tremble, as if some unseen force was trying to pull it away. Then, a scream shattered the silence. Holmes spun around. At the center of the room, a shadowy figure began to form. Watson held his breath. Lane staggered back, his face pale. Elliot Faraday was appearing. 4. Returning from the void. Faraday's body was still translucent, hovering between dimensions. His eyes were wide with terror and confusion. "Holmes, Watson, where am I?" His voice wavered, fragmented. Holmes stepped closer, his voice steady. "You are standing between life and death. Faraday, you must return, now." Faraday looked down at his fading hands, shaking his head. I can't." Watson snatched the letter from the table, his voice strong and urgent. "Elliot, listen to me. This letter, it's from your wife." Faraday's eyes snapped toward him. The room shuddered, the air thickening. Watson read aloud. "My dearest Elliot, if you are reading this, it means I am gone." Faraday froze. The machine pulsed, the distortions around them intensifying. Watson pressed on. "Live on, for yourself. For us. For the love we once shared." Faraday staggered, his breathing uneven. Holmes's voice cut through the noise. "This is your tether, Faraday. This is what binds you to the real world." Watson continued. "Remember, no matter where you are, I am always with you." Faraday's form began to solidify. Lane gasped. "It's working." Holmes held his breath, his eyes locked onto Faraday. "Fight it, Faraday. Come back to us." Faraday's entire body convulsed. A bright light burst through the room. And then, Faraday collapsed onto the floor. 5. Life or death. Faraday lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Watson rushed to him, checking his pulse. A moment later, he exhaled. He's alive. Faraday's eyes fluttered open, filled with overwhelming confusion and fear. What just happened? Holmes took a step back, finally allowing himself to breathe. You just came back from the dead. Faraday. Lane looked around, still on edge. But where is the faceless man? At that moment, a cold wind swept through the room. They all turned toward the machine. The faceless man was gone. Holmes's gaze drifted to the letter on the table. A faint, ghostly handprint was now imprinted on it. Holmes's voice was quiet, but heavy with meaning. He's still out there, but for now, we've brought one soul back. Watson helped Faraday to his feet. The room fell silent once more. But each of them knew, this was not the end. Chapter 11. Return or Vanish. 3:05 a.m., Bethlehem Hospital. The air twisted around them, as if the entire room was being warped by an unseen force. Elliot Faraday shuddered, his form flickering, a mere shadow caught between two worlds. Holmes did not hesitate. He grabbed Faraday's wife's letter, his eyes scanning the words before reading them aloud. Voice unwavering. My dearest Elliot, if you are reading this, it means I am gone. Faraday froze, his body trembling violently. Holmes continued, his voice growing stronger. Live on, for yourself. For us. For the love we once shared. Suddenly, the room shook violently, an icy wind sweeping through the space, scattering old documents and dust into the air. Watson tightened his grip on his revolver, knowing that no bullet could help them now. Lane held his breath, his wide eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Faraday clutched his head, screaming, "No, I can't." Holmes stepped closer, his voice sharp with urgency. "Faraday, listen to me. You are still alive. This is not where you belong." Faraday shook his head, his body slowly being pulled backward, toward the shifting void opening behind him. Watson shouted, "Holmes, we're losing him." Holmes acted immediately, grabbing Faraday's shoulders, anchoring him to the real world. Then, he read the final line of the letter. "No matter where you are, I am always with you." At that moment, a soft glow surrounded Faraday's form. The room quaked, as though two realities were colliding. Faraday let out one final scream. And then, his body collapsed onto the floor, trembling but whole. Between life and death. Watson dropped to his knees, immediately checking Faraday's pulse. For a few tense seconds, no one spoke. Then, Watson exhaled in relief. He's alive. Faraday's eyes fluttered open, his pupils dilated, as though waking from a nightmare with no end. His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. Where was I?" Holmes gave a small, knowing smile, but his eyes remained sharp. "Between life and death, and now you've returned." Faraday glanced around the room, his face filled with confusion and unease. Lane stood motionless, staring at him as though struggling to believe he was truly back. Watson rested a reassuring hand on Faraday's shoulder, his tone gentle. "Do you remember what happened?" Faraday shuddered, his hands clenching into fists. "I remember, the darkness, the whispers, and..." He hesitated. "I remember, a man with no face." Holmes exchanged a look with Watson. "You saw him?" Faraday took a deep, unsteady breath, sweat glistening on his forehead. "Not just saw him, I was with him, too." The testimony of the returned. Holmes crossed his arms, his sharp gaze locked onto Faraday. "Tell us everything you remember." Faraday swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly. I don't know how I left my body. But when I opened my eyes, I was no longer in this world." Watson's brow furrowed. "Then where were you?" Faraday's voice dropped to a haunted whisper. "A place without light, only endless darkness. And he was there, waiting for me." Holmes tilted his head slightly. "What did he say?" Faraday shook his head slowly. "He didn't need to speak. I could feel him. He wasn't just a ghost. Holmes, he was something trapped there for a long time." Lane's voice was tense as he asked, "How long?" Faraday lifted his gaze, his eyes hollow with fear. "He is subject 13. Watson inhaled sharply. Holmes's eyes darkened, his mind racing. "Subject 13, the only survivor of Aleister Crow's experiment." Faraday gave a slow, deliberate nod. "He is no longer human. But he never disappeared. He's been waiting for a way back. 3. The one who is coming. Outside the hospital, the wind howled violently, rattling the old doors as if something unseen was shaking them. Holmes turned toward the ancient machine, his expression unreadable. So he was never gone, just waiting. Watson whispered, "He has been capturing the missing victims, but why?" Faraday looked up at Holmes, his voice filled with dread. "He is searching for someone strong enough to replace him." The room fell into absolute silence. Holmes immediately understood. He wants to escape the void, and he needs someone to take his place. Faraday shuddered. "And I was close, so close to being trapped forever." Watson clenched his fists, his voice tense. "So if we've pulled you back, that means he'll look for another victim." Lane's voice was low. "Then who will be next?" Holmes turned to the machine, then down at the letter, still bearing the ghostly imprint of an unseen hand. His voice was calm, but beneath it was something colder. Something knowing. "We've closed the door once. But if I'm right, tomorrow night, he will find another to replace him." Faraday clenched his fists. "And if he succeeds, no one will be able to stop him." Holmes narrowed his eyes. "Then we must act, before it's too late." Watson nodded, his face set with grim determination. "The only question is, who will he choose?" Outside, a fierce gust of wind slammed against the walls, rattling the door once more. Holmes stared down the darkened corridor, his sharp eyes searching the shadows beyond. The faceless man was not done, and the fight was far from over. Chapter 12. Hunting the Mastermind. 3:30 a.m., Bethlehem Hospital. Faraday had been pulled back into the real world. But Holmes was not satisfied. One question remained unanswered. Who sent the letters? Who was continuing Aleister Crow's experiment? Holmes scanned the old laboratory, the place where Subject 13 had once been trapped in the void between life and death. The records in Crow's journal had led them here. But one crucial piece was still missing. Holmes did not believe in coincidences. Someone had continued Crow's work, and that person was drawing in new victims, leading them to the same fate. His eyes swept across the pile of documents on Crow's desk. He flipped through each page carefully. Then, he found it, a list of names. 1. The erased names. The list contained about a dozen names. But what was truly disturbing was that most of them had been violently crossed out. Watson frowned, leaning in to get a better look. "These names, who are they?" Holmes read through them quickly. Most are patients, but some were Crow's associates. Lane raised an eyebrow. "You mean other scientists?" Holmes nodded. "Yes, those who once worked with Crow on the experiment. But all of them have been crossed out." Watson narrowed his eyes. "What does that mean? Are they dead?" Holmes remained silent for a moment, then turned to the last name on the list. The only name that had not been erased. M. Crow. Watson stiffened. "Crow is still alive?" Holmes gave a slow nod. 2. M. Crow, the heir to darkness. Watson shook his head in disbelief. "That's impossible. Aleister Crow disappeared in 1873. If he were still alive, he'd be over 100 years old by now." Holmes' voice was low and firm. "Not Aleister Crow. M. Crow." Lane whispered. "Perhaps a descendant?" Holmes nodded. "Or someone who has taken up his work." Watson traced a finger over the name. M. Crow. What do we know about him? Holmes flipped through more notes and letters, searching for answers. Then, he found it, a handwritten note from Aleister Crow himself. "M will continue my legacy. He has seen what I have seen. He will finish what I could not." Lane shuddered. "It seems M. Crow is not just some follower. He was chosen to carry on Crow's experiment." Holmes crossed his arms. "And if he is behind the recent disappearances?" Watson completed his sentence. "Then he is still out there." 3. The hunt for M. Crow. 4 a.m., Bethlehem Hospital. Holmes wasted no time. "We need to find M. Crow immediately." Faraday, still weak, looked up, his voice filled with concern. "But how do we know where he is?" Holmes didn't answer right away. He continued searching through the remaining documents. Then, he found something, an old letter, sealed with black wax. Holmes carefully opened it and read aloud. "Come to where it all began. 3 a.m. I will be waiting." Watson frowned. "So he wants us to find him?" Holmes nodded, but his sharp eyes darkened. "No, he doesn't just want us to find him. He has set a trap." 4. Where it all began. Holmes was not surprised when the only location that fit the description was Bethlehem Hospital itself. "He is here." Watson gripped his gun tighter. "Then are we walking into his hands?" Holmes narrowed his eyes. "If we do not stop him now, more victims will be taken. He will continue choosing new people to replace Subject 13. Faraday, still visibly shaken, nodded. "Then, we end this tonight." 5. The hidden door. 4:30 a.m. A forgotten hallway in Bethlehem Hospital. Holmes, Watson, Lane, and Faraday ventured deeper into a section of the hospital they had never explored before. They moved through long, desolate hallways, until they finally stood before a large, sealed door. Carved into the wooden surface was a familiar symbol. The twisted eye, the same emblem they had seen on the wooden box and the letters. Watson turned to Holmes, his voice low. "Inside, he's waiting." Holmes remained calm, but his gaze was sharp as a blade. "Then it's time for answers." 6. Facing M. Crow. Holmes pushed open the door. The room was massive, like a secret underground laboratory hidden beneath the hospital. In the center of the room, a man stood waiting. He wore a long black coat, his silver hair reflecting the dim light. Yet his face was strangely young. When he saw Holmes, he smiled. "I have been expecting you." Watson gripped his gun tighter. "M. Crow." The man nodded slightly. "So, you have uncovered the truth. But, I'm afraid, you are too late." Holmes stepped forward, his voice calm and unwavering. "Who are you, Alistair Crow's heir?" M. Crow chuckled, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. "No, I am Alistair Crow." The room fell into a deathly silence. Holmes showed no surprise, but his expression darkened. "What have you done?" Crow took a step closer, his voice low and commanding. "I have conquered death, and now, you will be the next to understand." Watson inhaled sharply, whispering, "Holmes, if he's telling the truth." Holmes gave a slight nod. "Then we are not facing a man. We are facing someone who has crossed the line between life and death." Crow smiled, a slow, chilling smile. He raised a hand, and the shadows in the room began to move. Chapter 13. The Final Invitation. 1. The Black Letter. 10 a.m. 221B Baker Street. The pale winter sunlight seeped through the window, casting long shadows across the room. But despite the morning's quietness, a tense atmosphere lingered inside 221B Baker Street. Dr. Watson sat in his armchair, sipping tea, yet his mind was still consumed by the events of the previous night. M. Crow, Alistair Crow himself, was alive. He was not just a mad scientist. He had found a way to transcend the boundaries between life and death. And now, he knew they had discovered his secret. A sudden knock on the door. Mrs. Hudson entered, carrying a black envelope in her hands. "A letter for you, Mr. Holmes." Holmes glanced at it, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of interest passed through his sharp eyes. He took the envelope and carefully opened it. Inside was a single piece of paper, with only one line written. "Meet me at 3 a.m. 44A Whitechapel." Watson read the message, and a chill ran down his spine. He's inviting us into his trap? Holmes gently placed the letter on the table, a small smirk forming on his lips. "Not inviting, Watson. He's challenging us. 2. The final game." Watson frowned, skepticism in his voice. "Holmes, you're not seriously considering going, are you?" Holmes nodded, calmly rotating his pipe in his fingers. "Of course, I am, but this is clearly a trap." Holmes shrugged. "Every game is a trap, Watson. The difference is, we know exactly what we're walking into." Lane, who had been silent since the letter arrived, finally spoke up. "This may be our only chance to catch him. If Crow has survived for centuries without being discovered, the fact that he is revealing himself now means that he believes he will win." Faraday, still weak, nodded. "We have to stop this. If not, more people will be pulled into his nightmare." Watson sighed, but then stood up, determination in his eyes. "All right, Holmes, if you're going, then I won't let you go alone." Holmes smiled lightly. "I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Watson." 3. The Night of Reckoning. 2:45 a.m. 44A Whitechapel. London was drowned in thick fog. The cobbled streets of Whitechapel deserted. Only the dim gas lamps flickered like dying embers in the darkness. Holmes, Watson, Lane, and Faraday stood before the decayed house at 44A. It was the same house where they had found the photographs of the faceless man. But this time, the door was already open. Watson tightened his grip on his revolver. "I don't like this." Holmes stepped onto the creaking wooden steps, his eyes scanning the dark interior. "He wants us to walk inside," Lane whispered. "Then what are we waiting for?" Holmes smirked slightly, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. 4. A meeting with darkness. Inside the house, a long corridor stretched before them, lined with dimly flickering candles placed along the walls. Holmes led the way, Watson right beside him, gun drawn and ready. The air was thick and silent. The only sound was their footsteps echoing on the old wooden floor. Then, at the end of the hallway, a voice emerged from the darkness. Deep, commanding, yet almost amused. "I knew you would come." Holmes lifted his head towards the figure standing at the corridor's end. Crow, or rather, Alistair Crow, was waiting for them. He looked exactly as he had the night before. Not a day older. His face was untouched by time, but his eyes held the weight of centuries. Watson raised his revolver, but Holmes calmly gestured for him to lower it. Holmes stepped forward, his voice even. "So, you wanted to see me?" Crow smiled, his gaze unreadable. "Indeed, because you are the only one who understands me." Holmes folded his arms. "Then tell me, Crow, what do you want? A duel of wits? A chance to boast about your so-called achievements?" Crow's smile faded slightly, and his voice became lower, more serious. "I want you to replace me." 5. Crow's offer. The room fell into a chilling silence. Watson's face twisted in shock. "What is he talking about? Holmes?" Holmes remained perfectly still, but his piercing gaze stayed locked on Crow. "You believe that I will continue your work?" Crow nodded slowly. "You are brilliant, Holmes. You are the only one who has ever found me. Unraveled my secrets. You understand that death is not the end, it is a doorway." He took one slow step forward. "I have opened that doorway, but I cannot step through completely. I need someone to replace me. Someone worthy." Holmes did not move, but his eyes flickered with deep contemplation. "How did you survive?" Crow's lips curled into a knowing smile. "By keeping one half of my soul in this world, while the other half wanders the void." He tilted his head, studying Holmes. "But I have been here too long. Holmes, I need another to take my place, someone brilliant. Someone capable." Watson clenched his fists, his voice tense. "He's trying to lure you in. Holmes, don't listen to him." Holmes kept his gaze locked on Crow, his voice as sharp as a blade. "And if I refuse?" Crow's smile vanished. "Then, I will be forced to find another." His gaze slowly swept across the room, landing on each of them. Lane swallowed hard. Faraday tensed in fear. Then Crow looked back at Holmes, and his next words sent a shiver through the air. "And if I cannot have you, Holmes, I will take Watson." 6. The final move. Watson instantly raised his gun, but Crow simply smirked. Holmes remained perfectly still for a single second. Then, he smiled. A small, knowing smile. "You have played this game well, Crow, but I'm afraid." He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small vial. The liquid inside shimmered under the candlelight. Crow's eyes narrowed in suspicion. But it was too late. Holmes threw the vial to the ground. Boom! A thick white smoke exploded into the room, swallowing everything in a blinding haze. Watson shouted, "Run!" Holmes didn't hesitate. He grabbed Watson and Faraday, pulling them through the fog, out of the house. Behind them, Crow's laughter echoed through the smoke. But when Holmes turned back for one last glance, he was gone. Chapter 14. Confronting the Puppeteer. 1. Return to the abandoned house. 2:45 a.m. 44A Whitechapel. The streets of Whitechapel were shrouded in darkness, the gas lamps flickering feebly through the thick fog. Holmes, Watson, and Richard Lane stood before the decaying house, where Crow, the son of Alistair Crow, was waiting. Watson gripped his revolver tightly. "Holmes, are you certain about this plan?" Holmes did not turn back, his gaze fixed on the shadows beyond the door. "Nothing is ever certain, Watson, but there is one thing I do know." With a steady hand, he pushed the door open. "I've set my trap before he could set his." 2. A duel in the darkness. The house was just as they had left it, walls covered with eerie photographs of the faceless man. But this time, someone was waiting for them. A tall figure stood in the center of the room, clad in a long black coat. His dark hair and piercing gaze set him apart from Aleister Crowe. Yet his presence radiated the same unsettling aura. Crowe smirked as they entered. "I have been expecting this moment. Sherlock Holmes." Holmes stepped forward, Watson and Lane flanking him closely. It is rare to see a man expose himself before completing his grand design. Crowe chuckled, his voice low and haunting. "Unlike my father, I do not need to hide. Because this time, I have perfected his experiment." Holmes narrowed his eyes. "What do you want, Crowe?" Crowe raised a hand, gesturing toward the eerie photographs that lined the room. "Mankind is shackled by death. But my father discovered the means to break those chains." He took a step forward. "I will create a permanent gateway, where souls can cross through and never return." Watson clenched his jaw. "So that's your goal? To command the souls of the departed?" Crowe's eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. "Not just command them, Watson. I will make them obey." 3. Holmes' deception. Holmes crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. "You are overconfident, Crowe, but do you truly believe I came here unprepared?" Crowe smirked. "You cannot stop me, Holmes. My machine is ready." He gestured behind him, where a door slowly creaked open, revealing a massive contraption, wires coiled like serpents, metallic plates humming with restrained energy. Holmes approached it, his sharp gaze analyzing every component. "So, this is the completed version of your father's work." Crowe nodded. "Tonight, I will open the gateway, and you will be the first to witness its power." Holmes remained calm, but a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. "Then, by all means, begin." Crowe hesitated, surprised by Holmes' quick agreement. He narrowed his eyes, but then turned toward the control panel and activated the machine. A deep vibration filled the room, the air rippling as though reality itself was being stretched. Watson leaned toward Holmes, whispering urgently, "Holmes, what are you doing?" Holmes merely smiled faintly. "Wait and watch, Watson." 4. The manipulated manipulator. The machine glowed ominously, dark mist seeping from its core, swirling toward a small rift forming in the air. Crowe laughed, stepping closer. "Do you see, Holmes? I have achieved what my father could not." His hand reached toward the rift, as if preparing to claim the power for himself. But then, the machine trembled violently. Sparks crackled. Crowe's smirk vanished. His eyes widened in confusion. What is happening?" Holmes' calm voice cut through the chaos. "Did you truly believe I would allow you to control it?" Crowe staggered back, his body being dragged toward the vortex. Watson gasped. "Holmes, don't tell me you." Holmes gave a small nod. "I made some adjustments beforehand. Instead of opening a gateway for you to command, it will now pull in the one who activated it." Crowe's face contorted in pure horror. "No, you can't." Boom! A howling void erupted from the machine. Tendrils of darkness coiling around Crowe, dragging him toward the very rift he had created. He screamed, "Holmes, you cannot escape this forever. I will return." And then, he was gone. The machine fell silent. The rift sealed itself shut. 5. The end, or the beginning? A deep silence settled over the room. Watson exhaled shakily, scanning their surroundings. Is he truly gone?" Holmes nodded. "He has been swallowed by the very force he sought to wield. And this time, there is no one left to pull him back." Lane, still in shock, exhaled sharply. "So, it's over?" Holmes glanced at the machine, then pulled a small vial from his coat pocket. "Not quite yet." He poured the acidic solution onto the remaining control panels. The metal hissed and corroded instantly, the circuits burning out, rendering the device irreparable. Holmes watched for a moment, then turned away. "Now, it's over." 6. A final warning. As they stepped out into the London streets, the first rays of dawn peeked through the fog. Faraday, though still weak, looked more at peace than before. "Have we truly ended this, Holmes?" Holmes gazed into the distance, his expression unreadable. "Perhaps, but what we've seen may only be a fragment of the truth." Watson turned to him. "You fear that Crowe could return?" Holmes gave a small, knowing smile. "No, Watson, he is gone." He looked up at the sky, eyes sharp as ever. "But what worries me more is that someone else may try to open the gateway again." Together, they walked away, leaving the cursed house behind. But high above, on the rooftop, a shadow flickered, a presence unseen, watching, waiting. Then, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Chapter 15. The Enigma's End. 1. The darkness of London. The thick fog drifted lazily over the empty streets of London. The chimes of Big Ben echoed in the distance, striking 5 a.m., signaling the end of a long and haunting night. Holmes, Watson, and Richard Lane walked in silence, their footsteps the only sound disturbing the eerie calm. Behind them lay 44A Whitechapel, the place where M. Crow had been pulled into the eternal void. The cold air wrapped around them, but this time, there was no longer the feeling of being pursued, no unseen force lurking in the shadows. Everything was over, or was it? 2. Holmes' contemplation. Holmes had not spoken a word since they left the house. Watson observed him closely. Usually, after solving a case, Holmes would display either quiet satisfaction or restless excitement, eager to move on to the next puzzle. But tonight, there was something different. Holmes seemed unsettled. Finally, Watson broke the silence. "Holmes, what are you thinking?" Holmes stopped walking. He turned his gaze toward the dark horizon, his expression unreadable. "We have won, Watson, but how many souls remain trapped?" His voice was low and thoughtful, missing its usual sharp edge. Watson knew exactly what he meant. M. Crow had been consumed by the void, but what about the others? Those who had vanished before, were they truly gone forever? Or were they still somewhere in between? For the first time in a long time, Sherlock Holmes had a question he could not answer. Watson placed a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. "Holmes, we did everything we could. Sometimes, we cannot save everyone." Holmes remained silent for a long moment. Then, he gave a small nod, but his gaze never left the shadows ahead. "Perhaps you are right, Watson." And with that, he turned away, his silhouette blending into the early morning fog, like a phantom, forever haunting the city that never sleeps. 3. The Final Mystery. 7 a.m. 221B Baker Street. Holmes sat quietly by the window, watching the familiar view of Baker Street bathed in the pale morning light. The world had moved on, but inside his mind, the case was not yet closed. Watson entered, carrying 2 cups of steaming tea. "Holmes, you should get some rest." Holmes did not turn away from the window. "Do you truly believe M. Crow has been destroyed, Watson?" Watson hesitated. I don't know, but the gateway is sealed. If he still exists, he cannot return." Holmes let out a quiet chuckle. "Cannot return? Are you certain?" Watson frowned, sensing something in Holmes' tone. Holmes reached for a small piece of paper on the table. "Do you recall the last letter we received?" Watson nodded. "The invitation from M. Crow?" Holmes turned the letter over and pointed to the bottom corner. Under the daylight, a faint message was revealed. A message that had not been there before. Watson's breath caught in his throat as he read the words. "This is not over, Sherlock Holmes." A chill ran down Watson's spine. Holmes smiled, but it was not a smile of triumph. He slowly placed the letter back onto the table and leaned into his chair. "So, the game is still not finished." 4. A question without an answer. Watson stared at the note, unable to tear his eyes away from the ominous words. But how? Crow was pulled into the void. How could he possibly have written this? Holmes did not respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out his pipe, lit it carefully, and inhaled deeply. Then, in a calm and measured tone, he spoke. Perhaps he was not fully consumed. Perhaps he found a way to remain. Watson clenched his fists. "Are you saying he could still come back?" Holmes did not nod, nor did he shake his head. He simply continued gazing out the window, watching the city wake from its slumber. "We closed the gate, Watson, but that does not mean it can never be opened again." Watson felt a weight settle in his chest. "Then, what do we do now?" Holmes stood up, his piercing gaze regaining its old sharpness. "We wait, we watch, and we prepare for when the time comes." Watson sighed and shook his head with a tired chuckle. "You never truly stop, do you, Holmes?" Holmes smirked lightly. "Darkness never truly disappears, Watson. It only retreats, waiting for the right moment to return." He stepped toward his bookshelf, reaching for Aleister Crow's journal. Watson peered over his shoulder. His heartbeat quickened when he saw the final words written in the journal. We may close the door, but the door never truly disappears." Holmes snapped the book shut, his face unreadable. "And so, Watson, this is not truly the end." He turned away, his figure silhouetted against the soft glow of the morning sun. A shadow among shadows, forever chasing the mysteries lurking beneath the surface of London. For though the case was closed, the story was far from over.